Chapter 393. When Bai saw the electric whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere, a grave expression appeared on her cute face. She was no longer the little spirit fox that did not know anything. Now that she had successfully transformed, she had started cultivating. Such a huge mysterious phenomenon would definitely be accompanied by great danger. She could not help but ask worriedly, "Elder sister Yu, will elder brother Xiao Chen be fine? Should we go and take a look?" Yu Chenxi looked at Bai's charming face and thought to himself, "This Xiao Chen is really lucky. He has a bad temper, but he still has a pretty girl following him so loyally. Bai, don't worry. He is now at a critical juncture. If we get too close, it will not be good for him. I believe he will succeed," Yu Chenxi said with a gentle smile. When Bai heard this, she nodded her head and said, "Bai believes that elder brother Xiao Chen will succeed as well." The mysterious phenomenon outside did not affect Xiao Chen at all. He was currently focused on the Qi whirlpool. Originally, there was only a small portion of the purple liquid. After one small cycle it quickly grew to half. With the help of the spirit herbs, Xiao Chen's essence base was already very vast. Now with just one small cycle, it was like the Qi whirlpool was filled to half. This made Xiao Chen very excited. A small cycle is already so powerful. I wonder what a great cycle will be like, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he controlled his essence to make a great cycle. This was the most crucial step in his breakthrough. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! As he circulated his mental energy, the essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool shot out. It was so fast that Xiao Chen could not react in time. If the previous small cycle was like a wild horse, then it was like a sports car. It was on a completely different level. This is not good. If this continues, I will not be able to control the flow of essence. When the essence becomes chaotic, not only will my breakthrough fail, but it will also result in serious internal injuries. Xiao Chen's expression changed greatly as he thought to himself in fear. It was like a person who had been driving a carriage all year round was suddenly given a sports car. After getting used to the speed of the carriage, it would be very difficult to control the speed of the sports car. Calm down. I must calm down at this time. Xiao Chen's extraordinary state of mind finally worked again at this time. His frightened and uneasy heart quickly calmed down. Xiao Chen's mind suddenly lit up. He calmed down and finally thought of a way to deal with it. Actually, he had been thinking in the wrong direction from the start. It was simply impossible to suddenly control this surging essence. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer was completely different from the 6th layer. With such a huge leap, Xiao Chen believed that no one could grasp it in one go. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that no one could cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? Obviously, that was not the case. What he needed to do now was not to completely control the flying vital energy, but to control the direction of its flow. He allowed it to smoothly follow the route of the 6th layer and complete a great cycle. Given this, Xiao Chen suddenly felt enlightened. Every time his essence soared, he would not be able to withstand it. Every time the essence was about to go down the wrong path, his will would turn into a gentle force and push it back to the right path. However, while it sounded simple, it was actually very difficult. This was because the speed at which the essence circulated was simply too fast. If he wanted to grasp the right timing every time, it would be very taxing on his mind. He could not afford to be careless. Rumble! When the essence completed a great cycle, the huge electric whirlpool above Xiao Chen's head also started spinning quickly, sucking in all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy within a kilometer. Lightning flashed and clouds churned for a kilometer. The flickering electric light illuminated the sky above Qianren Island like it was daytime. Under Xiao Chen's careful control, a great cycle was almost completed. During this time, the essence nearly went through the wrong meridian several times. However, Xiao Chen managed to pull it back in advance. Xiao Chen felt his heart beating several times faster than usual. The process was simply too dangerous. Bang! The essence finally gathered in the Dantian and exploded in the Qi whirlpool. The surging essence liquid fluctuated for a long time before it stopped. The purple liquid slowly piled up, and soon, the Qi whirlpool was filled to the brim. Xiao Chen felt a swelling sensation. After the purple liquid filled the Qi whirlpool to the brim, it actually forcefully expanded the Qi whirlpool. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, completed. Xiao Chen thought excitedly in his heart. Then, he opened his eyes and 2 beams of purple light flashed in the night sky, illuminating everything within a kilometer. Before Xiao Chen could react, the horrifying electric whirlpool in the sky entered his right eye with a so sound. This sudden change stunned Xiao Chen. However, he did not panic. This was because the purple thunder true fire had absorbed all the energy in the whirlpool, not leaving a single drop behind. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to test the might of the purple thunder true fire. He closed his eyes again and continued to circulate the qi whirlpool. The golden spirit core in his palm spun quickly. The pure and vast golden spiritual energy, which was even stronger than a superior-grade spirit stone, was being absorbed by Xiao Chen. The golden spirit core shrank at a visible rate. Xiao Chen absorbed all the spiritual energy in one go. He wanted to make use of this final external force to break through the restraints of a martial saint in one go and become a martial king. When Yu Chenxi saw the whirlpool disappear from a distance, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiao Chen's cultivation technique had advanced successfully. However, his expression turned grave after that. A strong aura came from Xiao Chen's body. That energy was extremely vast and it was still rising continuously. Yu Chenxi frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Could this fellow be thinking of using this opportunity to break through to Martial King? This is too crazy." As the golden energy continued to pour in, the energy gathered in his dantian became stronger. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the barrier in front of this energy. This is the final hurdle to breaking through to Martial King. I have to break through it in one go and shatter it. No one can stop me from advancing to Martial King. Xiao Chen thought to himself and increased the speed at which he absorbed the golden spirit core. Break! When the golden spirit core was completely absorbed, Xiao Chen shouted loudly. He used this tyrannical energy to circulate all the essence in his body and charge at the barrier. Kasie! A crisp sound came from Xiao Chen's body. The barrier in front of Martial Saint was completely broken through without any obstruction. A huge energy instantly filled his entire body. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's body soared into the air. He was truly flying. He did not use the gravity spell to fly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. After 2 months of hard work and countless hardships, he finally stepped into the Martial King realm after putting his life on the line. Roar! Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged. It was like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. Even his blood seemed to be burning. Is this the strength of a martial king? Feeling agitated, Xiao Chen could not help but let out a long roar. His roar was like thunder, reverberating around Qianren Island for a long time. He actually succeeded. Yu Chenxi's eyes were filled with astonishment. In 2 months, Xiao Chen broke through from superior-grade martial saint to martial king. Ordinary people might not be able to achieve this in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen used only 2 months to do so. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It looks like I did not misjudge him. He is definitely the kind of person that First Martial Uncle is looking for. Xiao Chen collected his emotions and looked around. When he saw Yu Chenxi 1,000 meters away, he smiled faintly. A strong fighting spirit immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. His aura soared into the sky and pressed down on Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi smiled gently and said in a low voice, "Do you want to fight?" Coincidentally, my morning sun incantation has made a breakthrough. I have not had a suitable opponent to test it on. Boom! An aura even stronger than Xiao Chen's soared into the sky. Yu Chenxi's figure flashed and he quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. Seeing Yu Chenxi soar into the sky, Xiao Chen smiled gently. The fierce purple flame in his right eye formed a huge whirlpool. It seemed like it sucked in the heavens and earth. Shoot! Xiao Chen shouted and a purple flame spewed out from his right eye. The purple light flickered and dyed the night sky green. Everywhere the purple flame passed, it seemed like even the air was burned to ashes, leaving behind a huge black void. What a strong flame! A trace of astonishment flashed in Yu Chenxi's eyes. However, he did not panic. He clenched his fist tightly and a boundless energy gathered. His aura soared continuously. When Yu Chenxi's aura reached its peak, she shouted and punched ferociously. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. It was like the morning sun breaking through the night sky, completely dispelling the surrounding darkness. Boom! The tyrannical fist wind struck the incoming flame violently. When the two forces clashed, they did not give way to each other. A shock wave spread out in all directions. Chi! 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 Some of the taller mountains in the surroundings were struck by the shockwave and shattered, filling the night sky with rubble. Xiao Chen did not expect a casual strike from the Purple Thunder True Fire after the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 6th layer would have such might. Even Yu Chenxi's Morning Sun Fist could not break it. Xiao Chen thought joyfully. The Morning Sun Fist was one of the few fist techniques famous for being tyrannical. A regular inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique could not compare to it in terms of pure strength. The two forces clashed for a long time before they slowly scattered. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Glittering Wukuei. A dazzling purple saber chi appeared from nowhere. The dense light on the saber chi was like a piercing aurora in the night sky. This was the benefit of advancing to Martial King. His essence was even denser. The quality of his essence was double that of a martial saint. Only at this moment did Xiao Chen bring out the true might of the Wukuei saber technique, an ancient martial technique. What a surging essence! The amount of essence he has should be no weaker than a regular superior-grade Martial King. Yu Chenxi squinted his eyes. When the purple saber chi was 1 meter away from him, he punched the tip of the saber chi. Dang! Xiao Chen's delicate and fair palm did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. When the saber chi struck it, it gave off a melodious sound. Chapter 394. Kasie. Kasie. The purple saber chi was like a saber blade. It shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The two exchanged another 10 moves. Xiao Chen discovered that even though he had advanced to Martial King, the gap between him and Yu Chenxi had not shrunk. It looked like with the help of the Daybreak Flower, Yu Chenxi's strength had increased qualitatively. Like before, Yu Chenxi did not need to use his state. Whew! After an hour, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stopped fighting. The situation was the same as before. If this were a battle to the death, Xiao Chen would have used all his trump cards. The palm sword, the 8th move of the Wukuei saber technique, and the blue dragon chi. It would have been easy to force Yu Chenxi to use his state. It would have been 50-50. However, these were all Xiao Chen's trump cards. There was no need to expose them. Congratulations. In 2 months, you managed to advance from a martial saint to a martial king. I'm afraid you are the only one with such a shocking speed. Yu Chenxi landed beside Xiao Chen and laughed softly. His voice was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Xiao Chen said softly, "It's nothing. After using so many spirit herbs, it would be inexcusable if I did not break through." This person was as humble as before. He spoke so casually. However, a regular cultivator would not be so bold even with so many natural treasures. At this moment, Bai rushed over. When she saw Xiao Chen, she smiled joyfully and said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, you have become stronger again." However, Bai did not slack off. "Elder sister, you said that I am now an inferior-grade martial king." Xiao Chen looked at Yu Chenxi doubtfully. He did not dare to believe Bai's words. He remembered that before she came, she was only a superior-grade martial saint. How could she improve so quickly? Yu Chenxi nodded and said, "I did not lie to you. Bai is indeed a martial king. Her heart-nourishing universe sword technique gives me a headache. Furthermore, she has condensed a sword heart. If she goes to the Great Gene Nation's Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion, there will be many supreme elders fighting to take her in as a disciple. I am a good friend of the Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion's young pavilion master. If you are interested, I can let Bai enter the inner sect." Xiao Chen had heard of the Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion before. It was a peak sect famous for swords. There were many experts in the sect, comparable to the Supreme Sky sect. When Xiao Bai heard that, she said softly, "Xiao Bai is not going to the sword pavilion. I just want to follow behind elder brother Xiao Chen. In the future, when I become powerful, I will help elder brother Xiao Chen beat up bad people. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, Bai has her own place to go. Let's forget about the Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion." When Yu Chenxi saw that the two were not interested, he did not raise the suggestion. It was already late at night. After the few chatted for a while, they took their leave. Dong! Dong! As Xiao Chen closed his eyes and cultivated, he suddenly heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw Yu Chenxi standing not far from him. "White-robed bladesman, can we speak for a while?" Yu Chenxi asked quietly as he looked at Xiao Chen under the moonlight. After glancing at the sleeping Bai, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Then, he headed off into the distance with Yu Chenxi. The two stopped at the periphery of Qianren Island. The sea breeze blew from afar, gently caressing the two. It felt very comfortable. Xiao Chen casually found a clean spot and sat down. Then he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Yu Chenxi took a deep breath. Then, he seemed to have made up his mind. He said seriously, "In a few days the Supreme Elder of my sect should be here. At that time, I would like to invite you to return to the great Jin nation with me." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "You want me to go to the Supreme Sky Sect with you?" Yu Chenxi nodded and said, "That's right. Right now, the cultivators of the world are facing a rare golden age. All sorts of geniuses are emerging. There are countless outstanding people. If you go to the great Jin nation, you will have a better understanding of this golden age. That is the dreamland of all genius cultivators. In the past year, I have traveled all over the boundless sea. Even that place pales in comparison to the great Jin nation. Since ancient times, there are many spirit veins that have never been scattered. There are many martial techniques left behind from the ancient era. There are countless strong sections. The competition there is more intense than anywhere else. If a cultivator does not go to the great Jin nation, they will never know how narrow their vision is." A fervent look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Clearly, he yearned to go to the great Jin nation that Yu Chenxi mentioned. That was also the place he had to go after leaving the great Qin nation. From the first time Yu Chenxi invited him to exchange moves with her, to the time when she asked for his help on Qianren Island, Xiao Chen had thought that this girl would not approach him for no reason. Now, she finally stated her purpose. She wanted to invite him to join the Supreme Sky Sect. It looked like her position in the Supreme Sky Sect was not simple. However, Xiao Chen had his own thoughts. Joining a large sect meant that he would have to choose a side in advance. However, how strong was the Supreme Sky Sect? Was it worth choosing a side now? Before he had a better understanding, Xiao Chen would not make a decision so easily. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before asking, "With your talent and strength, you should be able to rank among the top of the younger generation in the great Jin nation, right?" When Yu Chenxi saw that Xiao Chen seemed to be interested, he smiled and said, "I can definitely rank among the top. However, I am still a distance away from the top. However, with the daybreak flower, I should be able to close the gap." If Yu Chenxi, with his demonic talent, could not rank among the top, then the competition in the great Jin nation had reached an extremely intense stage. Yu Chenxi continued, "The peak powers of the continent have been searching for geniuses from all over the world. Have you ever wondered why Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao are on such good terms with you?" "Why?" Xiao Chen asked interestedly. Yu Chenxi kept Xiao Chen in suspense. He smiled gently and said, "The power behind them is also a peak sect of the continent. They are one of the true players of the continent. As long as you come with me to the Supreme Sky Sect, you will know everything." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but laugh. This baffled Yu Chenxi. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chen got up and patted the dust off his body. He smiled gently and said, "I am laughing at your poor persuasion skills. Since you want me to join the Supreme Sky Sect, why did you not tell me the benefits of joining? Instead you blabbered on and on. What is the point of that?" Yu Chenxi suddenly understood. He said, "Right, I forgot to mention that. The Supreme Sky Sect has all sorts of immortal-grade medicinal pills and countless spirit herbs that are more than 1,000 years old. There are even many heaven-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques. And..." Xiao Chen interrupted Yu Chenxi and patted her shoulder. Then he smiled and said, "Miss Yu, this must be your first time persuading someone, right?" Yu Chenxi was stunned for a while. Then she asked, "How did you know?" "No, The sky is about to brighten. You should sleep early. Don't disturb my cultivation." After Xiao Chen spoke, he turned and left. As Yu Chenxi watched Xiao Chen leave, she felt a headache coming on. She stomped her foot angrily. During this experiential training, she had met many outstanding talents from various places who came to curry favor with her. She had seen at least 50 people like Jin Wuji, if not 100. However, she did not fancy any of them. She had finally found someone she liked after much difficulty. Who knew that he would be so difficult to deal with? Furthermore, none of those people were like them. When Yu Chenxi saw Yu Chenxi, she was very polite and submissive. Jean Wuji did not care about her attitude at all, treating her like an ordinary person. Yu Chenxi even started to doubt her own charm. "Ai, it looks like I will not be able to complete the mission that first martial uncle gave me," Yu Chenxi said with a drawn-out sigh. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone down, the three of them woke up. After breakfast, Yu Chenxi came over and started talking about last night's topic. "Xiaochen, I am very sincere. In the next 5-nation youth competition, even the people from the Boundless Sea and the ancient desolate land will be participating. This will be the grandest competition in the history of the Tianwu continent. You should have thought of participating before, right? However, the intensity of this competition is much higher than before. If you had not become a superior grade martial king, you would not have made it into the top 100. You should join the Supreme Sky Sect. Only a peak sect like the Supreme Sky Sect would know about fortuitous encounters. Only a fortuitous encounter can allow your strength to soar in 2 years." After struggling for an entire night, Yu Chenxi finally thought of a pretty good condition. After he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. Xiao Chen was about to reply when his strong spiritual sense suddenly felt an overwhelming energy flying over. "The elders of your sect should have arrived," Xiao Chen said softly as he looked at a huge wave in front. When Yu Chenxi heard this, he quickly looked over. He saw a towering wave a kilometer away, stretching for 50 kilometers. It was like a rolling door, slowly rolling up from the bottom to the top. Then, it left the surface of the sea and soared into the air. An old man walked over calmly on the surface of the sea. Undulating, monstrous waves rose from the ground as the old man walked over quietly. There were no energy fluctuations from the towering waves. The surface of the sea was calm as the old man walked over quietly. Even a martial monarch could not break through the huge wave. When seen from a distance, it looked like a huge wave gate was lifted up by a formless energy. Is this the power of a sage? Just by raising his hand, he can easily overturn the seas and rivers, changing the world. When Xiao Chen saw the old man walking over slowly, he did not show much astonishment in his eyes. There was only shock, a deep shock. This was a true expert, the people who stood at the peak of this world. Today, Xiao Chen finally got to see their true faces. The old man was a kilometer away earlier. Now, he was already on the island. Even though he only took a few steps, he surpassed the limits of distance and arrived in an instant. "First martial uncle, why are you here?" When Yu Chenxi saw the old man, he revealed a joyful expression and quickly ran over. The old man smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Yu Chenxi and said, "You have no idea how anxious we were when we received your message. If not for the sect needing someone to stand guard, your grandmaster would have come personally." Yu Chenxi stuck out his tongue mischievously. He smiled and said, "It is not like I can't get out. I am just temporarily trapped. You are all too anxious." Chapter 395. Yu Chenxi gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look and quickly whispered a few words into the old man's ear. After the old man heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen with great interest. His gaze seemed to see through all the disguises in this world and see through Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed as he sensed the other party's vast mental strength. He instinctively wanted to use his divine sense to block it. However, when Xiao Chen thought about how the other party was a bona fide martial sage intending to check on him, his spiritual sense might not be strong enough to block it. Even if he succeeded, it would only attract the other party's interest, and he would use other methods to achieve his goal. Hence, Xiao Chen simply gave up on resisting. He would just watch. It was too difficult to keep all his secrets from a martial sage. "Xiao." The old man withdrew his gaze and revealed a thoughtful expression. He muttered to himself, "What a strange kid, I can't see what his martial spirit is." "Uncle Master, what do you think of this person? What do you think of my taste?" Yu Chenxi asked expectantly. The old man nodded and smiled. Reaching inferior grade martial king at the age of 18. With such a cultivation talent, he can only be considered an outstanding talent in the great Jin nation. However, he has grasped 2 states at the same time. Just this point alone makes him a genius. "Haha, there's another important point," Yu Chenxi asked with interest. "What else?" The old man nodded and said, "I'll talk to him myself later." In short, you didn't misjudge him. He is the kind of person this old man is looking for. Yu Chenxi immediately smiled happily, but then he said helplessly, This fellow doesn't seem to be moved by force or persuasion. I talked for a long time, but he didn't show any signs of agreeing or refusing. The old man leisurely smiled and softly said, "He is a smart person. I will go and talk to him." Xiao Chen and Xiao Bai were about 200 meters away from the old man. Logically speaking, at such a close distance, he should be able to hear the conversation between Yu Chenxi and Xiao Bai very clearly. But for some reason, he couldn't hear a single sound, and when he looked over, the figure of the other party seemed a little blurry. In this way, it was impossible to guess what the other party was talking about by mouthing. Just as he was thinking about something, the old man and Yu Chenxi suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and cupped his hands in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, saying, "Junior Xiao Chen greets Senior. May I know your name?" The old man sized up Xiao Chen from a close distance. When he saw that Xiao Chen did not show any change in his expression when he saw him, the old man praised him in his heart. "I don't dare to claim my name. I am Gu Ying, an idler of the Supreme Sky Sect. If you don't mind, you can call me Senior Gu." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior Gu. Otherwise, I would have to stay on this deserted island for more than a year." Gu Ying waved his hand and said, "It can't be considered a help. It was just something I did along the way. If I guessed correctly, you should have only started cultivating for 2 years, right?" The moment Gu Ying said this, not only did Xiao Chen feel astonished, but Yu Chenxi, who was behind Gu Ying, was even more astonished. Could this be the crucial point that first martial uncle mentioned? To be able to cultivate to martial king in 2 years, his talent was truly horrifying. Xiao Chen also did not expect Gu Ying's eyes to be so sharp. He could even see this. Xiao Chen could only nod and admit it. Gu Ying smiled faintly and said, "You are a smart person. I will not beat around the bush. The continent is in the midst of a once-in-a-thousand-years golden age. The peak powers are all looking for geniuses. Without understanding the Supreme Sky Sect, it is wise not to choose a side. However, I have to warn you. Before the next 5-nation youth competition, it is best to choose a side. That will be your last chance. Take it. This is your reward for helping Chenxi." Gu Ying tossed over a golden medallion. Xiao Chen caught it and took a look. The words, "Supreme," were written on the front of the medallion and "Haut Yen" were written on the back of the medallion. The golden medallion seemed to have a miraculous power. When Xiao Chen held it in his hand, he felt a faint warmth. There was an indistinct gentle energy coming from it. It instantly calmed one's state of mind, allowing one to completely relax. Seeing Xiao Chen catch the medallion, Gu Ying smiled and said, "I'll take my leave first. In the future, when you come to the Great Gene Nation, you might as well come to the Supreme Sky Sect. This old man will do his best as a host." Xiao Chen put away the medallion and performed a cupped fist salute. "Senior, please take care." In the distance, Gu Ying carried Yu Chenxi, moving a kilometer with each step. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. As Xiao Chen stared at the two's footsteps, he muttered, "According to legend, every move of a martial sage can affect the laws of heaven and earth. It looks like the legend is true." Gu Ying carried Yu Chenxi in the air, moving a kilometer with each step. "First martial uncle, why didn't you tell him about joining the Supreme Sky Sect?" Yu Chenxi asked Gu Ying, feeling suspicious. Gu Ying smiled gently and said, "It's fine. Just accept the Haotian medallion. You are a good lass, but your thoughts are too pure. Otherwise, you would not have been so angered by this brat that you could do nothing about it." Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled at Bai. "Bai, it's time for us to go." The two of them walked quickly towards the huge wave. Not long after they left, the huge wave slowly sank back down. The entire Chenren Island was sealed up by the huge wave once again. It would reopen in 3 years. However, not many people would return by then. On the calm surface of the sea, Xiao Chen and Bai chatted as they walked. With their current cultivation, it was no longer difficult for them to walk on the water. Bai said softly, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, I have already practiced the flowing light sword art to the 5th layer. In the future, I will no longer be afraid of the bad guy Bai. So, elder brother Xiao Chen, please don't treat me as a burden." When Xiao Chen saw Bai's slightly red eyes, he was stunned. The current Bai was no longer the little spirit fox who did not know anything. Her thoughts had started to become more meticulous. She already had her own thoughts about some of his actions. Xiao Chen rubbed Bai's head and smiled gently. How can Bai be a burden? In the past, she helped me pick many herbs and saved my life a few times. Now, she has become even stronger than me. After a pause, Xiao Chen looked at the calm sea in front of him and muttered, However, I owe you too much. If I let you get injured again, I will not be able to bear it in my heart. When Bai was born, Xiao Chen separated her from her mother. Although the situation was urgent back then and he had saved her from the hands of the Tang clan, he still had his own selfish motives. However, he still had his own selfish desires. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed on a secret demonic cultivation technique to his mother as compensation. Outside Whitewater City, the little fellow did not hesitate to go berserk to save him from the hands of Hua Yunfei and Duan Muking. Then, for Xiao Chen's sake, she dragged her exhausted body through savage forest. In the dangerous savage forest with many ferocious spirit beasts, she snatched food from the tiger's mouth and snatched medicinal herbs to help Xiao Chen survive the most dangerous period of his life. From that moment on, Xiao Chen swore in his heart that he would no longer treat Xiao Bai as a pet. He would also not let her get hurt because of him. After Bai transformed into a human, the guilt in Xiao Chen's heart became even stronger. He did not dare to let Bai take any more risks. Therefore, in his heart, he had never seen Whitey as a burden, not even in the slightest. Bai's eyes were somewhat moist. She said softly, Is that true? Elder brother Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Really? Even truer than pearls. Let's go. Let's compete to see who reaches Green Wind Island first. If you get there first, I'll treat you to a feast and good wine. Bai stopped crying and smiled. She said, Good. Bai runs very fast. Elder brother Xiao Chen will definitely not be able to catch me. Boom! Boom! Just at this moment, an unending wave suddenly surged up a kilometer away from the two. The wave was a kilometer tall and surged ferociously. An undercurrent immediately surged up on the calm surface of the sea, and quickly surged towards the huge wave. In the blink of an eye, the huge wave instantly grew another kilometer. Aside from martial sages, no one else could achieve such a feat. Xiao Chen showed a helpless expression. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Unexpectedly, he ran into two martial sages in one day. Before martial sages, the two had no chance of survival. However, the other party did not attack. Clearly, there was still room to turn the situation around. Xiao Chen looked up and saw that there was no one around. He shouted, I wonder which senior is here? Why are you blocking this junior's path? Pooh! Pooh! Suddenly, soft footsteps came from behind the two. Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look. Xiao Chen saw two blurry figures slowly appear in the distance. It was a man and a woman, both dressed in white. Only when they got closer did they see their appearances clearly. The man looked to be in his 30s and had an incomparably handsome face. There was a faintly discernible demonic aura on his face, and his eyes were deep and filled with endless temptation. This was a man that would drive all women crazy. Xiao Chen had never seen such a handsome and elegant man before. He brought out the charm of a man to the extreme. The woman also looked to be in her 30s. However, she was pretty and had smooth skin. She looked extremely charming. When she walked with the man, they looked like a perfect match. The expression in the two's eyes was very familiar to Xiao Chen. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Bai. Suddenly, he was startled. This man and woman looked very similar to Bai. Xiao Chen had a guess in his heart. Bai grabbed Xiao Chen's arm tightly and hid behind him. She said in a soft voice, Elder brother Xiao Chen, why do I feel that these two people are very familiar? Naturally. You are my daughter. How could you not be familiar? The handsome man in white smiled gently as he looked at Bai. The beautiful woman at the side smiled at Xiao Chen and said, Little friend, thank you for teaching me the secret technique and for taking care of my daughter for so long. Bai looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Elder brother Xiao Chen, is what they said true? Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He had not expected such a scene. After a long time he nodded and said, Bai is real. They are your parents. Since the other party could tell him the secret of the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation and they looked so similar, their identities could not be faked. Chapter 396. The only thing that Xiao Chen had doubts about was how the other party found him. Bai's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked at the two of them, looking very excited. The sense of familiarity and closeness that came from their bloodline caused Bai to lose his initial panic. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and did his best to remain calm. He asked, "How did you find me?" Bai's parents exchanged glances. Finally, the white-clothed man said, "Let me tell you. Bai's mother knows your identity. After she successfully transformed, she went to the Myriad Fiend Palace to look for me. From then on, I sent people to the Great Qin Nation to look for news of you. However, you seem to have offended some big powers and went into hiding. The people I sent could not find any news of you. It was only until 3 months ago, when you defeated the noble clan heirs at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, that we heard news of you again. After that, news of your battle with Yu Chenxi at the Green Wind Island spread out. That was when we found out where you were." It made sense. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen did not bother to hide his movements. As long as a power wanted to find him, it would not be difficult. With his doubts cleared, Xiao Chen threw caution to the wind. He said, "What do you want? Just say it. Kill me or torture me. After all, I cannot resist." "Do you want to kill elder brother Xiao Chen? Bai forbids you from harming him." When Bai heard Xiao Chen's words, he immediately stood in front of Xiao Chen anxiously. The white-robed man and the beautiful woman looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I kill you? You saved my wife's life and helped my daughter transform successfully. I can tell with a glance whether or not you've enslaved her. How can I, and Zixuan, not distinguish right from wrong?" This person's words gave off a very magnanimous feeling. He stood quietly on the surface of the sea, not emitting the aura of a martial sage. Xiao Chen's expression relaxed slightly. Clearly, he had not expected such a situation. He had taken in the other party's daughter as his pet. Originally, he thought the other party would punish him. Even if they did not kill him on account of him saving Bai's mother, they would definitely beat him up. From the looks of it, not only would they not kill him, they would even take care of him. This confused Xiao Chen. Bai's mother looked at Bai and smiled. "We will not do anything to you. We just want Bai to stay in the Myriad Fiend Palace. If her identity is discovered in the human world, she will be an anomaly." And Zixuan continued, "With your strength, it is far from enough to protect her. Staying in the Myriad Demon Palace is the safest." Xiao Chen lowered his head and entered deep thought. The other party was Xiao Bai's parents. Logically speaking, they had the right to take Xiao Bai away. He did not have many requests to refuse. However, he still felt somewhat reluctant to send Xiao Bai away so quickly. For a long time, he had been alone, with Xiao Bai accompanying him. To Xiao Chen, Bai was no longer a pet but a true companion. After she left, his path as a cultivator would be even lonelier. Bai will not leave. Bai transformed into a human after much difficulty so that she can stay by Xiao Chen's side and cultivate to help him beat up the bad guys. When Bai heard that Zixuan wanted to take her away, she quickly walked behind Xiao Chen and spoke timidly. When Zixuan heard this, his expression changed slightly. He sized up Xiao Chen, and the expression in his eyes started to change. An indistinct killing intent spread out. Xiao Chen immediately felt a horrifying pressure. He could not understand what was going on. He raised his guard and prepared to retreat at any time. When Bai's mother saw the situation, she pulled Zixuan gently and whispered something into his ear. Only then did his expression improve. When Xiao Chen heard what Bai's mother said, he could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that Zixuan thought that Xiao Chen was toying with his daughter. That was why Bai said such things. However, no matter how much of a scoundrel I am, I will not make a move on a little girl, Xiao Chen thought gloomily. However, Xiao Chen could understand why his parents were so worried. It was time for him to say something. Xiao Chen pulled Bai to the front and smiled gently. "Bai and your parents should leave first. I will go to the Myriad Fiend Palace to visit you in the future. With my current strength, I am indeed unable to guarantee your safety." Bai's eyes were somewhat moist as she said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, do you not want me anymore?" When Zixuan and his wife saw how attached Bai was to Xiao Chen, they did not know what to do. Especially when they saw the little girl crying, they did not know what to do. Xiao Chen advised softly, "You have been by my side for a long time already. However, your parents have never interacted with you. This is not fair to them. Isn't Bai very sensible?" When Bai heard this, She entered deep thought. Clearly, she was moved by Xiao Chen's words. However, she still hesitated and felt very uneasy. At this moment, Bai's mother walked over and gently held Bai's hand. She smiled and said, "Bai, your strength is still very weak. Xiao Chen will always have to split his attention to protect you. This will affect his cultivation. You don't want that to happen, right?" When she said this, Bai lowered her head. She thought to herself, "That's right, I am indeed too weak. I can't even defeat some strong demonic beasts." Although Xiao Chen did not say that she was a burden, there were some things that did not need to be said. For a long time, it was indeed Xiao Chen who had been protecting her. She rarely helped Xiao Chen anymore. When Bai thought of this, she raised her head and asked, "Then if I go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, will I be able to become stronger?" And Zixuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "You are my daughter. Naturally, your talent will not be bad. As long as you go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, you will be stronger than me one day." Bai turned around and asked Xiao Chen if this was true. After she received a positive answer, she finally agreed to go to the Myriad Fiend Palace. What will come will come. Even though Xiao Chen was reluctant, he still made up his mind. He removed the spirit blood jade from his chest and handed it over to Zixuan. Zixuan received the spirit blood jade and took a look. Then he handed it back and said softly, "Keep it. There will be a chance for us to meet again in the future. I know you truly care about Bai." After Zixuan spoke, he took out a jade medallion and handed it to Xiao Chen. He said, "This is the Myriad Fiend Palace's Heavenly Fiend Medallion. In times of danger, it can summon an ancient fiend emperor's clone to protect your life. If you do not need it, you can come to the Myriad Fiend Palace to look for me. I will agree to a condition that is not too excessive." After receiving the medallion, Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. These martial sages seemed to like giving medallions to others. He actually received 2 medallions in one day. "The two of you will take your leave. Bai will take her leave as well. In the future, when you go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, don't be a little drunkard." Xiao Chen smiled gently and said goodbye to everyone. As Bai watched Xiao Chen leave, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She made a vow in her heart. "After 2 years, I will definitely become stronger. I will not be a burden to elder brother Xiao Chen." After saying goodbye to Bai, Xiao Chen was truly alone. In the future, he could only walk the path of cultivation by himself. Xiao Chen brandished the lunar shadow saber in his hand and smiled faintly. "That's not right. I forgot about you. I still have the lunar shadow saber. No matter what, my saber will always be by my side." There was still a long way to go. He had to walk it himself. Xiao Chen sorted out his emotions and continued his journey to the Green Wind Island. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reach the halfway point, 2 sharp killing chi came from a group of reefs in front. They shot towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze paused and he looked forward. When he saw the appearance of the 2 people, he could not help but feel it was strange. He said, "Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen. Why are the 2 of them together?" Xiao Chen remembered that Wu Shangxuan had personally killed a few of Yang Wen's companions in the treasure room on Qianren Island. Now the 2 of them were together. Unexpectedly, they had become companions. Xiao! Xiao! Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. Soon, they landed 100 meters in front of Xiao Chen. Wu Shangxuan rubbed his chin, which was still slightly misaligned. A dark look flashed on his aged face as he said ruthlessly, "I said it before. As long as we wait here, we will meet this brat sooner or later. Yang Wen, do you believe me now?" Yang Wen smiled faintly and did not deny it. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Hand over the box you obtained from the treasure room and the spirit herbs you obtained from the herb garden. Then, I can let you off today. Otherwise you can forget about leaving here alive." Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and revealed a faint mocking expression. As long as they had a common interest, they could stand together so intimately. This was interesting. However, did these 2 people really treat him as a piece of meat on a chopping board? Wu Shangxuan revealed a murderous intent on his face. He said coldly, "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. After that, we will split his spatial ring." Kill. After Wu Shangxuan spoke, he stomped heavily on the surface of the sea. The huge force caused the calm sea to surge. Bang! Yang Wen's eyes turned cold. He did not waste any more words. He stomped on the surface of the sea and shot forward. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he looked at the two people with startling auras. There were no fluctuations in them at all. A fierce purple flame burned continuously in his right eye. Soon, a huge flame whirlpool formed in the boundless space in his right eye. Xiao Chen shouted, and the surging purple flames surged forward. Boom! When the two of them were less than 20 meters away from Xiao Chen, a huge purple flame suddenly soared up in front of them. It was 10 meters long and 100 meters tall. The blazing purple flame flickered with a dim light. Its high temperature caused the surface of the sea to boil. Steam rose up and spread out, forming an overwhelming mist. Wu Shangxuan's and Yang Wen's expressions changed greatly. Just a moment ago, the boundless surging sea was before them. In the next moment, it seemed like only the huge purple flame remained in the world. It filled their vision, shocking them. Retreat! The strange and strong purple flame startled the two of them. They could not understand what was going on. They executed their movement techniques to their limits and quickly retreated. Chi! Chi! When the purple flame landed, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on the sea where the two of them were originally standing. Countless amounts of water vapor rose from the surface of the sea. The deep pit only appeared for an instant before the surrounding seawater quickly surged over. Chapter 397. A huge whirlpool formed on the calm surface of the sea. It sucked in all the surrounding water. The whirlpool spun continuously, growing faster and faster. In the end, a huge pillar of water rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen exchanged glances. They could see fear in each other's eyes. 3 months ago, although this Xiao Chen was very strong, he was still slightly weaker than them. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's casual attack, without even drawing his saber, caused such a huge commotion. His strength clearly surpassed any of them. Damn it! This fellow has matured. We have to do our best to take him down today. Otherwise we might die here, Wu Shangxuan said with a cold expression. Wu Shangxuan said with a cold expression. At some point in time, a black dagger had appeared in his hand. Yang Wen also took out a pair of gloves from his spatial ring and slowly put them on. There were barbs and hooks on the gloves. There was also a spiritual light flickering on them. Clearly, it was a secret treasure. When Xiao Chen saw the actions of the two, he smiled faintly and slowly walked forward. The flames in his right eye started to gather once again. Boom! 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 Streams of purple flames shot out like cannonballs. Everywhere they passed, the air burned. A vacuum appeared, dark and gloomy. Bang! Bang! Zoom! 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 The two of them continued to jump up and down on the surface of the water, dodging the incoming purple flames. The waves on the surface of the sea surged and surged continuously. From time to time, pillars of water would shoot out in all directions. Occasionally, some unlucky fish would be carried into the air by the waves. However, they were immediately roasted by the high temperature, leaving only their skeletons. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Wen shouted and leaped into the air. A strong force burst forth from the gloves as he punched. Yang Wen punched the purple flames flying at Xiao Chen. When the horrifying fist wind struck the purple flames, there was an intense explosion. Shockwaves surged and a 100-meter-tall wave immediately appeared on the surface of the sea. It looks like 70% of the purple flame's strength is equal to the peak strike of a superior-grade martial king, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue testing it. Kasie. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A dazzling purple light quickly appeared on the saber blade. Wu Shangxuan turned into a black line and passed through the water screen. Just as he was about to catch Xiao Chen off guard, he suddenly felt a boundless killing intent surging toward him from above. With a horrified expression, he hurriedly raised his head to look, only to see a dazzling purple aurora, so piercing that it hurt his eyes. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Wu Shangxuan took half a step back. He held his dagger in front of him and blocked Xiao Chen's descending attack. His experience saved his life at the crucial moment, preventing him from being split into 2 halves by the saber. However, the huge force from the dagger numbed Wu Shangxuan's wrist. He nearly lost his grip on the dagger. When Wu Shangxuan saw Xiao Chen's calm expression but his eyes filled with killing qi, his heart turned cold. He quickly used his left hand to support his wrist. "Can you block it?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly. He lowered his right hand, which was holding the saber hilt. The purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly and a boundless essence liquid poured out. With the aid of the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer, Xiao Chen's strength instantly increased by 20%. Bang! This force knocked Wu Shangxuan's body into the sea, sending him flying. His dagger also flew out of his hand. How many spirit herbs did this fellow eat? Why is his essence so surging? It is even stronger than a regular peak superior grade martial king. Wu Shangxuan vomited a mouthful of blood. He was horrified as he thought to himself, Xiao Chen actually crushed me in terms of essence. Although Wu Shangxuan's cultivation technique was only medial grade earth ranked, he had cultivated it for decades. However, he, Xiao Chen, was only in his teens, yet he could suppress Wu Shangxuan in terms of essence. Boom! Suddenly, there was a piercing sonic boom. It was Yang Wen taking advantage of this opportunity to fly over. Xiao Chen turned around and brandished his saber. His movements were swift and fluid, and the saber landed on his opponent's glove. Dang! 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 The sharp saber gave off sparks as it struck the glove. However, the glove was not damaged at all. Most of the surging essence had been dissipated by the glove. Yang Wen smiled sinisterly. My glove is an offensive peak inferior grade secret treasure. You do not have the ability to break it. Don't regret giving me the opportunity to get close. Xiao. In a flash, Yang Wen arrived less than a meter from Xiao Chen. His right fist punched at Xiao Chen's chest. The barbs and spikes on his fist could be seen clearly. This made one tremble in fear. If one was struck, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. When cultivators fought in close combat, long weapons like sabers and swords would lose their usefulness. They would not be able to block the opponent's attack. The longer one was, the stronger one was. The shorter one was, the more dangerous one was. This was the principle. Xiao Chen tilted his body to the side and dodged his opponent's attack. Then, he quickly retreated. Just as his opponent was about to get close again, Xiao Chen brandished his saber. However, that strange glove managed to dissipate most of the force from Xiao Chen's attack. Yang Wen took advantage of this opportunity to get close again. Hu Qi! This repeated a few times. In the end, Xiao Chen could not shake off Yang Wen's attack. Wu Shangxuan, who had recovered his essence, took this opportunity to join the battle. He turned into a black beam of light and occasionally used his sharp dagger to harass Xiao Chen. With the two of them working together, they finally suppressed the imposing Xiao Chen. They forced Xiao Chen back. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated a kilometer. Wu Shangxuan regained some color on his face. He smiled sinisterly and said, Brat, the people that I, Wu Shangxuan, target have never survived. You will not be an exception. I will trample you to death later. You actually dare to kick me. How reckless. Right after Wu Shangxuan spoke, in the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen caught onto Wu Shangxuan's carelessness and kicked him. Kasie. Xiao Chen kicked Wu Shangxuan's chin again. Xiao Chen sent Wu Shangxuan tumbling in the air. Blood dripped continuously from his chin. This is a good opportunity. Yang Wen's eyes lit up in joy. He could not help but increase the speed of his fist wind. Xiao Chen had just sent out a kick. When he pulled it back, he would be wide open. He would not be able to dodge or retreat in time. Xiao Chen could not dodge this punch. However, he did not intend to. With a thought, the jade pendant on his chest flashed with light. A thick essence barrier surrounded Xiao Chen. Kasie! Kasie! The gloves with barbs and iron spikes only paused on the surface of the Yuan Qi barrier for a second before they broke through it and continued forward. It looked like this jade pendant was as it said. It could only block a peak medial grade martial king's attack. It could not block a superior grade martial king's attack. However, if it could slow down the force of his opponent's punch, Xiao Chen would have achieved his goal. After all, he still had a peak inferior grade defensive inner vest. The sharp glove struck Xiao Chen's chest. However, there was no bloody mess or hole in his chest as Xiao Chen expected. It only knocked Xiao Chen back 10 meters. After that he was fine. How can this be? My gloves are extremely sharp. Even a peak superior grade Martial King cannot block them, Yongwen said in shock. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and brandished his saber. He pressed forward and said, "You are not the only person in this world with secret treasures." Yongwen recovered his wits and smiled. "As long as you let me get close, as long as your essence is not stronger than a martial monarch's, no matter how strong you are, my fist will be able to neutralize it." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and a red light flickered on his forehead. The dazzling purple saber instantly gave off a red light. It was the state of massacre infused into it. Ka! Ka! Before Yongwen's incredulous gaze, Xiao Chen's saber chopped the glove on his right hand in half, causing it to fall to the ground. Xiao Chen could no longer neutralize the surging force. When the saber chi swept out, it opened a horrifying wound on Yongwen's chest. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Xiao Chen followed up with another attack. He executed the killing move of the Wukuei saber technique. After advancing to Martial King, the strength of the Wukuei saber technique had increased several-fold. The might of a peak Earth-ranked martial technique was truly unleashed. The divine Wukuei tree descended from the sky with a surging aura, carrying the force of lightning. Yongwen could not dodge in time. The divine tree shook him, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Then he fell to the sea. Xiao Chen did not give Yongwen a chance to get up. He rushed forward and swung his saber 3 times, ending this person's life. Then, Xiao Chen casually removed this person's spatial ring. Then, he turned his gaze to Wu Shangxuan, who had turned into a black beam of light fleeing into the distance. "Xiao Chen, the next time you meet this old man will consign you to eternal damnation. I will make you die a tragic death." Xiao Chen leaped into the air and said indifferently, "You no longer have that chance." Wukuei breaks the heavens. A beam of light alternating between purple and red appeared on the saber. It quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, it extended a few thousand meters above the sea. Everywhere the beam of light passed, huge waves surged up on both sides of the sea. It looked very horrifying. Ah! There was a miserable cry. At the end of the beam of light, Wu Shangxuan clutched the bloody hole in his chest. His eyes were filled with horror. Puh! 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 Xiao Chen slowly walked over on the water. By the time he arrived before Wu Shangxuan, the other party was already dead. Xiao Chen removed the spatial ring on his hand. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at the other party's corpse. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber and resumed his journey to the Green Wind Island. The setting sun looked like blood as it reflected on the vast sea. The 2 corpses floated quietly on the surface of the sea. Soon there would be nothing left of them. The ferocious fish would devour them. After killing 2 peak superior grade martial saints, Xiao Chen's emotions did not fluctuate much. Before he advanced to Martial King, he could already kill superior grade Martial Kings. Now that he was a Martial King, his cultivation had increased significantly. His strength had increased in all aspects. Killing 2 ordinary peak superior grade Martial Kings was nothing. A cultivator's strength was determined by the purity and quantity of essence. After that, it was determined by the cultivation technique, the martial technique, and the state that they comprehended. Xiao Chen was not lacking in any of these areas. He relied on a large number of spirit herbs to increase his essence to that of a peak superior grade Martial King. His cultivation technique was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. However, his opponent only cultivated a medial grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. As for his martial technique, it was a peak superior grade Earth-ranked ancient martial technique. Chapter 398. As for states, there was no need to even mention them. The vast state of thunder infused with holy might and the state of massacre, which was above ordinary states, completely suppressed the other party. With Xiao Chen's current strength, aside from the peak geniuses of some sects, he would be undefeatable. As long as a half-step martial monarch did not appear, Xiao Chen would be undefeatable within the Martial King realm. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen opened Yongwen's spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He counted more than 20,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones. It looked like this person had gained a lot on Qianren Island. 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones was not a small sum. However, all of this now belonged to Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen put away the spirit stones, he fixed his gaze on Wu Shangxuan's spatial ring. This person was ruthless and crafty. In the main hall of Qianren Island, At least 80 treasure seekers had died at his hands. When Xiao Chen thought of the dozens of bloody corpses at the entrance, he felt a chill in his heart. I wonder how many things are in Wu Shangxuan's spatial ring. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation as he sent in his spiritual sense. See! Piles of spirit stones flashing with azure light dazzled Xiao Chen. Even though he had prepared himself, he had not expected this person to be so rich. Xiao Chen did a rough count. This person had more than 15,000 medial-grade spirit stones and more than 200 of the extremely rare superior-grade spirit stones. There were countless inferior-grade spirit stones. There were also many secret treasures and all sorts of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. He must have obtained them from other cultivators. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He said indifferently, "Relying on the evil path is not the right path." This person had so many resources, but he could not advance to half-step martial monarch. This was the best proof. This was also a warning to Xiao Chen. If a person's heart was twisted, they would not be able to reach the peak. The busy harbor of Green Wind Island appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen placed the spirit stones into his universe ring. He quickened his pace and rushed toward the Green Wind Island. After setting foot on the island, Xiao Chen immediately rushed to his inn and inquired about the whereabouts of Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao. "Young hero, your friend left a month ago. Before he left behind a letter and asked me to give it to you." When the waiter saw Xiao Chen asking, he quickly took out a letter and handed it to him. Since he left a month ago, it meant that Kim Tae-ho had been waiting for him for more than 2 months. That was enough. Xiao Chen smiled gently and received the letter. Then, he rewarded the waiter with an inferior-grade spirit stone. The waiter immediately left happily. Opening the envelope, Xiao Chen read it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chen finished reading the contents. There were not many words in the letter. The gist of it was that the dispute between them and the Black Dragon Triad had been settled, and both sides had taken a step back. They could not wait for him to deal with this matter for the time being. At the end of the letter, Kim Tae-ho invited Xiao Chen to visit the Great Tang Empire when he had the time. At that time, Xiao Chen would receive him properly. Regarding Kim Tae-ho's invitation, Xiao Chen was somewhat interested. The strongest sect in the Great Tang Empire, the Beast-Taming Abode, was famous. He had wanted to go and take a look for a long time. The Beast-Taming Abode was the only sect that systematically tamed high-ranked spirit beasts. According to rumors, they even tamed rank 9 and rank 10 spirit beasts. The Beast-Taming Abode was very famous in the entire continent. The founder, Mao Yanan, was also the only cultivator who did not have the strength of a martial emperor but could compete with one. After putting away the letter, Xiao Chen called the waiter to prepare a room and hot water. After that, he took a comfortable hot bath and put on his clothes. Then, he ordered a sumptuous meal and started eating. After living on a deserted island and in closed-door cultivation for the past 3 months, Xiao Chen felt somewhat bored. Now that he had taken a bath and had a sumptuous meal, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. "Waiter, give this lord 2 jars of wine and 5 kilograms of beef. The faster the better." Dong, dong, dong. Just as Xiao Chen finished eating and was about to pay the bill and leave, a stout man came up from downstairs. He was 2 meters tall and carried a huge axe. He looked boorish and ferocious. Most people would tremble in fear when they saw him. This was Bai Lishi, whom Xiao Chen had forced out of the herb garden. Xiao Chen had not expected to see him here. Bai Lishi looked around and saw the white-robed Xiao Chen. His expression could not help but change, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He took out the giant axe from his back and swung it at Zhang Xian without any hesitation. Dang! Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. Just as the huge axe was about to hack down, the tip of his saber struck the axe's edge, giving off a dull sound. A huge force came from the saber. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was unable to block it. He was forced back 3 steps and only stopped when he pushed his heels against the wooden boards. This axe seems to be quite famous, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Bai Lishi's physical body should be stronger than his. However, Bai Lishi was not ridiculously strong. Even when Xiao Chen used some skill, he could not neutralize the force. This could only mean that the problem was with the axe. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting with this person. Even if he was a martial king, His chances of defeating Bai Lishi were not more than 50%. Xiao Chen could only say that he did not fear this person. After all, Bai Lishi was a famous cultivator. Furthermore, he had substantiated his physical body. His combat prowess was much stronger than cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Seeing that Bai Lishi intended to make another move, Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Bai Lishi, if you still want spirit herbs for tempering the physical body, go ahead and chop down with this axe." When Bai Lishi heard this, his eyes flickered. After hesitating for a long time, he did not chop down in the end. Dang! Bai Lishi casually placed the axe on the floor, and the huge restaurant trembled. He sat down and said, "This old man forgot. Brat, you cultivate the physical body as well. You must have picked a lot of spirit herbs for tempering the physical body. Hand over all the spirit herbs for tempering the physical body, and I will not kill you. I, Bai Lishi, always keep my word." Xiao Chen sat down across from Bai Lishi. He smiled gently and said, "Sorry, I need those spirit herbs for tempering the physical body. So, I cannot give them to you." Bai Lishi's expression turned cold. He raised his huge axe and said angrily, "Brat, you dare to trick this old man?" Just as Bai Lishi was about to erupt in anger, Xiao Chen said leisurely, "I do not have any spirit herbs. However, I do have a heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual that the Savannah King passed down." Bai Lishi's expression suddenly changed. He quickly put away his huge axe and asked with a bewildered expression, "Are you talking about the Savannah King's firmament body-tempering art?" Xiao Chen smiled gently and tossed out the firmament body-tempering art. When Bai Lishi saw it clearly, he immediately put it away. Unexpectedly, it really is the firmament body-tempering art. I thought that the Dark Church's people had snatched it away. Unexpectedly, you managed to find it. Bai Lishi's expression filled with shock. A fervent look appeared in his eyes. There were very few cultivators on the continent that cultivated the physical body. Naturally, cultivation techniques for tempering the physical body were even rarer. Even if there were, they would be low-ranked cultivation techniques. Finding a high-ranked cultivation technique was harder than ascending to heaven. For so many years, Bai Lishi had only cultivated an inferior-grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. He had already cultivated that cultivation technique to its peak long ago. There was no way for him to improve it any further. When Bai Lishi saw that Xiao Chen really had a heaven-ranked body-tempering cultivation technique in his hands, his excitement was easy to imagine. Bai Lishi's hand unknowingly moved to the handle of his axe. He withdrew his killing chi and thought to himself happily, "This brat took the initiative to come to me. When I kill him, I can vent my anger and obtain body-tempering spirit herbs and secret manuals. This is killing many birds with one stone." Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and looked at Bai Lishi. He said softly, "Put away your axe. If I want to leave, you will not be able to stop me. If I was not confident, would I take the initiative to sit across from you?" Bai Lishi calmed himself down and said, "What do you want? Just say it. I have to obtain that heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual." Xiao Chen said casually, "You have to be willing to give it to me first. Have you sold that 1,000-year-old snow ginseng?" Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "You should have said so earlier. I am keeping it. This is for you. Hand over the body-tempering secret manual." What Bai Lishi cultivated was the physical body. This 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could only increase a cultivator's cultivation. Although it was very precious, it would not be of any help to him. Hence, Bai Lishi tossed it over straightforwardly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You are too naive. You want to exchange one snow ginseng for a heaven-ranked secret manual? That is barely enough. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Bai Lishi snorted coldly and smacked the table heavily with his right hand. A huge force came from his palm and the wooden table immediately shattered. The table did not shatter. Instead, it truly shattered, turning into countless wooden shavings. Bai Lishi's control over his strength had clearly reached a certain level. Bai Lishi raised his huge axe and hacked at Xiao Chen's head with lightning speed. However, just as the sharp axe was about to break Xiao Chen's head. Bai Lishi stopped what he was doing. The instant the table shattered, Xiao Chen pointed 2 fingers on his right hand at Bai Lishi's throat. A 3-inch-long short sword spun rapidly under Bai Lishi's neck. That 3-inch-long short sword looked plain and unadorned. However, Bai Lishi could feel a frightening energy from it. Bai Lishi did not doubt that if he made a move, that short sword would immediately pierce through his throat. Even though his physical body had been tempered to the point of being as tough as steel, it would not be an exception. Xiao Chen said coldly, "You can try. Let's see if your axe or my flying sword is faster." Bai Lishi's expression did not change as he said, "Brat, don't be too greedy. If I guessed right, you should have taken away the Savannah King's burial items. This small sword should be one of his burial items as well, right? The firmament body tempering art that you gave me should be a copy as well. Using a copy to exchange for 1,000-year-old snow ginseng is a sure win for you. If you are too greedy, have you thought about the consequences if I spread the news that you obtained the burial items?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Go ahead and say it. I can also spread the news that you injured me. You snatched away all the burial items. I have close to 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. You can try and see who can spread the news faster." Bai Lishi's expression turned sullen. His right hand grasped the handle of his axe tightly. He said coldly, "What exactly do you want?" The atmosphere between the two was very strange. One held his axe and pressed it against the other's head. The other controlled a secret treasure and pressed it against the other's throat. Chapter 399. As long as both sides had a single thought, they would immediately perish together. Those whose minds were slightly unstable would most likely be defeated in this battle. When the people in the restaurant saw Bai Lishi and Xiao Chen fight, they all left. When they saw the strange situation, they all fled as far as they could. Bai Lishi was infamous. If he was in a bad mood, he might even destroy the entire restaurant. If he continued to stay here, he would be in deep trouble if he were to be accidentally injured in the fight. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. It was like he did not see the dangerous axe above his head. He said indifferently, "It is very simple. It is impossible for you to use the snow ginseng to exchange for the secret manual. Even if the secret manual is a copy, it is not possible. Speaking of which, I was the one who tossed the snow ginseng to you. It is mine. You are using my things to exchange for it. Don't even think about trying to gain something without risking anything." When Bai Lishi heard this, he felt very angry. To think that this fellow was so shameless. If he had not tossed the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng at him for no reason, would he have been forced to leave the herb garden early? If he had not left the herb garden, he would have obtained at least a few good spirit herbs for body tempering. If he was lucky, he might even have obtained the burial items of the Savannah King. Now, Bai Lishi was trying to bite back at him, saying that he was trying to gain something without risking anything. This was simply too shameless. Bai Lishi said ruthlessly, "You are ruthless. I will add another 2,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Is that enough?" Xiao Chen remained silent. After a while he said, "If I bring this firmament body-linking art to the ancient Desolate Lands auction house, I believe it will fetch at least 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Bai Lishi's hand trembled. He nearly could not resist hacking down. This fellow looks delicate and young, but he is too arrogant. What did 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones mean? Bai Lishi did not even have that many medial-grade spirit stones. If he did not kill others for treasures or have any fortuitous encounters, he would have to work hard in the ancient desolate land for 5 or 6 years. Bai Lishi took a deep breath and did his best to suppress his violent heart. He said, "Add another 2,000. Is there any more?" Xiao Chen looked calmly at Bai Lishi. He said indifferently, "At least 5,000. If there is no more, then forget it. I will sell it myself. Otherwise, you can bet that you can avoid my flying sword before the axe hits me. However, I have to warn you in advance that this artifact of mine is a peak low-rank offensive artifact. Its speed is so fast that even I do not have the confidence to avoid it." Bai Lishi's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Ever since he became famous, he had never been forced into such a miserable state. Furthermore, the other party was a junior. Every single one of his words hit the nail on the head, preventing the other party from shedding all pretenses of cordiality. The feeling of being stifled was simply indescribable. But the elementary heaven stage body refining secret manual was too important to him. It was the key to whether he could advance further. Corroborating one's Tao with the physical body was extremely difficult. Bai Lishi was able to cultivate from an ordinary person to a peak superior grade martial king. This proved his talent. His innate talent and bone structure weren't bad, and he only lacked a higher-level secret manual to go a step further. However, Xiao Chen just happened to grasp his Achilles' heel, causing him to be helpless and helpless. Xiao! Bai Lishi withdrew his huge axe. His coarse face looked extremely horrifying. After he calmed down for a long time, he said, "You win. I will add another 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I will use the remaining medial-grade spirit stones to purchase spirit herbs and other things. However, I can tell you a piece of information." Xiao Chen withdrew his small sword from Bai Lishi's throat and thought to himself, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, and a piece of information in exchange for a copy of a Heaven Stage secret manual. This was more or less the price Xiao Chen expected. If Xiao Chen continued squeezing him, Bai Lishi would probably go crazy. A Heaven Stage cultivation technique might seem very expensive, but Xiao Chen's was a body-refining cultivation technique. In reality, it would not fetch a high price. This was because there were too few cultivators who corroborated their Tao with a physical body. This was not a cultivation technique that could be sold for a high price. Hence, the moment Xiao Chen saw Bai Lishi, he made up his mind to rip him off. Only with Bai Lishi would he be able to maximize the value of this copy of the secret manual. The two of them found another table and sat down. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Speak. What information is worth 2,000 medial-grade spirit stones?" Bai Lishi said sullenly, "Information about a medial-grade secret treasure. Do you think it is worth it?" Xiao Chen felt excited. He immediately felt interested. Needless to say, he already had a deep understanding of the effects of secret treasures. The clear wind robes increased his speed in all aspects. Even now, he still had it. The windwalk shoes allowed him to be as fast as a martial king when he was still a martial saint. The defensive jade pendant had helped him in many battles. As for the peak inferior grade inner vest that he just obtained, it had saved his life once. The palm sword in Xiao Chen's hand also gave him the confidence to fight against Bai Lishi. Without these secret treasures, Xiao Chen's strength would decrease by about 10%. His movement technique would decrease by at least 20%. This showed how important secret treasures were to him. However, now that he was a martial king, several secret treasures could no longer keep up with his growth. For example, that jade pendant could only defend against the attacks of a medial-grade martial king. Now it was useless. The windwalk shoes could increase Xiao Chen's speed by 20% when he was a martial saint. However, now that he was a martial king, it could barely increase his speed by 1 grade. The inferior grade inner vest had suffered heavy blows from the greedy Dream Wolf and Yang Wen. It was unknown how long it could last. Of the secret treasures that Xiao Chen had, the only ones that were useful were the palm sword and the clear wind robes. Medial grade secret treasures were very tempting to him. Xiao Chen put down the teacup in his hand and said interestedly, "Tell me more about it." Bai Lishi said, "You should have heard of the demon battlefield in the ancient desolate land before, right? Most of the secret treasures still circulating in the continent came from there." Demon battlefield. Xiao Chen had heard of it before at the auction in Shiha City. The secret treasures auctioned at that time were obtained by cultivators who risked their lives in the demon battlefield. Bai Lishi continued, "With your strength, there should not be any danger in the periphery of the demon battlefield. However, it would be dangerous in the inner region. If you want to go to the core region, I can only wish you good luck." Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said sullenly, "What do you want to say? Just say it." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and took out a piece of paper. He wrote down an address and drew a map. Then, he handed it over and said, "Medial-grade secret treasures normally only appear in the inner region of the demon battlefield. The medial-grade secret treasure that I am talking about can be found in the periphery. Of course, there is some danger. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your ability." Xiao Chen received the piece of paper from Bai Lishi and took a look. With the words in the map, the location was clear. Bai Lishi took out boxes of medial-grade spirit stones. Finally, he took out the snow ginseng. He said, 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and information about a medial-grade secret treasure. That should be enough, right? Xiao Chen put away the piece of paper and swept everything under the table into his universe ring. Then he smiled faintly and said, "That should be enough. Hand that thing over." Bai Lishi said expressionlessly. Xiao Chen took out a secret manual from the universe ring and placed it on the table. Then he turned and left. Bai Lishi's face was filled with excitement. His eyes burned with passion as he grabbed the secret manual and quickly flipped through it. He said excitedly, "It's true. It's true. The firmament body tempering art. Ha ha ha. I, Bai Lishi, have finally found a heaven-ranked cultivation technique." Soon, Bai Lishi flipped to the last page of the secret manual. After he saw it clearly, his expression changed greatly. He raised his huge axe and charged at Xiao Chen. "Bastard! How dare you lie to me? Why is there only a 6th layer? A heaven-ranked cultivation technique has at least 12 layers. Where is the remaining half?" Xiao Chen, who had already reached the staircase, turned around and smiled. "Naturally, it is in my hands." Bai Lishi stomped heavily on the wooden floor and hacked down at Xiao Chen's head with his huge axe. Just by relying on the strength of his physical body, his speed reached Mach 3. Dang! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The two states quickly merged. Thunder and massacre merged. A purple and red light flickered on the saber. When Xiao Chen executed drawing the saber, his speed instantly reached Mach 3. He blocked Bai Lishi's heavy axe in midair, not giving way at all. Along with a heavy sound, a terrifying force spread out from the two people's weapons. The entire roof of the restaurant was immediately blown away. Fortunately, the other cultivators had foresight. Otherwise, they would not have had a good time if the shockwave hit them. Seeing Xiao Chen block his furious strike, Bai Lishi was mildly astonished. He said angrily, "Brat, what exactly are you thinking? I already gave you the thing, yet you are still trying to trick me." Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and said calmly, "Don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. Do you think you can get a secret treasure just because you say so? If it is that easy to take, why don't you take it yourself?" Bai Lishi said, "If I were not in a rush to Chenren Island, I would have taken the secret treasure long ago. How could it be your turn to take it?" Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. There were no fluctuations in it. He said indifferently, "Who cares? What do you say? After I obtain the secret treasure, I will give you the remaining 6 layers. I advise you not to make a move. If I am in a bad mood and burn the latter half of the secret manual, your spirit stones and snow ginseng will all go to waste." Bai Lishi felt extremely frustrated. He had been completely tricked by Xiao Chen in this transaction. However, the crucial thing was that he could not do anything to this brat. No matter what, this fellow would always be able to take advantage of him. Every time, Xiao Chen would hit his weak spot. "Damn it!" Bai Lishi cursed ferociously. Then, he hacked the restaurant a few times with his huge axe. A horrifying force spread out and the entire restaurant collapsed, turning it into rubble. Xiao Chen casually walked on the wide streets of Green Wind Island. Bai Lishi followed behind him with a depressed expression. "Hey, isn't that the white-robed bladesman? The one beside him looks like Bai Lishi. What's going on? Why are they together?" Indeed, I remember that the white-robed bladesman tricked Bai Lishi a few times on Chenren Island. How strange. Given Bai Lishi's temper, nothing happened and they ended up together. I heard that the two of them fought at the Heavenly River restaurant earlier. In my opinion, it is very likely that Bai Lishi could not do anything to Xiao Chen. Now, Xiao Chen was somewhat famous on Green Wind Island. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had been famous for a long time. Hence, when they walked out, many cultivators immediately recognized them. Chapter 400. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as an ancient well. There were no ripples at all. He smiled and automatically filtered out these words. Bai Lishi clearly could not take it anymore. He was originally angry, but when he heard these words, he felt even more sullen. Finally, when he heard someone say that he could not do anything to Xiao Chen, he could not take it anymore. He exploded. "What are you shouting about? Do what you are supposed to do. Shut up." Seeing Bai Lishi's ferocious appearance, the others quickly shut up, afraid of trouble. However, after Bai Lishi left, more discussions resounded. Bai Lishi could not do anything about this. He could only suppress his anger. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. After the restaurant collapsed, Bai Lishi started fighting with Xiao Chen. However, even after hundreds of exchanges, he could not take down Xiao Chen. Bai Lishi had to admit that with Xiao Chen's current strength, he could already contend against him. So, He could only agree to the other party's request. After Xiao Chen obtained the secret treasure, he would ask for the second half of the firmament body tempering art. Hence, Bai Lishi followed him. Bai Lishi said angrily, "I say, brat. Are my words that untrustworthy? Why would I lie to a junior like you? Can't you just give me the second half?" Xiao Chen did not even turn his head. He smiled faintly and said, "Trust you? Do you think that your reputation is good? Do you want to ask someone?" Seeing that Xiao Chen intended to ask someone, Bai Lishi quickly stopped him. He was very clear on his reputation. If he let Xiao Chen ask, wouldn't that be giving him a slap in the face? "Although I, old Bai, have killed more people, I am not as clean as you, Bai. My voice is a little unpleasant to hear, and my temper is a little irritable. However, this old man has always been open and aboveboard. If I say I did not lie to you, I did not lie to you." Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Bai Lishi from continuing. He said calmly, "Don't say anything. After I successfully obtain the medial grade secret treasure, I will give you the secret manual. The more you say, the more I suspect you." As Bai Lishi cursed, Xiao Chen quickly headed for the island's harbor. Since Xiao Chen made up his mind to obtain the secret treasure, he decided not to linger and set off immediately. The secret treasure would not just sit there and wait for him to obtain it. If someone else got it before him, he would suffer in silence. After they left the city and walked along the road, there were many cultivators who recognized the two of them. There was no lack of strange discussions. This was especially so for the words, "white-robed bladesman." Bai Lishi could not help mocking Xiao Chen. "Look at how many people call you the white-robed bladesman. It seems like you take this title for granted. How can you be called a bladesman?" Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he asked interestedly, "In that case, tell me why I cannot live up to the title of bladesman." Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, "Although you have a sharpness in your heart, this sharpness has not formed into your saber intent. Without saber intent, how can you be a bladesman? Go to the ancient desolate land and see what kind of people the 10 great bladesmen are. Then you will know what a bladesman is. Not to mention that it is too far away. Just take the bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan that you met. He took more than 20 years to obtain this title. As for you, you are still very inexperienced. You probably cannot even feel Sun Guangquan's saber intent." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He did not refute Bai Lishi's words. Bai Lishi was right. Xiao Chen was not a true bladesman. In the somewhat decaying heavenly saber gate, aside from martial techniques and tempering the mental state, there were all sorts of martial techniques related to the saber. Xiao Chen had not learned anything about the cultivation of a bladesman. It was as Yun Kursen said, the heavenly saber pavilion no longer had bladesmen. There were only cultivators who used the saber. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen remain silent, he continued smiling. "How is it? Brat, I was right? However, don't be discouraged. I am acquainted with old Sunday. I will ask him to exchange pointers with you another day. I will let you experience his saber intent. I guarantee that you will successfully cross the threshold of becoming a bladesman. However, you have to give me the second half of the firmament body tempering art first. At the very least you have to give me the third layer. How about that?" Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. This Bai Lishi really did not deviate from his profession. He was concerned about the firmament body tempering art. After a few words, he changed the topic back to that. Xiao Chen was probably going to be annoyed along the way. "Brat, don't remain silent. Let me tell you, with the help of the bloody bladesman, the time you need to comprehend saber intent will be greatly reduced." Seeing that Xiao Chen ignored him, Bai Lishi called out continuously from behind him. This continued all the way until Xiao Chen reached the harbor. Xiao Chen had not expected a burly man like Bai Lishi to be so talkative. No matter how good Xiao Chen's mental state was, there was always a fly buzzing behind him. It was very annoying. Most importantly, he could not kill this fly with one slap. Helplessly, Xiao Chen stopped walking. He said, "Old Bai, we are already at the harbor. Can you stop for a while?" When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen's frustrated expression, he laughed happily. "What's wrong? Are you feeling annoyed? Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. You bastard, how badly did you cheat me at the restaurant? Years of savings, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and news of a medial grade secret treasure. In the end, You only obtained half a secret manual. Furthermore, it was just a copy. If I can't beat you to death, I will annoy you to death. If you are annoyed, then take out the other half. Xiao Chen finally saw what it meant to be a scoundrel. Furthermore, Bai Lishi was a man. He was truly impressed. Do as you please. If you do not obtain the secret treasure, I will not give you the other half of the firmament body tempering art. The Green Wind Island's harbor was very busy. With one glance, countless merchant ships could be seen. The merchant associations of various nations were all here. The entire harbor was also filled with people. It was very crowded. However, most of the merchant ships were heading out to the boundless sea. Xiao Chen searched for a long time but could not find any returning merchant ships. Bai Lishi said from behind, "Brat, stop looking. The merchant ships returning from the boundless sea will only appear at night." Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "Why?" Bai Lishi looked at Xiao Chen with disdain. He said, "Young people do not understand. This is the rule of the Green Wind Island's harbor. There are too many ships. In the past, there were often incidents of merchant ships heading out to sea and returning to the harbor colliding and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Hence, the two ships are managed at different times." Xiao Chen glanced at the thousands of huge merchant ships in the harbor. He somewhat understood what Bai Lishi meant. The world here was different from his previous life. The merchant ships were too big and there were too many of them. Without a convenient way to command them, it would be very difficult to manage them. Xiao Chen looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. It was already dusk. It would not be long before it turned dark. I'll just wait for a while. Xiao Chen found a place with fewer people on the shore of the harbor. Then, he sat down and took out a book from the universe ring to read. This book was the introduction to secret treasures that Xiao Chen had obtained in the past. There were too many people in the harbor. Xiao Chen would not be able to cultivate. However, he could not waste too much time. Taking some time to understand the different types of secret treasures, as well as the famous secret treasures, would be a good thing. Brat, what's so good about books? Let's talk about tempering the body. I can tell that you have already cultivated the body to a certain level. Bai Lishi chased after Xiao Chen like a shadow. He placed his huge axe on the ground and sat down beside Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Bai Lishi. No matter what Bai Lishi said to him, he would quickly change the topic to the firmament body tempering art. Along the way, Xiao Chen had experienced this many times. I can see that your physical strength is only about 100,000 kilograms of force. There is still a lot of room for improvement. How about this? Give me the 7th layer of the firmament body tempering art. Just the first layer will do. I can help you increase your physical strength to 25,000 kilograms of force. Indeed, after saying that, Bai Lishi changed the topic. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself, not intending to continue the conversation. Even if Bai Lishi's offer was very tempting, Xiao Chen ignored it. He focused on the secret treasures in the book. Time slowly went by. Just as the sky turned completely dark, Xiao Chen suddenly heard footsteps approaching. That person did not hide his aura at all. He locked onto Xiao Chen and walked over. Xiao Chen put away the book and quickly got up. Bai Lishi's reaction was no slower than Xiao Chen's. He turned around at the same time. That person had a sword hanging at his waist. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very handsome. His aura was extremely sharp. His aura was like a sharp sword. Xiao Chen looked suspiciously at this person. He muttered to himself, "Why is Jin Wuji still here?" Bai Lishi whispered, "It seems like that person from the Heavenly Sword Gate. He looks very powerful. Is he your friend?" Bai Lishi's words were clearly filled with mockery. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I am not." Jin Wuji, who was less than 100 meters away, heard Bai Lishi's words clearly. Although he was angry at this person's mockery, he knew this person's identity and did not want to say anything. Jin Wuji focused his attention on Xiao Chen. He said sullenly, "Where is Yu Chenzi? Has he left yet?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why does this Jin Wuji's tone sound so aggressive? I don't remember offending this person. However, when Xiao Chen heard Yu Chenzi's name, he connected the dots and made some guesses. He smiled helplessly to himself. It looks like my first trouble has arrived because of her. Ignoring Jin Wuji's tone, Xiao Chen replied calmly, I obtained the Daybreak Flower and left with the upper echelon of the Supreme Sky Sect. Jin Wuji's expression changed slightly. He asked in astonishment, "You helped her obtain the Daybreak Flower?" Damn it! Originally, I should have helped Yu Chenxi obtain the Daybreak Flower. Unexpectedly, this brat messed up my plan once again. After a while, Jin Wuji did his best to calm himself down. He thought to himself, in the end, this person has some friendship with Su Xiaoxiao. There are many people here, so I'll let him off for now. Remember this. No matter what you did, a white-robed bladesman like you is not someone you can dream about with Yu Chenxi. Don't seek trouble for yourself. In the future, don't let me see you and Yu Chenxi together. Jin Wuji's expression turned sullen. He continued in a cold voice. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sword Gate will make it hard for you to move in this world. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Humph! Who do you think you are? You have spoiled my plans time and time again. Don't even look at your own status. Chapter 401. Jin Wuji snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. Then, he slowly turned around and left. He did not even look at Xiao Chen. Bang! There was a loud sound. Xiao Chen was expressionless as he kicked Jin Wuji's back from behind. This kick contained a total of 150 tons of force. After a few muffled sounds, a few bones in Jin Wuji's back broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jin Wuji's face was filled with pain. He pushed himself off the ground and tried to stand up. Bang! How could Xiao Chen give Jin Wuji the opportunity to stand up? He stomped down heavily again. Pa! Pa! Jin Wuji's handsome face came into contact with the ground again. This time, it was even more intense than the previous kick. Jin Wuji's face was swollen and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Clearly, his internal organs were significantly injured as well. He was in a very sorry state. Chi! Chi! Jin Wuji struggled on the ground, trying to struggle free. However, Xiao Chen's right foot carried more than 100,000 tons of force. It was like a stabilizing force holding Jin Wuji in place. Jin Wuji could not use any of his abilities: State of Metal, Peak Inferior Grade Martial King Cultivation, high-rank sword techniques of the Heavenly Sword Gate, no matter what. No matter how Jin Wuji struggled, he could not stand up. Instead, as Xiao Chen increased his strength, the more he struggled, the more pain he felt. Xiao Chen looked at Jin Wuji on the ground. His expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Didn't your master tell you not to show your back to the enemy when you threaten them?" Ah! Xiao Chen, you have eaten a leopard's gall. How dare you sneak attack me? I am the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate's Vice Sect Master. You offended me. You are dead for sure. Even Su Xiaoxiao will not be able to save you. Jin Wuji lay face down on the ground and let out miserable cries. His words were filled with boundless essence. His voice was sharp and seemed to be in a frenzy. It attracted the attention of many people at the port. Instantly, countless cultivators gathered around to watch the excitement. Strange, why is the white-robed bladesman fighting Jin Wuji? Unexpectedly, Jin Wuji could not retaliate at all. Indeed, he is, after all, one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Is this all he is capable of? Even if he was sneak attacked, he should not end up like this. However, he has the backing of the Heavenly Sword Gate. This white-robed bladesman would not dare to do anything to Jin Wuji. The Heavenly Sword Gate is one of the top sects in the Chu nation. There are many martial monarchs in the sect. Any one of them would be able to deal with him. Yes, but he dared to trample on Jin Wuji ruthlessly. Not everyone has that kind of courage. When the surrounding crowd saw Xiao Chen stepping on Jin Wuji, unable to move, they were all astonished. Jin Wuji was one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Jin Wuji had just finished speaking when Xiao Chen stepped on the back of Jin Wuji's head. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had held back. Otherwise, he would have crushed Jin Wuji's head. When Xiao Chen saw Jin Wuji in such a sorry state, he could not help but feel bored. How could such a person make it into the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition? This was truly disappointing. Jin Wuji did not even raise his guard. Furthermore, he dared to threaten an opponent of similar strength to him. Did he really think that the words Heavenly Sword Gate would allow him to humiliate him? This was simply too laughable. Xiao Chen watched as the merchant ships returned to port one by one. He shook his head and released his foot. Then, he casually kicked Jin Wuji's body and lifted him up. Xiao Chen casually kicked Jin Wuji as though he was kicking a pile of trash. He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Seeing that a few merchant ships had already entered the port, Xiao Chen said to Bai Lishi, "Let's go." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "I discovered that your temperament is finally to my liking. Such a brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth should be ruthlessly trampled on a few times. Only then would he feel better. Otherwise, he would not know his own capabilities. However, speaking of which, are you just going to let him off like this? Are you not afraid that he will seek revenge on you in the future?" Xiao Chen said calmly, "It does not matter. It is the same whether I kill him or not. His accomplishments will not be very high. There is no need to kill him and completely offend the Heavenly Sword Gate." The Heavenly Sword Gate was a sect with a sage. They also had many martial monarchs. If Xiao Chen offended the Heavenly Sword Gate, killing Jin Wuji or not would result in a completely different outcome. Xiao Chen was still able to distinguish the severity of the situation. As long as he did not kill Jin Wuji, he could still endure the revenge of the Heavenly Sword Gate. However, if that Jin Wuji did not know his place, Xiao Chen would not mind killing him. The Haut Yen Medallion and the Heavenly Fiend Medallion would be sufficient to help him deal with these problems. Bai Lishi was somewhat speechless as he said, "You brat, I thought you did not care about the Heavenly Sword Gate. Since that is the case, why did you make a move?" Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled faintly. "How many times do you think he will show his back to me when he is defenseless? Since the opportunity is right in front of me, if I do not make that move, I will be letting myself down." Bai Lishi was stunned at first. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Brat, you are awesome. You have a trace of my demeanor back then. Who cares what high-ranked sect it is or how many major characters they have backing them? So be it. What do you mean by a gentleman taking revenge 10 years is not too late? Since there is an opportunity in front of you, you should vent your anger. Otherwise, if you keep it bottled up in your heart, you will get sick sooner or later." Hoochie! Just at this moment, the sound of something breaking came from behind. An extremely sharp killing chi surged towards Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen's right hand remained on his saber hilt, maintaining his guard at all times. He immediately felt this killing chi. Dang! Xiao Chen turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly blocked the incoming sword. The two states merged on his saber. The power of massacre and the power of thunder burst out. Xiao Chen used his full power, not holding back at all. The moment he came into contact with Jin Wuji's sword, he knocked it away. Jin Wuji's face was swollen and his long hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. When he saw his sword knocked away, he was astonished. He could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Caught off guard, Jin Wuji was stomped on by Xiao Chen. Then, he was stomped on heavily. His internal organs were already injured. It was already very difficult for him to send out another attack. Xiao Chen raised his lunar shadow saber and placed it on Jin Wuji's neck. He said indifferently, "Jin Wuji, are you that eager to die?" When Jin Wuji heard this, he laughed loudly. "Trash! Do you dare to kill me? So what if you severely injure me? You have no sect or power. Even the Bloody Blades man does not dare to kill me. What can you do to me? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why aren't you making a move?" "It is all because I fear the revenge of the Heavenly Sword Gate." A ruthless look flashed on Jin Wuji's face. He said in a cold voice, "If not for Su Xiao, I would have killed you long ago. You would not have the chance to be so arrogant today. If you have the guts, then kill me. Just wait for the Heavenly Sword Gate to kill your entire family. Today, you have already thoroughly offended me. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Jin Wuji's expression turned sullen. When he saw the saber that Xiao Chen placed on his neck, he did not show any fear. He is really reckless, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's saber pressed against Jin Wuji's neck and death approaching, even if Jin Wuji had the Heavenly Sword Gate behind him, he should not be so confident. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of Jin Wuji's gaze. He saw a white-robed swordsman standing on the bow of a merchant ship returning to port. He had an indistinct smile on his face as he looked at the three of them quietly. That person's aura was completely withdrawn. There seemed to be a surging sword intent in his body, wanting to gush out. He was like a treasured sword that had not been unsheathed. Jin Wuji smiled and said, "This is my first senior brother, the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate sect master. He just returned from experiential training in the Boundless Sea. He is a martial king and is undefeatable. Don't think that you are undefeatable just because you had a fortuitous encounter." It looked like this person was the source of Jin Wuji's confidence. No wonder he had stayed here for 3 months. He must have been waiting for this person. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Interesting. He is much stronger than trash like you. However, no one can save you today." Dang. Boom. Just as Xiao Chen was about to use his saber to kill Jin Wuji, a powerful sword shot out from the merchant ship. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up huge waves on the surface of the sea. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. The sword chi gathered on the sword did not scatter at all. It gathered at the tip of the sword. Space was like layers of white paper stacked together as the sword pierced through it. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. The sword intent on the sword was stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 3 in an instant. If Xiao Chen still wanted to forcefully attack, he would have to face this sword head-on. Xiao Chen thought quickly and quickly made a decision. He sheathed his saber and retreated, dodging this sword. Pah! Although Jin Wuji had said it casually, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. He could feel his heart beating faster. It was several times faster than usual. He felt a lingering fear and could not help but kneel on the ground with a pu tong sound. Wang, wang, wang. That sword quickly spun around. It did not stab into the ground as it had done earlier. Instead, it spun around in the air and continued to stab at Xiao Chen. This is the Heavenly Sword Gate's Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique. It is a secret technique of the Heavenly Sword Gate. Aside from the sect master's inheritor, no one can learn it. Ding Fengqiu is here. No wonder this Jin Wuji was so bold as to sneak attack. It turns out that his first senior brother is here. This white-robed bladesman is in trouble. Ding Fengqiu entered the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition a year ago. His talent is considered top-notch in the Great Jin Nation. Now that another year has passed, his strength will definitely increase explosively. When the many cultivators saw the sword flying in the air, they quickly figured out the origins of this sword technique and the identity of the person who executed it. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chen did not intend to waste too much time with the flying sword. If he did, he would fall into the other party's grasp. So he took 3 steps back. The enormous yuan qi on the sword had blasted 3 huge craters in the place where he had been previously. One could imagine how powerful the sword control technique was. Chapter 402. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is indeed interesting, Xiao Chen thought to himself. It was hard to imagine that a sword could move so fast and be so mighty once it left the hands of a cultivator. Furthermore, it could kill from a distance. From the very start, Xiao Chen was undefeatable. However, in the end, swords were controlled by humans. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at the white-robed swordsman standing at the bow of the warship with a relaxed expression. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. Boom! The flame in Xiao Chen's right eye quickly turned into a purple whirlpool. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the purple thunder true fire containing the origin energy of the purple thunder true fire immediately spewed out. Looking from a distance, the purple flame surging and roaring looked like a huge coiling dragon. It gave off a faint purple light and howled like thunder. The white-robed swordsman, Ding Fengqiu, frowned slightly. He quickly formed hand seals with his right hand and the flying sword attacking Xiao Chen flew out with a xiao sound. The flying sword pierced through the dense purple flames and returned to Ding Fengqiu's hand. Break! Ding Fengqiu shouted as he held the sword in his hand. A 30-meter-long sword qi rose from the sword. The sword qi was like a pillar surging forward. In an instant, it chopped the purple flames in half. Ding Fengqiu pierced through the purple flames filling the sky. He held his sword and leaped over, landing on the shore of the harbor. First senior brother, help me kill him. When Jin Wuji saw this person, he immediately rushed over joyfully. Ding Fengqiu smiled faintly and ignored Jin Wuji's words. He looked straight at Xiao Chen. His gaze was like a sharp sword shooting at Xiao Chen. What a sharp sword intent, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He is only a medial grade martial king, but the quality and quantity of his essence are equal to mine. It even seems to be slightly stronger. It looks like the other party is the genius swordsman that the Heavenly Sword Gate nurtured with all their resources. The spirit herbs that he consumes are much more than others. Bai Lishi whispered into Xiao Chen's ear, "You are probably not a match for this person. Not only did he comprehend sword intent, but his essence is even purer than yours. He should have just returned from the boundless sea's deep sea battlefield. That is when his killing qi is at its strongest." Without Bai Lishi saying anything, Xiao Chen could already feel it. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly merged the states of thunder and massacre. On the snow-white blade, purple and red lights alternated, looking very strange. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. He had long since wanted to find a true opponent to test his strength. Without a doubt, this Ding Fengqiu before Xiao Chen was a suitable candidate. Ding Fengqiu looked at the two beams of light on the saber, and revealed a look of interest in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, you comprehended two states, massacre and thunder. I wonder how many strikes you can block." Xiao. The sword in Ding Fengqiu's hand trembled and gave off a melodious hum. In the blink of an eye, he attacked at lightning speed, pointing his sword at Xiao Chen's forehead. The sword gave off a dense red light. Unexpectedly, Ding Fengqiu had comprehended the state of massacre as well. Dang! Xiao Chen swung his saber gently and deflected Ding Fengqiu's sword strike. He pushed off the ground and activated the windwalk shoes and the blue dragon cloud soaring art at the same time. Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased explosively. He moved like a roaming dragon beside Ding Fengqiu and sent out 9 saber strikes at lightning speed. Dang! 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 Ding Fengqiu's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so fast. However, he did not panic. He moved in a strange manner and his body moved according to Xiao Chen's saber techniques. Although Ding Fengqiu was slower than Xiao Chen, he was not at a disadvantage. Clearly, this was an excellent movement technique. When the weapons clashed, countless sparks flew. The two states of massacre clashed intensely with each other as they made their moves. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the harbor. Many cultivators felt a huge pressure. It was like a sword or a treasured saber was hovering above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. It was very frightening. Berserk wind sword dance, wind from all directions. Suddenly, Ding Fengqiu shouted and infused another state into his sword. It was the berserk state of wind and a horrifying sword technique followed. Strong howling winds blew from all directions. Every gust of wind seemed to contain a powerful sword intent. The sword intent merged with the state of massacre and the strong wind. The moment Ding Fengqiu used this move, he caught Xiao Chen off guard. This was especially so when the two states merged. In terms of essence, it immediately suppressed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen broke Ding Fengqiu's attack with his saber. Then his figure flashed in the air. His figure wavered and in that instant, he split into 9. Then, the 9 figures split into 9 again. This was the high-rank technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, roaming dragon's 9 transformations. Now that Xiao Chen had advanced to martial king, he had sufficient essence to execute it twice. Immediately, 81 figures of Xiao Chen appeared in the air. A boundless strong wind blew. Every one of Xiao Chen's figures executed Wukuei transforms to qi at the same time. Instantly, countless purple saber qi filled the air. Dang! 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 The unending chain of saber qi and the sword qi hidden in the strong wind gave off melodious sounds as they clashed. The sounds resounded continuously above the harbor. With the support of the strong wind, Ding Fengqiu's state of massacre immediately surged even faster. The area it covered expanded rapidly, and the state of massacre also turned berserk. Boom! All the figures merged back together. After Xiao Chen broke the wind from all directions, he also brought out his state of thunder to its limits, clashing with Ding Fengqiu's two states. When Bai Lishi saw that the two of them showed signs of fighting to the death, he immediately felt impatient. If this continued, they would have to fight for at least half a day. Bai Lishi's 2-meter-tall stout body used pure force to bounce off the ground. In an instant, he arrived between the two of them. Bai Lishi hacked his axe at Ding Fengqiu. It was unknown how much force the axe carried. When the axe chopped down, space seemed to distort. It was hard to imagine that this was caused by pure force. Bang! Ding Fengqiu's sword technique struck the axe and gave off a loud sound. A formless shockwave surged out, forcing the two of them to retreat a few steps before they could stop. I say, brat, I just stepped on a piece of trash from your sect a few times. Is there a need to go all out? Bai Lishi placed his huge axe on the ground and laughed loudly. When Jin Wuji, who was at the side, heard this, he could not help but become enraged. He scolded, Bai Lishi, who are you calling trash? Who do you think you are? Bai Lishi laughed loudly. What a joke. After being stepped on like a dead dog, you still dare to say that you are not trash? With your appearance, you want others to not target you, Chensi? Who do you think you are? You are just a piece of trash. If not for the title of Heavenly Swordgate, I would be able to kill a bunch of trash like you with one slap. You! Jin Wuji was so angry that his complexion turned purple. His fingers trembled as he held his sword, wanting to charge forward. Ding Fengqiu stopped Jin Wuji. His face sank as he said coldly, Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? Get down. Jin Wuji's complexion turned ashen. He felt very upset in his heart. From the moment this Xiao Chen appeared, he had continuously spoiled his plans. At this moment, Xiao Chen had embarrassed Jin Wuji even more. It was like Jin Wuji was his nemesis, suppressing him. Ding Fengqiu pulled Jin Wuji down and sheathed his sword. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Not bad. It looks like there is another worthy opponent in the next 5-nation youth competition. Live properly and don't die prematurely. Next time you will not be so lucky. After Ding Fengqiu spoke, he pulled Jin Wuji towards the Green Wind Island city. Seeing that the battle was over and there was nothing else to see, the crowd slowly dispersed. Many of them had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Even Ding Fengqiu, who had made it into the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition, could not take him down in a short time. Bai Lishi looked at Xiao Chen and had an expression of pity on his face. He said, Brat, don't show such an expression. He only used 70% of his strength at most. At most, after 500 moves, the situation would be in his favor. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, How much of my strength do you think I used? He might have a chance of defeating me. However, he would not stand a chance of killing me. After Ding Fengqiu and Bai Lishi had gone far away, Jin Wuji asked in dissatisfaction, First senior brother, why did you not kill him? He humiliated me like that. If I did not kill him, I would not be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Ding Fengqiu said calmly, with Bai Lishi by his side, the price of killing him would be too high. It is not worth it for a small matter like yours. The sky had already turned completely dark. The number of ships returning to the Green Wind Islands harbor gradually increased. The two of them casually found a merchant ship that passed by the ancient desolate land. After Xiao Chen handed over the spirit stones, they walked to the deck. There were many fatigued cultivators on the deck. These people were all very strong. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Chen could feel a heavy killing chi from them. This was the same as Ding Fengqiu's. The only difference was that Ding Fengqiu had infused this killing chi into his state of massacre, allowing him to control it well. However, these people could not control it freely. Clearly, they had not comprehended their own state of massacre. These cultivators did not intend to remain on the ship. They walked off the bow in groups of 2 or 3. They should be preparing to head to the Green Wind Island to rest for a while. Soon, all the cultivators on the deck had left. Only Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi remained on the deck. Xiao Chen thought of something and asked, Bai Lishi, earlier you said that Ding Fengqiu came from the Boundless Sea's deep-sea battlefield. Are the cultivators on the deck the same? Bai Lishi nodded and said, That's right. Since they went to the Boundless Sea for experiential training, they would definitely go to the deep-sea battlefield. However, due to the difference in strength, the people who just left were definitely not at the same level as Ding Fengqiu. Battlefield? What kind of battlefield is it? Can you explain it more clearly? Xiao Chen asked interestedly. In the earlier fight with Ding Fengqiu had only used the state of massacre to block the might of Xiao Chen's 2 merged states. Clearly, Ding Fengqiu's comprehension of the state of massacre was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Hence, Xiao Chen was somewhat interested in this deep-sea battlefield. Ding Fengqiu should have tempered his state of massacre there. Bai Lishi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "The deep sea and shallow sea battlefield can be said to be a war between humans and demons. The deep sea is the main camp of the demonic world." Chapter 403. Every demonic calamity starts in the deep sea. There is the largest spatial tear in the world there. That spatial tear cannot be completely sealed. Hence, there is an endless supply of demons in the deep sea. The war has never stopped. Xiao Chen's expression changed greatly. He said in shock, "How can there be such a horrifying thing? How come I have never heard of it before? There is no news of it at all." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "This is very normal. The last demonic calamity happened only 10,000 years ago. Based on the pattern, the next demonic calamity will only arrive in a few thousand years. As long as the seal in the deep sea does not break, no strong demons will be able to escape. Based on your appearance, you should be thinking of going to the deep sea battlefield to train yourself. If you want to understand more in advance, I can tell you everything I experienced in the deep sea battlefield in detail." Xiao Chen glanced at Bai Lishi and asked suspiciously, "You have been to the deep sea battlefield before?" Bai Lishi glared at Xiao Chen and said, "What's wrong? From your tone, it sounds like I can't go." "Let me tell you, not only did I go, but I went to the third-grade battlefield." "It looks like psychological methods are effective," Xiao Chen thought to himself. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "In that case, tell me in detail. What is a third-grade battlefield? How big is the battlefield? Does the difference in grade mean that the enemies are different?" Bai Lishi shrugged and smiled, "Don't try to be smart. Although I look stupid, psychological methods are useless against me. If you want to hear more information, use the firmament body tempering art. Just the first layer is enough. I risked my life to obtain it." Xiao Chen could only helplessly give up. He had expected this fellow to do something like this. He shook his head and turned to leave, heading for the ship's hold. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Bai Lishi, who was shouting loudly behind him. After spending 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, he managed to obtain a good room in the ship's hold. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Chen sat on the bed and took out the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. He muttered, "The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng should be able to help me stabilize my cultivation as an inferior-grade martial king. A 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could increase a martial artist's cultivation by 20 years. However, that was before Xiao Chen consumed large amounts of spirit herbs. At this moment, his body's resistance to medicine was already quite high. In addition, his foundation was already very strong, so this 1,000-year snow ginseng should only be able to raise his cultivation by 10 years. However, this was already pretty good. The 500-year-old snow ginseng did not even have 20% of its effect on Xiao Chen. 10 years of cultivation would be sufficient to stabilize his cultivation as an inferior-grade martial king. Xiao Chen, who had experienced consuming the snow ginseng once before, was much more familiar with consuming it now. The cold energy of the snow ginseng was infused into the herbs. Then, essence qi seeped into the herbs and slowly stirred them. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He carefully refined the herbs for an hour. After that, the solid herbs in the snow ginseng turned into liquid. Then, Xiao Chen placed the snow ginseng in his mouth and bit down on a stem. Instantly, a cooling liquid flowed out of the snow ginseng and into the air. When the entire medicinal liquid entered Xiao Chen's abdomen, a strong medicinal energy immediately appeared. It turned into a gushing river in his meridians. Xiao Chen felt his entire body heat up. His complexion turned scarlet and his qi and blood surged, flourishing to the extreme. It felt like his entire body was on fire. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng had exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. The medicinal energy was a little excessive. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness and quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the 6th layer. The speed was 3 times faster than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer. There was no comparison at all. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation quickly absorbed the energy in the medicinal liquid. As the medicinal energy poured in, the purple qi whirlpool became more resilient. Although it did not expand, its endurance increased. The quality of the extracted essence increased as well. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng's medicinal energy was vast. It exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. He spent 4 days before he completely absorbed the medicinal energy. After that, he used another 3 days to clear the first minor hurdle of Martial King, advancing to peak inferior grade Martial King. From start to finish, he used a total of 7 days. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he clenched his right hand tightly. He immediately felt a surging energy gathering in his palm. Peak inferior grade Martial King. Only like this can I be considered a true Martial King. Xiao Chen said with a joyful expression, I just advanced to Martial King. The quality of my essence is still unstable. Only when I become a peak inferior grade Martial King can it be considered completely stable. Now that he met Ding Fengqiu again, Xiao Chen was confident that he would not be weaker than him in terms of essence. Xiao Chen got up and pushed open the door. He slowly walked to the deck of the merchant ship. He had not come out for 7 days and wanted to get some fresh air. Bai Lishi was bored as he sat on the deck. This merchant ship did not carry any other cultivators. Hence, there were only Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi. When Bai Lishi heard footsteps, he quickly turned around. When he felt Xiao Chen's aura, he said in astonishment, You advanced to peak inferior grade Martial King? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, It is all thanks to the help of that 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. I managed to save half a year. Bai Lishi had a pained expression on his face. He said regretfully, The snow ginseng was originally a rank 7 spirit herb. It is extremely rare for it to reach 1,000 years of age. A regular big sect would not bear to give 1,000-year-old snow ginseng to their genius disciples. Bai Lishi sighed and continued, If an elder needs it, he will definitely give it to the elder first before giving it to his disciple. Brat, you are really lucky. Unexpectedly, you monopolized all the fortuitous encounters on Qianren Island. In the end, you even tricked this old man's 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Xiao Chen said softly, Don't worry. As long as we obtain the secret treasure, I will give you the second half of the firmament body tempering art. Actually, you do not have to follow me. After I obtain the secret treasure, I will give it to you. Bai Lishi said, Brat, you are so cunning. It would be strange if I believed you. I would not feel at ease if I did not follow you. When Xiao Chen saw the scene in front, he interrupted Bai Lishi and said, That's enough. The Thunder King Valley is in front. When the two looked up, the towering Thunder King Valley appeared before them. Bai Lishi was very tactful and did not say anything. The merchant ship slowly sailed into the Thunder King Valley. The instant the ship entered the valley, the sunlight above them disappeared. Thick, dark clouds cast a shadow on the deck. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless lightning churned as thunder roared in the sky above. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the might of the supreme thunder. The huge painting of the Thunder King in the valley looked the same as before. Its face was clearly visible. It looked like it would leap out of the valley at any moment. With his previous experience, Xiao Chen had placed the Lunar Shadow Saber in the Universe Ring before he entered the Thunder King Valley. Although the Lunar Shadow Saber trembled in the ring, it would not leap out. Xiao Chen looked up and saw boundless thunderclouds in the sky, stretching out for 500 kilometers without end. Hey! Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression froze. He looked at the towering mountain peak and saw several figures. There were many people on both sides of the mountain peaks. That should be the closest to the immortal will of thunder. Why would there be people there? Xiao Chen felt curious. He slowly extended his spiritual sense up. Under the roar of thunder, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense seemed somewhat timid. Normally, Xiao Chen could teleport his spiritual sense a kilometer with a thought. However, at this moment, he could not move an inch. He was very careful. No matter how hard Xiao Chen tried, his spiritual sense refused to move forward quickly. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could only let it be. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense arrived at the top of the mountain and recorded the situation in his mind. There were about 100 cultivators sitting cross-legged on both sides of the mountain peak with their eyes closed. Most of the cultivators had a sword by their side. Every cultivator had a different aura. However, without exception, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen even discovered several martial monarch experts sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed on a few of the higher slopes. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to take a closer look, The immortal will of thunder in the sky suddenly shot down a bolt of lightning at Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Under the illumination of this bolt of lightning, the dark sky became as bright as day. The expressions of the cultivators sitting with their eyes closed changed, and they opened their eyes at the same time. Under the rage of thunder, Xiao Chen was startled. He wanted to withdraw his consciousness from his spiritual sense. However, he discovered that this strand of spiritual sense was no longer under his control. It froze in the air, unable to move. It's over. The spiritual sense is connected to my mind. It fears lightning the most. If it strikes me, I will not be able to recover for at least 3 months. Xiao Chen thought in horror. In the past, even if his spiritual sense was blocked, he could immediately sever his mind. However, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Xiao! Just as the lightning was about to touch Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky and pulled the lightning back. After dodging a calamity, Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. When his spiritual sense returned to his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Lishi, who was beside Xiao Chen, also felt the strange situation above his head. His expression changed greatly as he said in a soft voice, "Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you mess around in Thunder King Valley? If you want to die, that is your own problem. Don't drag me down with you." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, I won't do it again in the future." The half-step martial monarchs on the summit all had suspicious expressions. Unexpectedly, the lightning that the will of thunder sent out could be withdrawn. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The merchant ship finally left Thunder King Valley. The blazing sun shone on the deck once again. Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi both heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, feeling relaxed. Bai Lishi said angrily, "Brat, what did you do earlier? I felt like there was a sharp sword hanging above my head. If it had fallen, I would have died." Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at Thunder King Valley behind him. He said, "I only saw some people at the summit and felt that it was strange." Bai Lishi said, "What is so strange about that? Those are the strong cultivators who go up there to temper their states. If you have the guts, you can go up there as well. I remember that you comprehended the state of thunder as well." Chapter 404. Xiao Chen muttered, "The immortal will of thunder. It looks like this is a good thing. I can give it a try in the future." Bai Lishi said, "It has survived for 1,000 years. Naturally, it is a good thing. In the past, there were even martial sages who tried to obtain this immortal will of thunder. However, they all failed in the end." There was nothing to see on the deck. After Xiao Chen chatted with Bai Lishi for a while, he returned to his room and continued cultivating. 7 days later, Xiao Chen was cultivating on his bed with his eyes closed. A series of knocks startled him awake. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and placed the remaining medial-grade spirit stones in his universe ring. Then, he got up and opened the door. At the door, Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Brat, we have arrived. Get off the ship." Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He said, "Why did this ship collapse? That doesn't make sense." The ancient desolate land was very far. Xiao Chen estimated that they would not even be able to cover half of the distance in 7 days. Bai Lishi said, "Brat, you are unlucky. The ship you chose is a merchant ship of the Great Chu nation. As soon as we reach the port of the ancient desolate land, we will have to change course. We will have to walk the rest of the way ourselves." The two of them walked out of the ship's hold. There were already many cultivators on the deck. With Bai Lishi in front, no one blocked the way. Xiao Chen followed behind him easily. "Where is the demon battlefield? How much further do we have to go?" Xiao Chen immediately asked after they left the port. Bai Lishi spent most of his time in the ancient desolate land. He was very familiar with the situation here. He explained, "We are going to the first stop in the ancient desolate land. It is also the city at the southern edge, Underworld City. As for the demon battlefield, we are still far away." Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the silhouette of a city in the distance. He muttered, "It is too much of a waste of time to walk there. Since we are already in the ancient desolate land, we have to travel at full speed." Bai Lishi said, "You can't be thinking of flying over, right? I cultivate the physical body. Before I reach Martial Monarch, I do not have the technique to fly. Furthermore, the journey is very long. Flying will exhaust a lot of essence." The most important thing is, when did I tell you that this is already the ancient desolate land? After Underworld City, we will reach the true ancient desolate land after walking for another 50 kilometers. No matter what, we have to go to Underworld City first. There is a specialized flying relay station there. We can ride a spirit beast to reach the demon battlefield. To think there is still such a long distance. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It seems like this. And Xiao Chen's lishi is that there will be. However, Xiao Chen still had a solution. A silver warship shot out from his right eye and said, "Come on up. You just need to point the way. I will bring you along." When Bai Lishi saw the silver warship suddenly fly out, his eyes filled with shock. He said, "This is a flying-type secret treasure. I have seen it in the ancient desolate lands auction before. Without 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones, it is impossible to buy it." Xiao Chen jumped onto the warship, and Bai Lishi followed behind. With a thought, the silver warship moved like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the clouds. Under Bai Lishi's guidance, Xiao Chen drove the silver warship at full speed. In an hour, they arrived above Underworld City. After traveling for 50 kilometers, they did not see the expected ancient desolate land. Instead, a boundless lake appeared before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "Didn't you say that after 50 kilometers, we will reach the ancient desolate land? Why is there only a lake? I don't see anything else." Bai Lishi said, "Don't be surprised. This huge lake is the ancient desolate land. After the destruction of the Qianwu dynasty, the imperial capital was destroyed, and the 9 dragons fled. The surrounding land for 5,000 kilometers sank. After that, it rained for 10 years, forming this unprecedented huge lake, the Heavenly Extermination Lake. A lake formed by 10 years of heavy rain. How large is this lake?" Xiao Chen thought to himself. If this was a map from his previous life, it would be 10 times the size of China. Bai Lishi continued, "However, the ancient desolate land that most people speak of refers to the many islands of various sizes in the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The demon battlefield that you are going to is on Boulder Island." Xiao Chen piloted the silver warship and flew through the clouds. Occasionally, there would be people riding on flying spirit beasts or flying in the air. Occasionally, there would be a few gazes with ill intent staring at the two of them. After all, the value of a flying secret treasure was extraordinary. It was enough for many people to make a move on it. However, most of the gazes only glanced at the two of them before quickly turning away. This was especially so when they saw Bai Lishi. No one dared to have any designs on the silver warship. Xiao Chen even saw a few people quickly change directions when they saw Bai Lishi, fleeing into the distance. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I couldn't tell, but you are quite a deterrent here. You managed to scare people away without doing anything." Bai Lishi said disapprovingly, "I have some reputation in the south. However, when I get close to Desolate City, I am nothing. When you get there, you better not show your flying secret treasure. Otherwise, if someone powerful wants to snatch your things, no one will be able to stop them." "Where is Boulder Island in the Heavenly Extermination Lake? Is it near the core?" Xiao Chen asked. He knew nothing about this ancient desolate land. He could only place his hopes on Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi said, "Not really. However, Boulder Island is rather special. Although there are no permanent residents, there are many cultivators on the island due to the demon battlefield. Furthermore, most of them are martial kings. Sometimes, half-step martial monarchs will come." Following that, Bai Lishi introduced Boulder Island in detail, giving Xiao Chen a better understanding. Boulder Island was about the same size as Qianren Island. There was only a small city on the island, Boulder City. The other places were occupied by strong demonic beasts. This was an island suitable for experiential training. There was a formation left behind from the ancient era in the center of the island. Through the formation, cultivators could enter the mysterious demon battlefield and hunt demonic beasts to obtain secret treasures. "We have arrived," Bai Lishi suddenly said as he pointed to an island below. Xiao Chen focused and landed a kilometer away. Then, he recalled the silver warship into his right eye and jumped down with Bai Lishi. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground without making any sound. There was a simple and crude city in front of him. The city walls were short and dark. It looked like a desolate and dilapidated city. It could not even be compared to Mo City. However, the dozen or so guards in front of the city gate would make you throw these thoughts out of your head. These guards were actually inferior-grade martial saints. The strongest one was even a martial king. Furthermore, every one of them had an extremely strong aura. Their right hands were on the weapons at their waists. An indistinct killing chi lingered. Such a lineup was comparable to what Xiao Chen had seen in Shiha City. In fact, it was even stronger. Boom! A loud sound came from behind. The ground could not help but tremble. Naturally, Bai Lishi had landed as well. Damn! Brat, you are already jumping from a kilometer. Are you trying to fall to your death? Bai Lishi cursed as he walked forward with an unhappy expression. A height of a kilometer would definitely not injure Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was merely grumbling. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Are we going to the demon battlefield now or entering the city first?" Bai Lishi asked, "What's the date today?" "The 9th. Bai Lishi walked forward with large strides and said, "Let's enter the city first. The entrance to the demon battlefield will only open when the moon is full. We are still far from that. You can make some preparations. Every time, there are more than 1 or 2 cultivators who die in the demon battlefield." Xiao Chen did not have any say in this. He could only listen to Bai Lishi and follow him to the city gates. Occasionally, there were cultivators rushing about on the main road. These people were not weak. At the very least, Xiao Chen had not seen any cultivators below Martial King. The cultivators on this island were different from the cultivators that Xiao Chen had met in other places. Aside from their overall strength, they all had a dense killing chi. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes. With one look, Xiao Chen could tell that they were fugitives. Entering the city, you will have to pay 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. You will have to pay 3,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The leader of the city guards looked at their cultivation. Xiao Chen had to pay 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. As for Bai Lishi, he had to pay 3,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Although he was surprised at the high entrance tax, Xiao Chen was a newcomer and the people here were not simple. He could only obediently pay 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and took out a black medallion. He showed it to the leader and said, "Rank 4 member. You are exempt from the tax. Go on in." After entering the city, Xiao Chen asked depressedly, "What is that medallion? Why don't I have to pay the entrance tax?" Bai Lishi put away the medallion and smiled proudly. "Ancient Desolate Pass. Originally, you could have applied for it in Underworld City. Although it is only the lowest rank, it would be able to waive 10% of the entrance tax." Ancient Desolate Pass. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he still could not understand it. He only understood after Bai Lishi explained it to him. In the ancient desolate land, there was an organization recognized by all the powers, the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators in this organization could apply for a medallion. This medallion was the Ancient Desolate Pass. With the Ancient Desolate Pass, one could accept and issue missions in the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators relied on the number of missions they completed to increase their rank. The lowest rank for the Ancient Desolate Pass was rank 1 and the highest was rank 9. The higher the rank, the more benefits one could enjoy in the various cities of the Ancient Desolate Land. For example, entering the city, purchasing items, taking on missions of a higher rank, seeking protection, and so on. Bai Lishi continued, "The origins of this Heavenly Extermination Union are very mysterious. Even now, it is still a mystery as to who is behind it. However, to ordinary cultivators it does not matter. Obtaining an Ancient Desolate Pass is a good way to integrate into the Ancient Desolate Land." As the two spoke, Bai Lishi led them to the largest restaurant in the city, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Xiao Chen asked for a superior room. Unexpectedly, he had to pay with inferior-grade spirit stones. Silver banknotes from the outside world were useless here. After resting for a night, Xiao Chen tried to find out more information in the restaurant. After all, he could not go to Bai Lishi for everything. If he asked too much, the other party would bring the topic to the firmament body tempering art. This would be very annoying. There were many cultivators entering and leaving the restaurant every day. It was very convenient to ask around. Chapter 405. After paying some inferior-grade spirit stones, the waiter would be able to provide a more complete version of the information he had heard. It turned out that this demon battlefield had already been closed for more than 100 years. This time, it had only reopened 2 years ago. After that, the number of cultivators coming to Boulder Island increased. From the waiter's words, Xiao Qin knew that the demon battlefield was rumored to be an ancient battlefield. During the ancient era, a startling war had happened there. The result of the war was a crushing defeat for the humans. Countless cultivators died at the hands of demons and demonic beasts. The last human martial emperor used his supreme strength to split the space of the battlefield, forming the demon battlefield. Countless human cultivators died there. The various secret treasures of the ancient cultivators were buried in the battlefield. Later on, during the Tianwu dynasty, someone used a formation to open a door to this space. He discovered that it had already become a small world. Countless demonic beasts and demons thrived there. All sorts of ancient secret treasures could be found everywhere. It was a place where fortuitous encounters and danger coexisted. There was still much more information that the waiter did not know. After all, he had never been to the demon battlefield before, so he had no way of knowing the details. After Xiao Chen gave the waiter another 10 inferior-grade spirit stones, he sent him off. He thought to himself, "It looks like the information I obtained is not complete. I have to find a cultivator who has been to the demon battlefield before to understand the situation." Haha. Brat. Don't overthink. Since I agreed to go with you, why are you still worrying? Bai Lishi said with a laugh as he walked down the stairs and sat across from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised the wine cup on the table and took a sip. He smiled helplessly and said, "I hope you can be relied on." Bai Lishi drank a large mouthful of wine and wiped off the alcohol on his lips. He said, "Don't ask about that messy information. Just look at the map I gave you. Don't enter the core region. Aside from demonic beasts and demons, just be on guard against human cultivators. I'll be honest with you. In the demon battlefield, most of the cultivators actually died at the hands of humans." Xiao Chen's heart sank. It seemed that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Not only did he have to face unknown demonic beasts and demons, he also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from humans. This medial-grade secret treasure was much harder to obtain than he had imagined. For the next few days, Xiao Chen was active around the small city. There were many demonic beasts outside the city. This was a suitable place to practice martial techniques. Before he went to the demon battlefield, he would be able to maintain a state of excitement. 6 days passed very quickly. The originally bustling small city became quiet. The large number of cultivators in the city quickly headed in one direction. When nearly all the cultivators in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion had left, Bai Lishi and Xiao Chen followed the crowd. Everywhere the cultivators passed, the demonic beasts blocking the way were cleared out. Their path was smooth and unobstructed. 6 hours later, the two of them stopped at the center of Boulder Island. It was already packed with people. A quick count showed that there were no less than 1,000 warriors. I heard that there was an inferior-grade martial king who managed to obtain 9 peak inferior-grade secret treasures by himself. He made a fortune at the desolate city auction. There was also a fellow who was very lucky. He killed a high-ranked blood demon and sold its demon core for more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Several cultivators discussed excitedly. There were all sorts of tempting treasures in the demon battlefield. Their gazes filled with anticipation as they looked at the empty space in the center. Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, "These people are really reckless. It would be good if half of the 1,000 people managed to come out." Xiao Chen sized up the crowd, looking for cultivators worth paying attention to. However, some of the more experienced cultivators hid themselves very well. It was hard to glean any useful information from them. Furthermore, there were some cultivators who kept talking with excitement in their eyes. With one look, it was clear that this was their first time in the demon battlefield. They did not know much about the situation on the other side. The full moon slowly moved in the air. Before countless people's expectant gazes, it finally arrived above them. Instantly, a gentle pillar of light soared into the sky from the empty space in the center. The space around the pillar of light started to twist. So. The cultivators leaped towards the pillar of light one after another. Then they disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. This pillar of light should be the entrance to the demon battlefield. When most of the cultivators had left and Xiao Chen was about to enter, Bai Lishi's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Xiao Chen back and said, "Wait a moment. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Lishi pointed in a direction and said, "Look over there." Xiao Chen looked in the direction Bai Lishi pointed. He saw 10-odd cultivators with extremely strong auras standing there. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could not figure out the strength of this group of people. "I nearly misjudged them. They are all half-step martial monarchs. It looks like they are here to hunt high-ranked demons. Such an operation is rather rare. I have to go over and take a look. You should go and get the medial-grade secret treasure yourself." A fervent look flashed in Bai Lishi's eyes as he whispered. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Can you do it?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I have already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 4th layer. My strength is more than twice what it was 3 months ago." Xiao Chen was mildly startled. This Bai Lishi is really a genius at cultivating the physical body. Unexpectedly, he managed to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer in such a short time. You better pray for your luck. Don't die prematurely. Otherwise, the second half of my firmament body tempering art will be destroyed. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the 10-odd people had entered, Bai Lishi laughed loudly and followed. Just as he was about to step into the pillar of light, he then turned around and reminded, "You must be careful. Don't be greedy. You must be careful of the humans behind you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly to indicate that he understood. After interacting with Bai Lishi for the past few days, Xiao Chen knew that although Bai Lishi was not a proper person and had a bad temper, he was not a serious person. However, in the end, he was not a treacherous person. He was very straightforward, which suited Xiao Chen's temperament. He took out a secret manual from the universe ring and quickly tossed it to Bai Lishi. When Bai Lishi heard the sound, he immediately turned around and caught the secret manual. When he saw its contents, he could not help but reveal an expression of joy. Just as Bai Lishi looked up and was about to say something, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already disappeared from where he was. Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to enter the pillar of light. He could not help but smile and say, "This brat is not too much of a scam." Naturally, the secret manual that Xiao Chen tossed to Bai Lishi was the second half of the firmament body tempering art. After observing it for such a long time, Xiao Chen was certain that Bai Lishi was not lying to him. Since that was the case, there was no need to drag things out. Although Xiao Chen liked to maximize his benefits, he always kept his promises. 1. After Xiao Chen entered the Ring of Light, a desolate world appeared before him. When he looked up, the sky was scarlet with thick red clouds drifting by. The ground was littered with rocks and weeds. Only some strange plants were sparsely scattered on the ground. The terrain of the space was extremely complicated. Xiao Chen scanned the surrounding 3 kilometers with his spiritual sense. Not only did he discover mounds, desolate mountains, stone forests, swamps, but he also discovered a jungle made of strange plants. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chen took out a map and started to search for his position. The pillar of light on Boulder Island would send the cultivators who entered to the periphery of the demon battlefield. Unless one had some special tools, no one would be able to control where they landed in the demon battlefield. After Xiao Chen put away the map, he finally confirmed his position. Then he looked around. Many cultivators gathered in groups of 2 or 3, looking around excitedly. There were also some experienced cultivators with cautious eyes. They kept their hands on their weapons at all times. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes as they looked at the cultivators beside them. "Friend, are you alone? Let's team up." Just as Xiao Chen was about to depart, a hearty laughter came from behind him. He turned his head to look. And saw a short-haired cultivator in gray robes. He had a squarish face, looked to be in his 20s, and a saber hung at his waist. He was a superior grade martial king. He walked over to Xiao Chen with a smile on his face. A few cultivators of various cultivations followed behind him. However, they were all medial grade martial kings at the very least. The short-haired cultivator introduced himself as if he was very familiar with Xiao Chen. "I am Wei Tong. This is my first time coming to Boulder Island with a few friends. It looks like this is your first time entering the demon battlefield as well. How about we accompany each other?" As he spoke, Wei Tong's gaze quickly swept over Xiao Chen's attire. His gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's shoes and robes for a while. When Wei Tong saw the black gloves on Xiao Chen's hands, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. However, he hid it very well. His smile remained very sincere. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. When he saw the other party's expression, he said indifferently, "There is no need. I am already used to being alone." Wei Tong revealed a disappointed expression. He said, "That is a pity. If brother is interested, you can come and look for us at any time." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and turned to leave. He withdrew his aura and kept his right hand on his saber hilt, maintaining a high level of vigilance. After Xiao Chen left, a ferocious look flashed in the eyes of a cultivator behind Wei Tong. He asked suspiciously, "Big brother, why did you not make a move? He is a fat sheep. Unexpectedly, he has 3 secret treasures on him." "Indeed, big brother. He is just a peak inferior grade martial king. We can deal with him in a few moves. After we kill him, there will be no problems," another person said. Wei Tong said calmly, "How foolish. I do not know if he is a fat sheep or a ferocious wolf. With your eyes, be careful. You might not be able to eat the sheep. Instead, you might end up being eaten like weeds." This person's gaze was calm. His right hand was on his saber hilt. He maintained a distance from me, allowing me to advance or retreat. Based on this, it is clear that this person is extraordinarily vigilant. He is not that easy to kill. After saying this, Wei Tong watched Xiao Chen leave. He paused for a while before saying, "The most important thing is that although this person is only an inferior grade martial king, his killing chi is denser than mine. He is not a kind person. The secret treasures on him are probably stained with blood." Chapter 406. What about Big Brother? He is such a fat sheep. I can't bear to let him get away. Wei Tong said, "Even if you can't bear to, you have to. In this demon battlefield, there are plenty of fat sheep to slaughter. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Even 10 lives would not be enough. Let's go." Shill. Blood dripped from the lunar shadow saber. A rank 7 demonic beast in front of Xiao Chen was chopped in half. After separating from Wei Tong and the others, Xiao Chen did not get far before he was attacked by demonic beasts. The demonic beasts here were very crafty and very patient. Several times, Xiao Chen had just killed a demonic beast and was about to catch his breath when a few demonic beasts suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. If not for Xiao Chen keeping his guard up at all times, he might have fallen for the demonic beast's attacks. After digging out the demonic beast's demonic core, Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. It is said that there are countless secret treasures in the demon battlefield. Why have I not seen a single one? Bang! Bang! Just at this moment, intense sounds came from in front, together with the sound of the wind. Xiao Chen stopped and looked around. Then, he found a high ground and looked over. The sound came from about 2,000 meters ahead. He could no longer see it. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still had his spiritual sense and was not blind. 2 medial-grade martial kings were fighting an intense battle with an early rank 7 demonic beast in the distance. That demonic beast looked like a barbaric ox. There was a sharp horn on its head. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, like a burning flame. When it stepped on the ground, it shook continuously. The demonic beast looked very mighty. However, when the 2 martial kings worked together, it could not do anything. It was forced to retreat. After all, it was only an early rank 7 demonic beast. The attacks of the 2 martial kings were very sharp. Furthermore, they were not greedy and did not take any risks. They advanced and retreated rationally. The barbaric ox's defeat was only a matter of time. It is just killing demonic beasts. There is nothing to see, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he discovered something interesting. Pu-ci. After the barbaric ox was killed, its belly was cut open by a sharp knife. A blood-stained secret treasure fell out. That secret treasure was a small bronze beast. It should have been carved from a demonic beast or spirit beast from the ancient era. Spiritual energy surrounded the secret treasure. Even though it was stained with blood, it was hard to hide. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt incredulous. Killing demonic beasts for secret treasures. Could this be the same as the online games in my previous life? That's impossible. I have killed so many demonic beasts, but there are no secret treasures. Could it be that the drop rate is a problem? Xiao Chen could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. The scene he saw confused him. His spiritual sense could not help but stop there. Xiao Xiao did not understand.
Tian.
Xiao Chen.
Sha.
Brother Chen.
Not. To Tian Xiao to I.
Chen Xiao Ti do say.
Chen it. It.
To a complete secret treasure, even the lowest inferior grade secret treasure, was worth at least 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. If one was lucky, it could be sold for several thousand medial grade spirit stones. No matter what, this was a good item. It was something that could tempt most cultivators. Xiao Chen continued to look at it with interest.
Bang!
As Xiao Chen expected, after they confirmed it was a secret treasure, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. They started killing each other for a secret treasure. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is just an inferior grade secret treasure. If they could trust each other, they would not end up like this. These two must have formed a temporary team. The two of them fought until their eyes turned red. They sent out all sorts of killing moves. They hated that they could not kill each other immediately. The battle was extremely intense. Soon, the two of them suffered significant injuries. No matter who won this battle, they would end up severely injured. After a while, just as the victor was about to be decided, a pool of blood suddenly appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed. That was a demon of the blood demon world, a race of the demonic world. Xiao Chen had seen them in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strange space before. They were also known as blood demons. They ate human hearts. Their methods were extremely bloody and cruel.
Bang!
The blood turned into a pale human figure. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. It attacked at lightning speed, its sharp nails piercing the hearts of the two cultivators. The two cultivators were at a critical juncture in their fight. They did not expect such a situation to happen. They cried out miserably as their hearts were grabbed by the other party.
Jie, 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 jie.
That blood demon laughed a few times. It held the two bloody hearts in its hand and revealed a cruel smile on its pale face. Xiao Chen could not bear to see what happened next. The blood demon directly swallowed the two hearts and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Xiao Chen could sense with his spiritual sense that after the blood demon swallowed the hearts of the cultivators, the baleful aura on its body became denser.
Pooh! Pooh!
The blood demon casually kicked the two corpses on the ground, causing them to explode. Then, he waved his hand, and the secret treasure in the shape of a bronze beast flew into his hand. The blood demon revealed a mocking expression. Humans are indeed an inferior race. They can't even resist a small temptation. This is a tried and tested method.
Jie, 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 jie.
Xiao Chen also felt that it was unfortunate. This blood demon should only be a low-rank blood demon. It should be no stronger than a medial-grade martial king. Two medial-grade martial kings could have easily killed Xiao Chen in a head-on clash. However, because of a secret treasure, they lost themselves and died without a complete corpse. That blood demon looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he found an early rank 7 demonic beast. The baleful aura on the blood demon's body terrified the demonic beast. He easily subdued this demonic beast, cut open its skin, and stuffed the secret treasure back in. A scarlet light flashed on the blood demon's hand, and the wound on the demonic beast instantly healed. There were no visible problems. After everything that happened the night before, the low-rank blood demon released the demonic beast in satisfaction. He licked his lips and said with a greedy expression, "I wonder what my next prey will taste like. Human hearts are indeed delicious." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why the demonic beasts had secret treasures in their bodies. The secret treasures of the demon realm were naturally in the hands of the demon dwellers. When the humans wanted to kill them and obtain the secret treasures, the demon dwellers had already killed them. When the humans wanted to kill the demons and obtain the secret treasure, the demons treated the humans as their prey. Who could have the last laugh would depend on their own abilities. Xiao Chen looked at the hidden blood demon and said calmly, "Since I saw the secret treasure made of bronze beasts, I might as well take it." The blood clouds above Xiao Chen's head looked like they would never disperse. Only when a strong wind blew would they ripple. The sky was like a drawing board. However, there was only one color on this drawing board: scarlet. On flat ground, Xiao Chen moved very quickly. With one step, he could leap several hundred meters. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a long shockwave. When Xiao Chen met some demonic beasts along the way, He did his best to avoid them. If he could not avoid them, he would end the fight quickly. It took them an hour to cover the distance of more than 2,000 meters. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found the demonic beast that the blood demon had stuffed into the secret treasure. It was an early rank 7 purple python tiger demonic beast. It looked like a ferocious tiger. The purple python tiger demonic beast was 10 meters tall on all fours. Its fur was purple, and occasionally, black chi came out of its pores. There was a purple python-like tail coiled on its back. The purple tail was as thick as an adult's arm. There was a bulge at the end of the purple tail that looked like a snake's head. An early rank 7 demonic beast was about as strong as a medial grade martial king. With Xiao Chen's current advancement, he could deal with it easily within 20 moves. However, when Xiao Chen thought about the low-ranked blood demon hiding behind it, he had to put on a good show to lure it out. Otherwise, it would be pointless to scare it away. Xiao Chen revealed himself and leaped into the air. He landed in front of the demonic beast and sent out a strand of energy. Xiao Chen did not infuse too much essence into the energy. The purple python tiger easily dodged it by tilting its body. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes as it roared and pounced at Xiao Chen. The purple python tiger crossed the distance of 200 meters in one leap and arrived before Xiao Chen. It opened its jaws, revealing its 4 fangs. A cold light flashed as it bit at Xiao Chen's neck. Hoo! The purple python tiger's huge body created an intense wind as it soared into the air. This caused Xiao Chen's hair to flutter. Xiao Chen drew his saber, and a purple saber light flickered as he chopped at the purple python tiger's neck. The purple python tiger roared ferociously and smashed its right paw against the saber. Xiao Chen was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. After knocking back Xiao Chen, the purple python tiger roared excitedly. It charged at Xiao Chen with a flourishing aura. Dang! 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 Every strike of the purple python tiger's 2 front paws sounded out. They carried tens of thousands of kilograms of force as they smashed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen brandished his huge saber in front of him to prevent the claws from grabbing him. It is quite strong. This claw probably has about 70 to 80 tons of force. However, this should not be the purple python tiger's killing move. I have to continue acting. As Xiao Chen retreated, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged more than 100 moves with the purple python tiger. When the purple python tiger saw that it could not knock Xiao Chen to the ground, it became enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a black energy wave at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. His saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped the energy wave in half. Hoo-chi! The moment the energy wave scattered, a purple snake head shot at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. The purple python tiger's purple tail was actually a purple python. This startled Xiao Chen, causing him to quickly retreat. However, this purple python was simply too fast. As Xiao Chen retreated, it wrapped itself around his ankle. Chi! Chi! The snake coiled around Xiao Chen a few times. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down ferociously. When Xiao Chen saw the snake's venomous fangs, even if he did not get injured, he would be poisoned. Xiao Chen's left hand shot out at lightning speed and clamped down on the snake's mouth. Xiao Chen exerted force on his arm as he used 2 fingers to clamp down on the snake's mouth. The huge force prevented the snake's mouth from opening. Just as Xiao Chen and the purple python fought, the purple python tiger's huge body crashed into Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen suffered a heavy blow to his chest and immediately fell over. This is about the end of the act. If this goes on, this beast will really eat me up, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he watched the purple python tiger open its mouth to attack his neck. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Xiao Chen increased the force in his left hand and crushed the snake head. Then, he fiercely punched the purple python tiger's chest. Chapter 407. Kasie. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulating at full power, this punch contained 150 tons of force. The force of the punch permeated the purple python tiger's internal organs and instantly shattered them. Just as the purple python tiger's huge body pressed down, Xiao Chen somersaulted and dodged it. There was a loud bang, and the purple python tiger's corpse fell heavily to the ground. The clothes on Xiao Chen's chest had already been torn by the purple python tiger's attack. His long hair was messy, and he was covered in dust. Xiao Chen cut a sorry figure. When the low-ranked blood demon hidden in the darkness saw this, it relaxed. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. A greedy look appeared in its eyes. Xiao Chen stretched out his body and took out a sharp saber from his universe ring. Then, he cut open the purple python tiger's belly. Blood immediately spurted out, along with a small exquisite bronze statue. Xiao Chen stretched his hand out, and a suction force pulled the bronze statue over. It floated above Xiao Chen's palm. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground beside him. Then, Xiao Chen took out an old cloth and slowly wiped the blood off the bronze statue. An incredibly lively and lifelike statue appeared before Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw the statue's appearance, he found it familiar. Suddenly, he remembered seeing it in the Firely Sect's Secret Treasures book. The secret treasures from the ancient era were all famous. Those that were not superior-grade secret treasures would not appear in the book. However, based on the aura of this bronze statue, it was clear that it was not the original. It should be a fake.
See.
An extremely weak sound came from behind Xiao Chen. If one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to hear it. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and stabbed the saber into the ground. The tip of the saber struck the blood. Xiao Chen used some force, and purple electricity crackled and flickered on the snow-white saber. Ah! There was a miserable shriek as the blood turned into a human figure. The lunar shadow saber pinned the other party's body to the ground. Pure and tyrannical lightning attributed essence. The blood demon's body was convulsing non-stop, unable to resist at all. The blood demon's body did not have the slightest ability to resist. Don't kill me. I still have many secret treasures. As long as you let me go, I will give them all to you, Blood Demon said, trembling in pain. His heart was filled with extreme fear. He had thought that this person had fallen for his trap, and that his strength was only the. He did not expect that this sudden attack would not even give him a chance to dodge. Xiao Chen, who had personally seen this blood demon devour human hearts, did not believe the words of this blood demon at all. Such a cunning demon dweller would definitely suffer a great loss if he coveted some small advantage. Xiao Chen unsheathed his blade, and purple flames shot out from his right eye. He was prepared to burn this blood demon to death. As the purple flames burned, the blood demon's miserable shriek lasted for a while before it went silent. After a while, it turned into a pile of ashes. Xiao Chen used the tip of his saber to poke at the ashes a few times. A scarlet demon core appeared. The demon core contained a horrifying baleful aura. If one could absorb it, it could greatly increase a cultivator's killing chi. At the same time, it could temper a cultivator's mental energy. This thing had always been in short supply. However, the demon core of a low-ranked blood demon did not have much value. The baleful aura it contained was useless against a martial king. Xiao Chen casually tossed the demon core into the universe ring. Then, he took out the book that introduced secret treasures and started reading it. Soon, he found the source of the bronze statue. The bronze statue was a sculpture of an ancient mutated beast. This mutated beast was called Flame, the strongest fire-attributed mutated beast in the world. It consumed flames as food. In this world, there was no flame that it could not consume. The more flames it consumed, the stronger the might of the flames it spat out. Using the flame beast as the model, the ancient cultivators created a secret treasure. It could also consume all sorts of flames in the world. After it merged, it could spit out an even more powerful flame. Although it could not compare to a true flame beast, it was not far off. Its might could not be underestimated. It was a peak superior grade secret treasure. After Xiao Chen read the introduction, he toyed with the ordinary-looking bronze statue in his hand. It had a flickering spiritual light. He said, "A superior grade secret treasure radiates light into the sky. Its spiritual energy can spread for 5 kilometers. It looks like this flame beast bronze statue is very simple. It is indeed a fake." Xiao Chen erased the imprint on the flame beast bronze statue and placed his own imprint on it. Then, he prepared to use the purple thunder true fire to test the might of this flame beast. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a huge whirlpool in the scarlet clouds in the distant sky. Countless scarlet bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky from the ground, shattering the scarlet clouds in the sky.
So,
Many cultivators in the demon battlefield felt this aura and looked up. A few cultivators could not resist their curiosity and quickly flew over. When Xiao Chen felt the fluctuating energy in the air, he muttered, "What a strong aura! It should be as strong as a martial monarch. Is this the target of those half-step martial monarchs?" An intense curiosity arose in Xiao Chen's heart. He wanted to check it out. However, he managed to overcome his curiosity in the end. Even the most ordinary half-step martial monarch would be able to deal with Xiao Chen in a few moves. It would be too naive to try and take advantage of them. Furthermore, there was a demon as strong as a martial monarch in the middle. If Xiao Chen was not afraid of death, he could join in the fun. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and maintained his vigilance as he continued forward. Along the way, he ran into some crafty demons. Some tossed their secret treasures on the ground and used the aura of the secret treasure to attract the cultivator's attention before launching a sneak attack. Some disguised themselves as humans to get close to Xiao Chen and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chen saw through all these tricks. Along the way to the medial grade secret treasure, he obtained 3 or 4 inferior grade secret treasures. Xiao Chen stopped in front of a messy stone forest. He muttered, "I have finally reached this place. This place is indeed at the periphery of the demon battlefield. I hope Bai Lishi did not lie to me." The messy stone forest covered an area of a kilometer squared. There were strange rocks everywhere. Each rock was at least 10 meters tall, standing upright on the flat ground. The atmosphere in the forest was very strange. It was very quiet. When the wind blew, the faint smell of blood wafted in the air. Xiao Chen scanned the forest with his spiritual sense and soon discovered the medial-grade secret treasure that Bai Lishi mentioned. A pair of flashing black boots lay quietly on a stone pillar in the middle of the messy stone forest. When Xiao Chen probed it with his spiritual sense, the boots flickered with a dense spiritual light, giving off an overwhelming spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in these boots was much stronger than that of a regular peak inferior-grade secret treasure. This was at least an early medial-grade secret treasure. Indeed, Bai Lishi did not lie to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen rejoiced. Coincidentally, the windwalk shoes on his feet could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Now, they could only increase his movement speed by 10%. Xiao Chen's overall movement speed could not break Mach 2. It remained stuck at a bottleneck. However, based on Xiao Chen's experience along the way, he often encountered demons tossing their secret treasures on the ground to attract the attention of cultivators. Then they would take the opportunity to kill them. This place should be no exception. If there were no danger, the secret treasures would have been snatched away long ago. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense again but did not discover any demons. This was within his expectations, but it did not mean that there was no danger. The ability of demons to hide their auras was much higher than that of regular human cultivators. Unless one personally tracked the other party, it would be very difficult to sense a demon with one's spiritual sense. Since this demon could take out a medial-grade secret treasure, its rank was definitely not low. The low-ranked blood demons that Xiao Chen killed easily could not compare to it. "I have to think of a way." As he stood outside the stone forest, Xiao Chen did not rush in. He revealed a contemplative look. Enemies hidden in the dark were always the scariest. This was because one could not predict where they would come from or how strong they were. "Xiao." Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and pulled over 7 or 8 rocks of similar sizes. This stone forest did not lack rocks. Xiao Chen sent out a few strands of essence and gently lifted up these rocks. Then, he held 2 fingers together and condensed an incredibly sharp saber chi. His 2 fingers danced in the air, and just like that, he started carving in the air. Stone chips fell off, and soon, an exquisite stone eagle sculpture appeared. Xiao Chen's fingers did not stop moving as he continued to carve. Soon, 8 stone sculptures appeared around him, floating quietly in the air. "Life bestowal spell." Xiao Chen shouted and pointed to the front. The 8 stone eagles in the air all came to life. "Puda! Puda!" The goshawk, which had a wingspan of a meter, stirred up whirlwinds on the ground and shot toward the stone forest like an arrow that was released from a bow. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation and the aid of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, he was already very familiar with the life bestowal spell. He had no difficulty communicating with the 8 eagles at the same time. Just as they were about to get close to the secret treasure, 3 red lights flashed, and the 3 goshawks at the front were directly blasted into a pile of debris. After all, they were just stone sculptures made of ordinary stones. They did not have high combat prowess. At the same time, a blood demon in red robes appeared on a stone pillar. He had a pale complexion and a sullen gaze. Pa, pa, pa. The red-robed blood demon flicked his hands and sent out a few strands of scarlet energy, trying to shatter the remaining 5 eagles. A middle-rank blood demon was as strong as a superior-grade martial king who comprehended a state. He would be difficult to deal with. However, he was still within the limits of what Xiao Chen could handle. To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen had to test him to see if he had any companions. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen sucked in 10 odd stones in one breath. His gaze was calm as he moved his hands at the same time. Shwa! 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 Stone chips fell from the ground. Xiao Chen pushed his concentration and movements to their limits. In 3 breaths, he completed the stone sculpture. Boom! The 10 odd large eagles soared into the air and quickly flew towards the stone pillar in the middle. They spread their wings and connected them together. In an instant, the dozen or so flies covered a large area of the sky. Chapter 408. Clearly, one blood demon would not be able to destroy so many eagles in an instant. At that time, Xiao Chen could take the opportunity to control the eagles and snatch away the secret treasures. Unless there are other blood demons, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, a cautious look in his eyes. Boom! 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 The eagles that swooped down at the secret treasures were blasted into dust one after another. Xiao Chen focused his spiritual sense on one of the eagles and nimbly dodged the attacks. Nimbly dodging the attacks, it seized an opportunity and hooked the pair of shoes with its talons before retreating with lightning speed. Bang! This eagle did not fly very high before it was blasted into dust by a blood arrow. The shoes slowly fell to the ground. Another blood demon appeared on the stone pillar. This one wore blue robes, and its aura was no weaker than the first blood demon's. Unexpectedly, it was also a middle-rank blood demon. 2 middle-rank blood demons. This is going to be problematic, Xiao Chen thought to himself. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Medial-grade secret treasures are not that easy to come across. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Then, it quickly condensed and compressed. Soon, the boundless purple flame turned into a rhombus-shaped purple light. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the purple light quickly elongated. Xiao! The purple arrow turned into a purple arrow and shot at the second middle-rank blood demon. The purple arrow moved like a beam of light, tearing through the obstruction of space. Its speed instantly reached Mach 3. Before the blue-robed blood demon could react, a bloody hole appeared in its shoulder. At the same time the purple flame shot out, Xiao Chen activated the windwalk shoes on his feet. He moved at lightning speed on the rocks. Finally, just as the secret treasure was about to fall, he grabbed the pair of black shoes. When the 2 blood demons saw that Xiao Chen had obtained the secret treasures, they did not show any surprise on their faces. It was as if everything was within their expectations. The blood demon that was struck by the purple thunder true fire licked his lips. He had a malevolent expression as he smiled. Another fat sheep has come knocking. What a dense killing chi. I like it. This time, no matter what, you cannot snatch it from me. The other blood demon stared coldly at Xiao Chen. He smiled gently and said, let's see how capable you are. If you can't eat it, I don't mind helping you. Ga. The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely, and the wound on his shoulder squirmed. He laughed and said, I can't eat it? What a joke. Finish off this brat in 10 moves. Strange, these 2 blood demons seemed to be waiting for him to fall into their trap. The arrow shot by the purple thunder true fire might have been purposely shot by the other party to lure him in. A thoughtful look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He placed the secret treasure in his universe ring and prepared to leave this place first. No matter what, it was too dangerous to face 2 middle-ranked blood demons at the same time. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and turned around to retreat. Don't leave, human. No one has ever escaped from this stone forest. Ga. The blood demon laughed strangely and chased after Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. A few tall rocks appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Break! Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and a sharp saber chi chopped the rocks in half. However, before he could relax, the strange rocks actually merged back together. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen continuously attacked with his saber. The purple chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electric light as he hacked down with the state of thunder infused in it. The stone, which had just been reassembled, was instantly smashed into pieces by the surging power. ZZ! A strange energy spread out, turning the rocks into countless shards flying in all directions. Once again, they were sucked over. Soon, they turned back into a huge rock, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Just as Xiao Chen was about to try a few more times, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura behind him. The middle-ranked blood demon's blood arrow was approaching.
Jie, jie, jie.
Stop running, human. Stay here. I will definitely not let you feel pain. Xiao Chen tilted his body slightly and dodged this attack. Then, he leaped over the rocks blocking his path and continued flying forward. When Xiao Chen looked up, he discovered something strange. The path he took seemed to have changed. The direction of the entire stone forest seemed to have changed. Xiao Chen was clearly heading back. However, he did not know which direction it led to. This was very shocking. Since the direction on the ground was messed up, I'll just go by the sky. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly soared into the sky. Bang! After flying for only 100 meters, an invisible barrier appeared above Xiao Chen's head. His head smashed into it. Xiao Chen had no choice but to land on a stone pillar on the ground. When he looked up, the direction he had just determined was now messed up again. The entire space of the stone forest seemed to be in complete chaos. It changed at every moment, making it impossible to walk out normally. The blue-robed blood demon chased after Xiao Chen. He revealed a playful smile on his pale face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Give up. The natural laws of this stone forest change at every moment. If you do not live here for at least 100 years, you will not be able to walk out." Xiao Chen's back faced the blue-robed blood demon. He looked to the front, thinking about some problems. It was like he did not hear what the blue-robed blood demon said. "Brat, are you scared, silly? Are you going to end yourself, or do I have to do it myself?"
Jie, jie, jie.
The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely when he saw the silent Xiao Chen. "Never mind. Since I can't leave for now, there is no need to overthink. Whether Bai Lishi lied to me or not is not something I need to worry about now." Xiao Chen gently pulled off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Then, he slowly turned around. The red mark on his forehead made his fair complexion look very bewitching. When the blue-robed blood demon saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was slightly stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. "Since you want me to stay, I will grant your wish. I will not leave." Xiao Chen's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile on his bewitching face. "Trying to scare me? You are just an insignificant inferior-grade martial king. You are seeking death." The blue-robed blood demon shouted ferociously. He moved his 10 fingers and instantly shot out countless blood arrows. The blood arrows contained an intense baleful aura. With one glance, it looked like countless evil spirits crawled out of hell and launched themselves at you. As they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, there seemed to be all sorts of illusions around your ears. If one did not have a strong will, they would collapse on the spot under these illusions. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and all the illusions and the evil spirits of hell vanished. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Xiao Chen held his lunar shadow saber as he stood on a huge rock. As thunder roared, saber lights danced around continuously.
Dang, 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 dang.
The blood arrows seemed very solid. When Xiao Chen's saber lights clashed, they gave off a melodious sound. Sparks flew everywhere on the saber. Xiao Chen's saber light was so dense that not even wind could pass through. The blood arrows were all knocked away. When the blood arrows landed on the huge rocks, they immediately created finger-sized holes. After a while, all the blood infused into the huge rock. The huge rock instantly shattered. This showed how strong the blood arrows were. However, Xiao Chen's saber lights did not make any progress. No matter how fast he was or how violent he did not move. With my saber in hand, thunder roared, but I did not move. When the blue-robed blood demon saw that the illusions and blood arrows were useless against Xiao Chen, not even giving him any trouble, he revealed a trace of shock in his eyes. That illusion of his was not an ordinary illusion. The number of demonic beasts and humans he had killed over the past few hundred years could be counted as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. Regular superior-grade martial kings would not be able to struggle free of the baleful aura formed by the illusions. Even if they managed to struggle free, their minds would turn blurry for a while. However, nothing happened to Xiao Chen. His martial techniques were not messed up at all. This brat was somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned cautious. He looked at his companions in the distance, wanting to call them over to help. However, he resisted the urge. If he could not deal with an inferior-grade martial king, he would be exploited by that fellow in the future. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned ferocious once again. He gave up on seeking help from his companions. The blue-robed blood demon roared ferociously and condensed a red ball of light in his hand. The surface of the ball of light was mottled. Occasionally, the cries of resentful spirits came from it. Fragmented blood wave. A faint radiance appeared in the surroundings of the scarlet ball of light. It flew towards Xiao Chen at high speed and slowly rotated in the air. In the end, it formed a horrifying scarlet whirlpool. It even tore the air apart. Xiao Chen focused his gaze. He did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He gathered all his essence on the tip of his saber. Then he held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and spun it counterclockwise.
See.
A whirlpool appeared on the tip of the saber in the opposite direction of the fragmented blood wave. Purple electric light flickered in the whirlpool, crackling non-stop. Boom! The two whirlpools clashed with each other. A huge energy shockwave spread out in all directions. The boulders in the surroundings were crushed into powder. Instantly, a large cloud of dust filled the air. The blue-robed blood demon retreated 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. However, Xiao Chen did not move back. He shouted and charged forward with a lunar shadow saber in hand. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and descended from the sky. He carried a surging momentum as he hacked down at the blue-robed blood demon. The saber gave off an intense cold light. Electricity flickered on it, making one tremble in fear. The blue-robed blood demon crossed his hands and formed a scarlet barrier, trying to block Xiao Chen's move. However, although Xiao Chen's state of thunder was only at small perfection, it was much stronger than the great perfection state of a regular cultivator because of the purple thunder divine incantation, a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could the blue-robed blood demon block this move? Bang! The scarlet barrier only lasted for a moment before it shattered. The blue-robed blood demon's figure was knocked back by the surging energy. In an instant, he shattered countless boulders. When the red-robed blood demon saw this scene from a kilometer away, he mocked. "It looks like you can't take it. Do you need help?" "That's none of your business," the blue-robed blood demon retorted. As he looked at Xiao Chen flying over, he said angrily, "Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will let you have a taste of being eaten alive by a blood demon." Chain fragmented blood wave. When the flower shadow landed, 9 red balls of light appeared beside the blue-robed blood demon. The balls of light circled around the blue-robed blood demon. The cries of countless aggrieved spirits came from them. Chapter 409. The aggrieved spirits wailed together. Immediately, a scene of hell appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Mountains of sabers and seas of flames filled the air. Horrifying scenes of human monarchs appeared before him. The blood demon wanted to disrupt Xiao Chen's state of mind, stirring up his mental energy and throwing his mind into chaos. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. In terms of mental attacks, only a martial monarch could threaten him. The mental attacks of this blue-robed blood demon were nothing to him. They were like floating clouds to Xiao Chen. A few strands of spiritual sense turned into countless sharp blades and instantly chopped the various mysterious phenomena into nothingness. Ha ha ha. So what if your mental energy is strong? My 9-ring fragmenting blood wave is already complete. No one can save you today. The blue-robed blood demon laughed loudly. 9 scarlet balls of light flew at Xiao Chen. The balls of light spun quickly and soon formed 9 huge scarlet whirlpools in the air. Then, the 9 scarlet whirlpools connected and formed an incredibly huge whirlpool. A scarlet light filled Xiao Chen's vision. Aside from this strange scarlet whirlpool, there was nothing else in front of Xiao Chen. It gave him a feeling that he could not block it. ZZ. The scarlet light in the whirlpool was like tentacles extending in the air, tearing through the air. Everywhere it passed, All the huge rocks shattered. It even pierced through the air. Retreat! Xiao Chen decisively retreated. He pushed off the huge rock and retreated several hundred meters in the blink of an eye.
Jie, jie, jie.
Where can you retreat to? The longer you retreat, the stronger my chain-fragmenting blood wave will be. You will die even more miserably. The blue-robed blood demon's maniacal laughter came from behind the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. His heart was as calm as the waves in an ancient well. He pushed off the ground twice and retreated another kilometer at lightning speed. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in Xiao Chen's body. He pointed his saber at the sky and thunder roared. He circulated the state of thunder to its limits, and 100-meter-wide electric whirlpool appeared in the sky. Rumble! The sound of galloping horses could be heard amidst the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The sound of the galloping horses mixed with the rumbling of thunder, and the sky seemed to tremble. Rushing thunder roar. 1,000 army break. The lunar shadow saber drew on the strong force in the air. Seeing the scarlet whirlpool surging towards him, Xiao Chen calmly swung his saber. Within the whirlpool, a golden lightning knight holding a spear soared into the sky. It covered a distance of 1 kilometer in an instant, and the golden spear struck the center of the scarlet whirlpool.
Break!
The golden lightning knight flicked his right hand and thrust his spear forward, leaving a long trail of golden light behind him. Light exploded like thunder. The blood-colored vortex began to shatter unceasingly. After a while, the golden lightning knight shouted again, and the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky was completely broken. The warhorse made of lightning let out a neigh and crashed into the blue-robed blood demon while carrying the knight.
Pussy-eye!
The spear broke through the blue-robed blood demon's defense and stabbed a bowl-sized hole in his chest. The blue-robed blood demon's complexion paled as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The blue-robed blood demon held the spear made of lightning with both hands. However, the golden lightning paralyzed him. His body could not help but twitch. "Save me! Quickly save me!" The blue-robed blood demon pleaded as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in the distance. The red-robed blood demon's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not seem to care at all. When the lightning knights dispersed, the blue-robed blood demon could not be more dead. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Xiao Chen walked forward expressionlessly. He poked the blue-robed blood demon's corpse a few times with his saber, digging out his demon core. Then, he pulled gently, wanting to grab the middle-ranked blood demon's demon core. Hoo-chee! Just at this moment, a sharp scarlet light shot towards Xiao Chen. Its speed was comparable to the speed of Xiao Chen's saber, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Xiao Chen was startled. He gave up on the demon core and left deep footprints on the ground as he retreated several hundred meters. Feeling a slight chill on his chest, Xiao Chen looked down. There were 5 claw marks on his clear wind robes. The inner armor was torn, nearly injuring his flesh. What a strong explosive force, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in front of him. The red-robed blood demon grabbed the demon core and revealed a wide smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chen and said gently, "I really have to thank you. I have been waiting for this for several decades. You have helped me greatly. Later, I will eat your heart to repay you."
Jie, jie.
The red-robed blood demon placed the demon core in his mouth and chewed it with relish. He revealed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It looked extremely cruel.
Jie, 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 jie.
Do you feel that I have become stronger? After I eat your heart, I will break through to become a high-ranked blood demon. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. He did not mind the guilt of eating his companion. He seemed to have a clear conscience. Xiao Chen could feel the red-robed blood demon's aura growing stronger. In the end, it actually increased by 20%, reaching the peak superior grade Martial King realm. Seeing the silent Xiao Chen, the red-robed blood demon slowly walked forward. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you not saying anything? That move earlier exhausted a lot of your essence, right? I'm guessing that you have less than 30% left. Do you want me to give you some more time?"
Pa.
The red-robed blood demon said he wanted to give Xiao Chen more time. However, right after he spoke, he sent out a palm strike. The strong baleful aura kicked up a strong wind. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the wind. When the red light shone, even the formless wind turned scarlet. The red mark on Xiao Chen's forehead started to flicker with a bright red light. The state of massacre started to surge, and the snow-white lunar shadow saber started to alternate between purple and red. Xiao Chen did not move at all. He did his best to maintain his calm. The saber light danced around continuously, scattering the palm wind the red-robed blood demon sent back. The red-robed blood demon's explosive power was very startling. He could move at Mach 3 in an instant. However, the red-robed blood demon could only move at Mach 2. The only thing that Xiao Chen could rely on was his attack speed. With the aid of the black gloves, Xiao Chen could move at Mach 3 when using drawing the saber. Hence, Xiao Chen could not move. Once he moved, he would be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen was very clear on what a difference in movement speed of Mach 3 meant. This meant that Xiao Chen's attacks would not be able to knock down the red-robed blood demon. However, the red-robed blood demon could advance and retreat as he pleased. Once he met with danger, he could retreat quickly.
Dang, dang, dang.
A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. The ghostly cries and wolf howls were like demonic music, lingering in his mind. Occasionally, the red-robed blood demon's strange laughter could be heard. Maintaining his state of mind, Xiao Chen was as steady as a boulder. It was like his feet were fixed to the top of a huge rock. No matter how unpredictable the red-robed blood demon sent out sharp palm winds, Xiao Chen did not budge. The lunar shadow saber danced around in all directions. Xiao Chen made use of drawing the saber with every saber strike. Aside from essence, most of it was mental exhaustion. Tiring. Extremely tiring. However, Xiao Chen had to do his best to persevere and find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, only death awaited him. There was no other way. He had nowhere to retreat to. Interesting. You know that your movement speed is not as fast as mine, so you do not dare to move, afraid that I will control your rhythm. You are using your strong attack speed to block my attacks. However, how long do you think you can last? 20 minutes? 10 minutes? Or 5 minutes? The red-robed blood demon took a few steps back at lightning speed. A playful smile appeared on his pale face. After attacking for a long time without success, the red-robed blood demon started to use psychological warfare to lower Xiao Chen's morale.
Xiao.
Xiao Chen pointed his saber at the red-robed blood demon and revealed a faint smile on his fair face. He said, "You can give it a try. Let's see if I fall first or if I grasp your rhythm first."
Haha.
In that case, let's continue playing. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. Then, he turned into a beam of red light and charged at Xiao Chen again. Boom, boom, boom. The horrifying red light contained a boundless baleful aura. The red-robed blood demon executed all sorts of killing moves. He attacked Xiao Chen from the front, left, and right. When the two's intense attacks clashed, the surrounding air rippled like water. The strong energy seemed like it would tear space apart. The red-robed blood demon originally had the strength of a superior-grade martial king. After he absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's demon core, his strength increased explosively. Xiao Chen merged the two states to their limits. He did not dare to be careless as he broke every killing move of his opponent.
Xiao.
After another hour, the red-robed blood demon still could not take down Xiao Chen. He revealed an impatient expression on his pale face as he retreated again. Xiao Chen remained calm. He said indifferently, "Is that all you are capable of? In that case, you might have to stay behind today." The red-robed blood demon snorted coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you are still so stubborn. I will make sure you beg for mercy later." A ruthless look flashed in the red-robed blood demon's eyes. He pressed his palms together and quickly formed hand seals. Rings of red light slowly spread out from his palms. A horrifying energy slowly gathered on the hand seals. The red light became increasingly brighter. It was bright red like blood pulsing. It looked very strange. Great Blood Demon Imprint. The red-robed blood demon roared ferociously. When the red light reached its peak, he stopped forming hand seals. Then, he used an overwhelming force to press down on Xiao Chen. The great blood demon was like a tall mountain descending from the sky with boundless energy. Its aura was overwhelming, causing one to tremble in fear and find it hard to breathe. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. Instead, he felt excited. He was not afraid of clashing head-on with a red-robed blood demon. He was only afraid of the red-robed blood demon clinging to him. When the situation turned bad, he would retreat. If that happened a few times, Xiao Chen might not be able to leave this stone forest immediately. No matter how mentally strong he was, he would collapse. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as he could drag this out until the red-robed blood demon clashed head-on with him and gave up his advantage in speed, he was confident of finishing him off in 3 moves. Xiao Chen placed the saber in front of his nose. His left hand moved up and down the tip of the saber, slowly moving it up and down. When his finger brushed past the tip of the saber, a purple and red fog sunflower bud suddenly appeared on the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. When the great blood demon imprint struck him, it completely enveloped him. Chapter 4:10. Bang! There was a loud sound and the huge rock under Xiao Chen's feet instantly turned into dust. The purple and red wukue flower's flower bud fell to the ground. The huge rock quickly reformed behind the wukue flower's flower bud and landed firmly on the ground. Inside the flower bud, Xiao Chen could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His internal organs churned violently, and the strands of energy on the inner vest trembled violently. The energy threads on the inner vest broke one by one. The might of this great blood demon imprint far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Despite the protection of the flower bud and the inner vest, it still inflicted such severe internal injuries. Without these 2 layers of protection, Xiao Chen's internal organs would have shattered. The red-robed blood demon floated quietly in the air. When he saw the undamaged flower bud, he revealed an astonished expression on his sullen face. The red-robed blood demon was very clear on the might of the great blood demon imprint. Although he had only cultivated the first layer, he had absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's energy. Even a high-ranked blood demon would suffer significant internal injuries after receiving the full might of this great blood demon imprint. I don't believe that you can block this move. What the hell is this? Break for me! The red-robed blood demon shouted angrily and formed a claw with his fingers. Then, he quickly clawed at the flower bud. Bang! Just as the red-robed blood demon was about to touch the flower bud, it exploded. A horrifying shockwave spread out and swept away the red-robed blood demon. The red-robed blood demon flew back 100 meters with an extremely pained expression before he managed to stabilize himself. A strong wind blew and petals filled the sky of the stone forest. Xiao Chen leaped out and pierced through the petals, charging at the red-robed blood demon. The purple and red petals gave off beams of spiritual light invisible to the naked eye. When the spiritual light entered Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased to Mach 3. At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer held back like before. He brandished his saber and sent a sharp saber light at the red-robed blood demon with a boundless saber intent. Xiao Chen launched an unending barrage of attacks with the momentum of rushing thunder, pushing the red-robed blood demon back. The red-robed blood demon blocked Xiao Chen's attacks. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. The speed he was so proud of was actually unable to shake off Xiao Chen's attacks. He wanted to gather his strength and retreat, but he found that the move just now had consumed too much of his strength. He did not have much left. There was no chance for him to escape from Xiao Chen's attack. Despicable human, do you think you can trap me like this? Blood Shadow Clone Technique. The red-robed blood demon cursed. A red light flickered on his body, and he split into 3. However, he did not attack Xiao Chen. Instead, he ran in different directions. He wanted to escape first. He firmly believed that as long as he left this place and completely digested the blue-robed blood devil's power, Xiao Chen, who could not escape from a stone forest, would be his meal sooner or later. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Clone technique? It seems like I know it as well." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure trembled, and he immediately split into 9 figures. Then, the 9 figures trembled again, and a total of 81 figures appeared in the air. Again. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and risked exhausting his essence. The 81 figures trembled at the same time. He split into 9 again. Instantly, 729 figures appeared in the air, densely packed together. The air was filled with Xiao Chen's figures. It was not easy to wait for this fellow to exhaust most of his energy. If Xiao Chen allowed him to leave the stone forest, then Xiao Chen would lose the chance to catch him. Furthermore, with this experience, Xiao Chen would definitely not choose to clash head-on with Xiao Chen again. So no matter what, Xiao Chen could not let him leave. There was only one chance. He absolutely could not miss it. When the red-robed blood demon saw that his surroundings were filled with Xiao Chen's figures, he finally revealed a horrified expression for the first time. Each of his 3 clones was surrounded by hundreds of Xiao Chens. At this moment, they looked incredibly insignificant. With the aid of the fog sunflower petals, each of the clones was no slower than the red-robed blood demon. There was no chance for him to break through. The red-robed blood demon's path of retreat was completely sealed. Merge! The red-robed blood demon shouted. The other 2 clones turned into clumps of red light and returned to his main body. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The red-robed blood demon's entire body gave off a bright red light, and a dazzling scarlet light appeared in his eyes. A baleful aura spread out from his body like smoke. The red-robed blood demon unleashed all sorts of killing moves without caring about the exhaustion. A scarlet light flashed, and a strong wind howled. He quickly broke out of the encirclement. Several of Xiao Chen's clones shattered into pieces. This red-robed blood demon had gone completely berserk. Trying to leave? It's too late. Wu Kuei transforms to Qi. The lunar shadow saber hummed, and the hundreds of Xiao Chen's figures in the stone forest brandished their sabers at the same time, executing the Wu Kuei transforms to Qi of the Wu Kuei saber technique. Instantly, hundreds of ancient divine Wu Kuei trees appeared in the air. Then, the Wu Kuei trees scattered and turned into boundless saber Qi.
Dang, dang, dang.
In this small space, the alternating purple and red saber Qi were like a torrential storm. The red-robed blood demon locked onto by Xiao Chen had no way of dodging. The principle was very simple. In a torrential storm, even if one held an umbrella, one would still get wet. Furthermore, the thousands of saber Qi in the air were even more ferocious than a torrential storm. No matter how fast the red-robed blood demon was, he could not dodge all of them.
Xiao, xiao.
In the blink of an eye, the red-robed blood demon's clothes were tattered by the saber Qi. Blood flowed all over his body. His flesh was lacerated, and countless wounds covered his body. He looked very miserable.
Merge!
Xiao Chen shouted, and the hundreds of figures turned into countless beams of light, gathering on Xiao Chen's body. When all the beams of light gathered, Xiao Chen leaped up and thrust his saber in the air. He easily tore apart the defensive Qi barrier that the red-robed blood demon laid. Now that the red-robed blood demon was severely injured, how could he block Xiao Chen's lightning-fast saber strike infused with the state of massacre and the state of thunder?
Pussy-eye.
The tip of Xiao Chen's saber stabbed deeply into the red-robed blood demon's chest, creating a fist-sized wound. The red-robed blood demon was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Blood leaked out of his eyes as he said in a crazed manner, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me, you lowly vile human." Energy gathered in the red-robed blood demon's entire body. His skin started to swell continuously. At the critical moment, the red-robed blood demon actually thought of self-detonation. Xiao Chen thrust his saber forward again. His expression was calm as he said, "Do you think that you still have a chance?" Wu Kuei blossoms. Xiao Chen drew his saber, sending out a long blood arrow. Flower petals filled the air and formed a huge whirlpool, heading for the red-robed blood demon's wound.
Bang!
A huge force surged over. The red-robed blood demon's body smashed through several huge rocks before he stopped. His continuously swelling body instantly shriveled up. A tree trunk grew out of his wound. Then, countless branches extended from the tree trunk. Soon, a luxuriant Wu Kuei tree grew at a visible pace. A tall, towering Wu Kuei tree appeared out of nowhere. Many purplish-red Wu Kuei flowers bloomed on the branches. This time, Xiao Chen did not have any misgivings at all. The Wu Kuei tree's growth was extremely wild. When the Wu Kuei tree bloomed, all the life force in the red-robed blood demon's body was sucked dry, turning him into a dried corpse. Explode! Xiao Chen formed a hand seal with his left hand and controlled the mysterious energy in the air. He shouted, and the Wu Kuei tree instantly exploded. The red-robed blood demon's body could not be any more dead. No matter how strong the red-robed blood demon's life force was, there was no exception. The instant the red-robed blood demon's body exploded, thousands of beams of red light made of baleful aura quickly flew toward Xiao Chen's forehead. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, the Scarlet Throne greedily absorbed this baleful aura. It trembled in excitement, and the entire sea of consciousness surged. The red-robed blood demon's baleful aura far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. His body also grew excited uncontrollably. A red light appeared in his eyes, making him look very sinister. The low-rank blood demons that he killed in the past could not compare at all. With just a thought, he could easily kill them with his spiritual sense. That feeling of sinking into depravity gave him a thrill. Even though that blue-robed blood demon was a middle-ranked blood demon, Xiaochen only needed a few breaths of time to easily destroy that desire. However, this time the feeling was very intense. All the cells, skin, and blood in Xiaochen's body surged. His mind was filled with the power of massacre. Xiaochen wanted to destroy this intoxicating feeling a few times, but he gave up at the last moment. That feeling of his entire body surging made him sink in, unable to extricate himself. Even though Xiaochen knew that it was not good and would drive him crazy, he could not do it. He was afraid that he would lose this feeling if he destroyed it. Just as he was about to lose himself, Xiaochen placed the tip of his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard. Immediately, he bit off a small piece of flesh on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiaochen to regain some clarity. The pain on the tip of his tongue did not last for long. Xiaochen revealed a resolute expression. Just as the pain was about to disappear, he used his spiritual sense to turn into a sharp blade and cut off the intoxicating feeling in his sea of consciousness. Xiao! Xiaochen only managed to sever this feeling after a total of 5 minutes. Cold sweat poured down Xiaochen's back. He felt like he was about to collapse. Xiaochen was mentally fatigued. This action had actually exhausted half of his mental energy. The red-robed blood demon was originally very strong. He was already a peak middle-ranked blood demon. After he swallowed his companion, he could be considered a high-ranked blood demon. Not only did the baleful aura it contained increase in quantity, but it also increased in quality. It was not something that low-ranked blood demons could compare to. Furthermore, the baleful aura of such demons was much stronger than that of human cultivators of the same cultivation level. The unique brutality, bloodthirst, massacre, and other negative emotions of demons were much stronger than those of humans. Xiaochen leaned against a huge rock. His eyes had already regained their clarity. He said softly, "It looks like I have to pay special attention to absorbing the baleful aura of demons in the future. This is not on the same level as a cultivator." The crisis this time had a lot to do with Xiaochen not being mentally prepared. If Xiaochen had been prepared, given his mental state, even if he could not digest this baleful aura quickly, he would not have been in danger of sinking into oblivion. After resting for a while, Xiaochen recovered most of his spirit. He stood up and said, "After absorbing so much baleful aura, the state of massacre should have become stronger." Xiaochen gently flicked his finger, and a saber chi infused with the state of massacre shot out. Chapter 4:11.
Wang. Wang.
The red saber chi instantly pierced through the huge rock in front, leaving behind a finger-sized hole. After that, it did not lose any momentum. It pierced through another 100 rocks and flew for a kilometer before stopping. When Xiaochen saw this, he revealed an astonished expression. He had not even used a tenth of his strength in this attack. However, the effect was startling. If it had been pure lightning-attributed essence, Xiaochen's attack would have been able to shatter 10 huge rocks at most. It was shattering and not piercing. This was because lightning-attributed energy was too berserk. Without the state of massacre, it could easily scatter. That was to say, after Xiaochen infused the state of massacre, the might of this strand of saber chi more than tripled. Furthermore, it was denser and sharper. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The power of the Scarlet Throne was simply incredible, even horrifying. Xiaochen had not cultivated any killing cultivation techniques or martial techniques. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to comprehend the state of massacre. However, right now, he only had one throne. Xiaochen's state of massacre was much stronger than that of cultivators who cultivated the killing Tao. The secret treasure that the ancient evil king left behind contained too many secrets. With Xiaochen's current strength, it would be difficult to unravel them. Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. All he had to do was ensure that he did not sink into it. When he was strong enough, all the secrets would naturally be unraveled. After Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to search for the demon core of the red-robed blood demon, his figure flashed. A demon core that could rival that of a high-ranked blood demon was already something good. Cultivators who wanted to temper their mental energy would spend a lot of money to purchase it. When Xiaochen landed, He waved his hand and sucked the demon core in front of him into his palm. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Now that he had dealt with his target, it was time to look at the spoils of war. Xiao Chen took out a pair of black boots from the universe ring, a true medial-grade secret treasure. When an inferior-grade secret treasure reached Martial King, its effects would gradually weaken. However, when a medial-grade secret treasure reached Martial Monarch, it could still be barely used. With this pair of boots, Xiao Chen would not have to worry about similar secret treasures for a long time. The spiritual imprint left in a medial-grade secret treasure was much stronger than an inferior-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen spent a lot of effort before he managed to imprint his own spiritual imprint on it. The owner of this pair of boots had completely become him. He had to give these boots a name. The boots weren't much different from ordinary shoes. They were standard, but the color was a lot darker. Coupled with the spiritual aura, they looked very extraordinary. Xiao Chen used his hand to gently touch the surface of the boots. He could feel the fine lines on the boots. Following the touch of his finger, the lines on the boots slowly released a faint radiance. When the light completely lit up, it turned out to be a black-winged blood flame eagle with its wings spread open, covering its entire body. It spread its wings as if it was about to take flight, looking extremely realistic. The bloody flame eagle was said to be one of the fastest flying spirit beasts in the ancient era. The bloody flame eagle with its black wings was the king of this type of spirit beasts. However, it was already extinct on the continent. There had not been a black-winged blood flame eagle for several thousand years already. Xiao Chen muttered, "Since there is a black-winged blood flame eagle carved on it, let's call them blood flame shoes." After changing into the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen stomped on the ground a few times and started to adapt to the might of this medial-grade secret treasure. By relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen could reach Mach 2. With the aid of the windwalk shoes, he could reach Mach 3. Xiao Chen wondered how fast the blood flame shoes could raise his speed. He felt anticipation as he quickly circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao! Xiao Chen's figure shot forward at lightning speed, heading for a huge rock 200 meters in front and crashing into it. What a fast speed! Xiao Chen was startled. If he crashed into it, he would be very embarrassed. He pushed off the ground and quickly changed his direction. Xiao Chen weaved through the rock forest, making many turns. After the initial panic, Xiao Chen finally got used to the bloody flame eagle's speed. After that, Xiao Chen unleashed his full strength and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to the limit without caring about the expenditure of essence. He wanted to test the limits of the blood flame shoes. Xiao Chen moved in and out of the rock forest. In this extremely complicated environment, he tested the blood flame shoes and his reaction speed at the same time. After a long time, Xiao Chen stopped. He revealed an excited smile and said, "This speed is at least Mach 3. 5. It is at least 30% faster than before. This medial-grade secret treasure truly lives up to its name." Xiao Chen could not help but be excited. In the Martial King realm, unless one had a special fortuitous encounter or was a cultivator of the wind attribute, the peak speed was Mach 4. The peak speed was 4 times the speed of sound. For most people in the Martial King realm, 4 times the speed of sound was an insurmountable hurdle. Furthermore, with Mach 3. 5, even if Xiao Chen met a peak half-step Martial Monarch, he had a 50% chance of escaping. His chances of survival had increased significantly. What made Xiao Chen feel somewhat unfortunate was that the blood flame shoes seemed to be able to accomplish all this easily. That was to say, if his base movement speed was higher, his overall movement speed could increase even more. The blue dragon cloud soaring art was a heaven-ranked movement technique. Xiao Chen's current speed was already top-notch among cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Xiao Chen had practiced it to small perfection long ago. However, from then on, he could not advance any further. He could no longer surpass it. This was the hard requirement of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, there were no shortcuts to continue practicing it. According to the records in the books, after the blue dragon cloud soaring art reached consummation, one could roam the world and summon 18 blue dragons to control. With the help of the blue dragon, one could break through the obstacles of the sky and soar into the world beyond. One could travel to the boundless depths of the sea, roaming freely in the depths of this world. It was clear that Xiao Chen had only scratched the surface of this movement technique. There was no way for him to improve it further. It was a pity for the blood flame shoes. When Xiao Chen saw the blood flame shoes carved on the black boots, he felt curious. Secret treasures would not have anything unnecessary. The materials needed to forge secret treasures were extremely rare. No refiner would be so extravagant as to do that. Hence, the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns were definitely not just for decoration. I have to give it a try, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He slowly circulated his essence to the soles of his feet. Using the soles of the boots, Xiao Chen slowly sent his essence to the indented patterns. The moment his essence touched the patterns, the remaining half of the essence liquid in the purple chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body surged up, quickly draining it. Boom! The patterns on Xiao Chen's boots lit up at the same time, giving off a resplendent light. Then, two ear-piercing bird cries rang out. The black-winged blood flame eagle in the boots seemed to come to life, spreading its wings and flying off. Before Xiao Chen could react, he was lifted up by a strong force. That strong force dragged Xiao Chen's body forward. He was like an out-of-control train crashing into a boulder in front. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's body smashed a boulder into dust. Then, a second, a third, a fourth. All the boulders within 500 meters of Xiao Chen were smashed into pieces. The sudden turn of events did not give Xiao Chen a chance to use his essence to protect his body as he crashed into the boulders. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. From the moment Xiao Chen infused his essence into the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns to the moment he smashed through all the boulders in his way, not even half a blink of an eye had passed. Xiao Chen lay on the ground in a sorry state with a swollen face. He felt like all the bones in his body had fallen apart. The intense pain caused him to moan involuntarily. It was simply too painful. This feeling was like an ordinary person ramming their face against a wall. Furthermore, what Xiao Chen crashed into was not a wall. Instead, it was a boulder comparable to a small hill, much harder than a wall. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had not crashed into it while he was stationary. He had crashed into it while running at high speed. Just thinking about how the boulders had all been smashed into dust, one could imagine how fast Xiao Chen had been. Even though Xiao Chen had cultivated the dragon tendon tiger bone and had not suffered any substantial damage, the pain was still significant. Xiao Chen lay on the ground for half an hour before he managed to catch his breath. Although he appeared depressed, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, there is a secret technique hidden on these blood flame shoes. It can allow me to break through Mach 4 in an instant. Although it is only 500 meters away, it can definitely give the enemy a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, the only flaw was that it exhausted too much essence. After executing it once, Xiao Chen had exhausted a quarter of his essence. Never mind, I am already very satisfied with this. I have profited greatly this time. It looks like the blood flame shoes are a peak medial grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile on his bruised face. However, he quickly withdrew it. The most pressing problem now was how to leave this strange place. If it was as the blue-robed blood demon said, he would have to stay here for 100 years before he could leave. If they had to stay for 100 years before they could leave, it would be really troublesome. Humans did not have a lifespan as long as demons. White-robed brat, are you there? If you are, say something. Speak louder. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the stone forest. A bewildered expression flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Why is Bai Lishi here? Are you there? If you are, say something. Damn it! Are you really dead? Bai Lishi's coarse voice resounded again. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before finally replying loudly. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, there was no reply from Bai Lishi's side. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling suspicious, a loud rumble came from above. A black dot quickly descended towards him. The black dot quickly grew larger in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was Bai Lishi holding a huge axe. He had increased the size of his axe by more than 10 times, breaking through the barrier of space and chopping down at Xiao Chen. Bai Lishi moved as fast as lightning. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. Bang! The huge axe struck the ground where he was originally standing, creating a long crack. Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. If this had struck his head, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. A look of rage flashed in his eyes. Bai Lishi wants to kill me? Brat, stop overthinking. Quickly jump onto the axe. I will get you out. Chapter 4:12. Bai Lishi's anxious voice rang out. Xiao Chen thought quickly and quickly made a decision. Then, he jumped onto the axe. Xiao! The huge axe rose from the ground and flew up, carrying Xiao Chen forward. Under Bai Lishi's control, the huge axe carried Xiao Chen through the air. After Xiao Chen left the chaotic stone forest, he jumped off the huge axe. Bai Lishi waved his hand and the huge axe returned to him. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen's expression, he immediately smiled and said, "Brat, what's wrong with you? Did you smash your face into a wall?" Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. Bai Lishi's words were spot on. However, Xiao Chen could not admit to this even if he was beaten to death. "Didn't you go to chase after that group of half-step martial monarchs? Why are you here?" Xiao Chen changed the topic. Bai Lishi said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sorry, I did indeed lie to you. Many people know that there is a medial-grade secret treasure in this chaotic stone forest. However, aside from a few rookies, no one dares to barge in. I'm sure you understand the reason." Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. Actually, he had already guessed this. He said indifferently, "I know what you mean. There is no need to say anything more. Since you obtained the firmament body tempering art and I obtained the medial-grade secret treasure, you dragged me out. Consider it written off. I will not seek trouble for you anymore." When Bai Lishi heard this, he quickly said, "White-robed brat, you have misunderstood me this time. Although I did intend to use the messy stone forest to trick you, I realized on the way that you are a good match for my temper. Especially when you gave me the secret manual in the end. At that time, I intended to tell you the truth. However, you ran too fast. I could not even call out to you in time. The moment I entered, I rushed over here. Along the way, I ran into some trouble. I did not expect to be too late. However, I managed to drag you out." Xiao Chen remained silent. There were no flaws in Bai Lishi's words. Bai Lishi had treated him fairly. Xiao Chen was not a narrow-minded person. When he thought about how badly he had cheated Bai Lishi in the past, it was reasonable for Bai Lishi to do the same to him. No matter what, the other party had still pulled him out. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said, "All right, I'll trust you this once. Tell me about the stone forest behind us. What's the situation like? Why is it so strange?" When Bai Lishi saw that Xiao Chen did not blame him, he felt relieved. He replied, "I don't know either. In any case, it is very strange. Once, a half-step martial monarch entered and could not come out. In the end, 2 demons pestered him to death. You're quite capable to be able to kill that demon," Bai Lishi said in shock. After a pause, he took out a small book and said, "This is for you." Xiao Chen took it and asked, "What is it?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Naturally, it is good stuff. These are my experiences in cultivating the physical body over the past few decades. Take a look. It is not that old Bai is boasting, but after visiting so many places in the continent, I have not seen anyone with a stronger physical body than me." Bai Lishi's experiences in cultivating were really good stuff. His talent for cultivation was indisputable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer within 2 months. Xiao Chen casually flipped through the small book and placed it in the universe ring. He said, "Thank you. Coincidentally, my cultivation of the physical body has reached a bottleneck." Bai Lishi waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. Consider it my apology for what I did to you earlier. I'll be leaving first." This time that group of people provoked something powerful. About 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chen felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial monarch. That aura did not disperse. Instead, it grew even more berserk. That was the place Bai Lishi was referring to. 10-odd peak half-step martial monarchs against a martial monarch blood demon. A battle of this level was not something that could be resolved in a short time. If it dragged on, it might even last 1 or 2 days. It was not strange that it had not ended yet. As Xiao Chen watched Bai Lishi leave, he felt an urge to go and see what was going on. Xiao Chen did not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. However, if he ran into a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chen would not have any chance of victory. Xiao Chen would not have more than a 10% chance of escaping. Hence, Xiao Chen decided not to join in on the excitement. However, now that he had the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen had a 50% chance of escaping unscathed from a half-step martial monarch. He might as well join in on the excitement. That blood demon might be a peak high-rank blood demon. Not only would it have a valuable superior grade demon core, but it would also have a large number of secret treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze slowly turned resolute. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said softly, "I should prepare well. Actually, there is still a high chance of success." Snatching something from a half-step martial monarch would be like snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Just the blood flame shoes alone would not be enough. Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out a 1-meter-long, thumb-thick tree branch with overwhelming spiritual energy from the universe ring. This was the branch of the Wutong tree that Xiao Chen had bought at the Heaven Ascending platform. The Wutong tree was a spirit tree second only to the 3 divine trees. Naturally, this branch of the Wutong tree contained overwhelming spiritual energy. It was a bona fide spirit tree and was suitable for the life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen used a carving knife to cut off half of the branch and place the other half in the universe ring. Then, he started to think about what kind of strong weapon to carve. Naturally, the strongest ones that Xiao Chen had seen were the Supreme Elder of the Supreme Sky Sect and Bai's father. However, Xiao Chen hesitated on carving a martial sage for the life bestowal spell. Firstly, the martial sage was too strong. He feared that the Wutong tree would not be able to withstand it. Secondly, if he could not carve out any charm, it would greatly reduce his strength. Secondly, the martial sage had already obtained some heavenly Tao energy. Xiao Chen was afraid that if he used the statues of these people, it might alert the other party. That would not be good. It was better to use Ying Yu's statue. Ying Yu was now a half-step martial monarch. She was very familiar with carving and would be able to grasp the charm of a statue. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen cut off a quarter of the half-meter-long spirit tree. Then, he took out a carving knife and started to seriously carve Ying Yu's statue. Shwa! Shwa! Wood chips fell off slowly. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen carved a statue of Ying Yu wearing battle armor. On the statue, Ying Yu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. She held a spear in her hand, which looked like it would fly out at any moment. Naturally, a statue used for combat could not be as crude as those single-use statues. Xiao Chen used 10 minutes to work on it before he was satisfied. Xiao Chen dripped his blood into the statue. Now, he had completed the life bestowal spell. With the remaining spirit tree, he could carve 3 more statues. Xiao Chen thought for a while before carving a statue of himself. Then, he dripped his blood into the statue. All of this took another 2 hours. Although it took a long time, Xiao Chen felt that it was all worth it. He had never fought with a half-step martial monarch before. He could never underestimate his opponent. No matter how much preparation he made, it was never too much. Although Xiao Chen had trump cards that could fight against half-step martial monarchs, he could only use them once. It was best not to use them. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the distance again. As the wind blew, there seemed to be all sorts of ghostly wails and wolf howls mixed in. It was extremely horrifying. It is time to depart. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and headed for the center of the battlefield, his figure flashing as he flew. On the flat ground, Xiao Chen moved like a roaming dragon. From a distance, he looked like a dragon soaring above the ground. As Xiao Chen got closer to the battlefield, the overwhelming baleful aura of the peak high-rank blood demon became clearer. Xiao Chen even felt a faint pressure on his mind. When Xiao Chen was 2 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, he stopped. Countless cultivators around him had fallen long ago. Xiao Chen moved his feet quietly and hid himself in a corner that would not attract attention. Dust filled the air in front of Xiao Chen. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. When Xiao Chen looked up, his vision was blurry. He could not see the situation clearly. Xiao Chen could only vaguely see some figures moving in the air with a bright light. Horrifying energy fluctuations came from them. Ferocious roars resounded endlessly. Occasionally, flames, frost, rain, and thunder flashed. These were the different states of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs bringing out their limits. After fighting for such a long time, there will definitely be casualties. I think I heard a human scream earlier. Indeed, me too. Our opponent is a peak high-rank blood demon. Normally, they only appear in the core region of the demon battlefield. This time, one appeared in the inner area. This is really strange. A peak high-rank blood demon is as strong as an inferior-grade martial monarch. These people are only half-step martial monarchs. The difference is too great. They will definitely be injured. A few bold and skilled people wanted to go in and watch the excitement. If they were lucky, they might even find the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. If that happened, everything would be worth it.
Bang, bang, bang.
After entering 100 meters, miserable cries resounded. These people's bodies bounced back. When these people entered, their bodies were still intact. Now they were in a sorry state. Some of them had been electrocuted into charcoal. Some had their upper bodies like icicles while their lower bodies were charred into mush. Clearly, they had been struck by the power of ice and fire. There was also a stone pillar. After it fell to the ground, it instantly broke into pieces of mud. The many cultivators watching could not help but be shocked. Although they knew that these people would not have a good ending, they had not expected such a miserable ending. Xiao Chen also revealed a horrified expression. Earlier, he had clearly seen the situation inside with his spiritual sense. When these superior-grade martial kings entered 100 meters, they were immediately discovered by the half-step martial monarchs inside. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs had a tacit understanding. Half of them blocked the attacks of the blood demons while the others attacked together, sending out all sorts of horrifying killing moves. These superior-grade martial kings could not resist at all before they were blasted back. What happened next was what everyone saw. It looked like these half-step martial monarchs were all very cunning. They would not allow others to interfere with their prey. If you want to take advantage of the situation, there is no way. Chapter 4:13. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense saw the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. It looked like the miserable cries that those people had heard earlier were true. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a few cultivators standing in the air as well. There were more than 100 of them. These people had calm gazes and withdrawn auras. They did not move at all. They stared at the battlefield. The dust in the air did not seem to obstruct their vision. Martial kings could indeed fly. However, if they wanted to stay in the air for a long time, they would exhaust a significant amount of essence. From this, it could be seen that the cultivators hovering in the air had a much higher cultivation than those on the ground. It was clear that if the battle ended, it would be faster to dive down from the sky than to charge down from the ground. The martial kings on the ground also wanted to stay in the air for a long time. However, they could not withstand the exhaustion of essence. This was the difference. Xiao Chen continued looking around, searching for Bai Lishi. Finally, he found him a kilometer to the northeast. A few cultivators with strong auras stood around Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was currently conversing with these people in a soft voice. It looked like he had found his companions and was preparing to move together. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chen casually found a rock and quickly carved an eagle. Then he used the life bestowal spell. Hoo! An eagle appeared under Xiao Chen's feet and slowly carried him into the air. Without a doubt, the sky was the most suitable place to move. When the cultivators at the side heard the commotion and sensed Xiao Chen's cultivation, they could not help but laugh. This brat overestimates himself. It is not that easy to stay in the air. If we could go up, we would have done so long ago. He really does not know his limits. Does he think that no one can do anything to him just because he has a spirit pet? Let's just watch the excitement. After all, the battle over there will still be some time before it ends. Let's just treat it as some entertainment. The cultivators all had faint mockery on their faces. As they watched Xiao Chen fly higher, their gazes filled with anticipation. There were even some who had murderous glints in their eyes, hoping that Xiao Chen would be seriously injured so that they could take advantage of the situation. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. It looked like he thought differently. Aside from the fact that they could not afford to expend their essence, there were other reasons why these cultivators did not go into the air. Whatever the case, I will deal with it when it comes. I do not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. Even if I am not a match for some peak superior grade martial kings, I will be able to retreat easily. Brat, is this a place for you to stay? Scram! Xiao Chen had just stopped when a bald cultivator flew over from 100 meters away. Hearing the bald cultivator's voice, the other cultivators in the air all looked over. Their gazes were filled with interest. Ha ha ha! That brat is dead for sure. He actually chose Shifeng's territory. That fellow is famous for his ferocity. It looks like he is a rookie. Shifeng is quite famous in the southern region of the ancient desolate land. When the cultivators on the ground saw Xiao Chen fly over to the bald cultivator's side, they all laughed loudly. Xiao Chen stood on the eagle and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. As he looked at the bald cultivator in front of him, his gaze was extremely calm. Although the area in the air looked vast, all the good spots were occupied. If Xiao Chen wanted to find a good spot, he had to knock one of them down. At the same time, he had to display his strength to deter them. This would deter the other cultivators from acting rashly. As for the person in front of Xiao Chen, not only did he have a good spot, but he was also the best target for Xiao Chen to establish his might on. The bald cultivator, Shifeng, had a sinister expression. He held a large saber in his hand and emitted killing chi. When Shifeng saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He said coldly, "I'll say it again, this is my territory. Scram immediately." When the other peak superior grade martial kings in the air felt Shifeng's killing chi, they thought to themselves, this brat on the eagle is going to die. There were several hundred cultivators here. However, only 100 of them qualified to be in the air. For Shifeng to be able to snatch a spot, his strength was clearly not something a regular superior grade martial king could compare to. It would be too easy to deal with an inferior grade martial king. Shifeng's expression turned sullen. His killing chi seemed solid as it spread throughout his body. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chen. "I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. In that case, die." When Shifeng saw that Xiao Chen had no intention of retreating, he roared ferociously and pushed off the air. His figure flashed in the air, leaving behind after images. Berserk Dragon Burst. A flame soared up from the saber and turned into a sky azure dragon. It coiled around the saber and roared ferociously. Unexpectedly, it gave off the might of a sky azure dragon. What a strong berserk dragon burst. Shifeng's understanding of the state of fire has deepened. Unexpectedly, he can infuse the dragon might in his body into his saber technique. This move is as strong as a peak earth-ranked martial technique. That white-robed brat will not be able to block it. Let's go quickly and prepare to collect his corpse. A few quick-witted cultivators moved quickly and arrived behind the battle between Xiao Chen and Shifeng. No one wanted to fall behind. Dragon might. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Indeed, it was as he guessed. This Shifeng's martial technique was based on dragon might. That would be easy to deal with. If it were another peak superior grade martial king, Xiao Chen might not be able to take them down even after spending a long time. However, this Shifeng's blue dragon martial spirit was an ancient holy beast, the ancestor of all dragons. Using dragon might before him was akin to seeking death. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and stood on the eagle with a calm expression. Just as the berserk sky dragon was about to charge over, when the berserk sky azure dragon was about to charge over, Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. With a thought, the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm seemed to come to life, moving slowly on the surface of his skin. Boom! That berserk flaming sky azure dragon started to sway violently. The entire saber trembled. Shifeng felt the dragon might in his body suddenly react to something. It was an extremely terrifying thing. It ran amok in his body. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not calm it down. Xiao Chen shouted and moved his palm forward. The blue dragon moving around his arm gave off a formless dragon roar. Bang! Bang! There were two crisp sounds, and the flaming sky azure dragon around the saber shattered. The saber also broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Shifeng vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was like a broken kite as he fell straight to the ground. Shifeng's complexion was frighteningly pale. The dragon might that he had cultivated for decades actually scattered in an instant. Without a year or so of recuperation, he would not be able to recover to his previous state. Shifeng crawled up from the ground and revealed an indescribable horrified expression. He looked at Xiao Chen with eyes filled with horror. Then without saying anything he fled. Shifeng's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Strong winds howled, dust filled the air, and thunder roared. The horrifying energy did not stop for even a moment. However, all the cultivators within 2 kilometers of the battlefield gaped. They were speechless. The place was incredibly silent. How can this be? This white-robed brat actually broke a peak Earth-ranked martial technique with one palm strike. Furthermore, that palm strike did not seem to contain any might. Just a simple palm strike like that scared off a peak superior grade martial king. How strong exactly was this white-robed brat? However, the crux of the problem was that although Xiao Chen's aura was dense, he was indeed only an inferior grade martial king. Even if Xiao Chen cultivated a peak cultivation technique and had natural treasures to nourish himself, he would only be equal to Shi Feng. It was impossible for him to scare off Shi Feng with one palm strike. All sorts of questions filled the crowd's minds. They could not find an answer no matter how hard they thought about it. The people waiting to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself were even more horrified. Even Shi Feng was not a match for him. Did that mean they were even less of a match for him? Xiao Chen withdrew his palm and looked at the cultivators preparing to pick up his corpse. He smiled faintly and sent out a palm strike. Retreat! A few strong winds blew, startling the 8 peak medial grade martial kings and causing them to scatter quickly. What a joke! This was a palm strike that could easily defeat Shi Feng. How could they dare to take it head-on? However, after a while, the horrifying strength they expected did not arrive. Nothing happened. Xiao Chen withdrew his right hand, and the purple thunder true fire in his eyes slowly gathered. He looked at the crowd on the ground and smiled faintly. Sorry, it was just a joke. I did not expect you to be so cowardly to come and pick up my corpse. So it was just a joke. The 8 people on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were angry, they did not dare to be as unbridled as before. Hu Qi! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly attacked again. A purple arrow shot out from his right eye. The hair on the head of a medial grade martial king started burning for no reason. How hot! My hair! My hair! That person was startled. He started to slap his head, trying to extinguish the flame. However, the other 7 sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a lingering fear. There was only a thin line separating the hair from the forehead. What did this mean? They looked at the white-robed youth on the eagle again. He still had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and at ease. The 7 of them did not say anything and quickly fled this place. If this person was unhappy, that strange purple flame would not be hitting their hair. They thought about how they had mocked him earlier and even harbored malicious intentions. They wanted to make a move on him while he was severely injured. How could they dare to remain here? The moment Xiao Chen used this move, many cultivators could clearly see that it was an extremely fast flame arrow. It was different from the strange palm strike earlier. This allowed them to clearly sense his strength. This youth was indeed qualified to stand in the air. Everyone withdrew their gazes and continued to look at the center of the battlefield. However, in their hearts, they all placed Xiao Chen on the dangerous list. Chapter 4:14. Bai Lishi smiled faintly and said, "This brat is always full of surprises." Bai Lishi, do you know that youth? One of Bai Lishi's companions asked. Bai Lishi's smile did not change. He nodded gently and said, I do. He is the white-robed bladesman. Let's not keep an eye on the battlefield and follow behind this brat. I guarantee that we will not be in any danger and gain some benefits. Is that true? Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, It is up to you whether you believe me or not. I will only say one thing. The biggest winner of Qianren Island is this brat. Even the bloody bladesman and slaughterer of 1,000 did not obtain as many benefits as he did. The people behind him whispered to each other. They had disapproving expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Bai Lishi's words. However, Bai Lishi laughed loudly and ignored the expressions of these people. No matter what they thought, he had already made up his mind. The battle in the arena was still incomparably intense. The energy whirlpools stirred up violent gales that never stopped. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the moment when the battle would end. Ah! Just at this moment, another miserable shriek came from the battlefield. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Another half-step martial monarch had died. The peak superior grade blood demons are indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, 2 of the half-step martial monarchs who normally roam around died today. These half-step martial monarchs are really not afraid of death. When they saw a peak superior grade blood demon, they should have left quickly. It would be a pity if they died. What do you know? Half-step martial monarchs are not true martial monarchs. In order to become a martial monarch, Aside from the various barriers and essence, the most important thing is to open the sea of consciousness and strengthen their mental energy. If their mental energy does not reach a certain level, they will never be able to break through the barrier to martial monarch. Several of them are reaching the end of their lifespans. If they do not stake it all, they will not have another chance. After the death of another half-step martial monarch, the battlefield, which had been silent for a while, resounded with discussions again. Secret manuals for tempering mental energy are the rarest secret manuals in the continent. There are not many of them. If you want to quickly strengthen your mental strength, you can only rely on external objects. This Blood Devil's Monster Core is a kind of external object that can train mental strength. Peak superior grade blood demons normally only appear in the core zone of the demon battlefield. That is a place that even martial monarchs do not dare to casually enter. Now, they can run into a peak superior grade blood demon in the inner area. Do you think they will give up? When the cultivator who questioned Xiao Chen earlier heard this, he finally understood why this group of half-step martial monarchs and above were fighting so hard. When Xiao Chen heard this, he fell into deep thought. My time is almost up. If I don't give it my all, I really won't have a chance. Hence, even though they knew that it was very dangerous, even if they eliminated the blood demons and faced many cultivators with ill intentions, these half-step martial monarchs had no other choice but to fight to the end. As time went by, another 3 half-step martial monarchs died. The number of people on the other side decreased from 18 to 13. After fighting for such a long time, the aura of the peak superior grade blood demon had weakened significantly. Its initial berserk aura soared into the sky. Even people 10 kilometers away could feel its aura. Now, the crowd at the 2-kilometer mark no longer felt any pressure. The sun set in the west, and the blood demon's time was almost up. In the end, a peak superior grade blood demon could not deal with close to 20 half-step martial monarchs. In the center of the battlefield, an old man in black robes exuding an incredibly strong aura held a sword in his hand. With a stern expression he said, "It's about time. The few of us will stop it from self-detonating. Old Gu, Old Huang, Elder, and Old Mu, I will leave the cultivators who will arrive to you." After a pause, the old man continued, "I will hold on to the demon core for now. After this, we will split it evenly. Does anyone have any objections?" "Old Qin, don't worry. Everyone still believes in the Holy Fire Manor's reputation," the 6 people who were named answered. Clearly, they trusted the old man. In reality, this was not the first time this group of people had come to the demon battlefield. Every time, Old Qin had been the one in charge. This old man's prestige and the power behind him guaranteed that they would not fight amongst themselves or kill each other. Hence, they trusted this old man. A black-robed blood demon surrounded by a few people gave off black smoke. A baleful aura radiated from his eyes as he roared angrily. He tried to use a secret technique to escape several times, but his escape route was blocked. The horrifying wounds of various sizes on the blood demon's body healed quickly. However, the rate of recovery was not as fast as the number of wounds increased. Horrifying killing moves containing overwhelming energy bombarded the blood demon's body. His life force drained rapidly. His time was almost up. "I am not satisfied. I spent 1,000 years to make a breakthrough. You bunch of lowly humans caused my 1,000 years of hard work to go to waste. If I die, let's all die together." The black-robed blood demon said with a ferocious expression. His skin started to swell up quickly. Old Qin's expression did not change. His deep eyes were like an ancient well. He said calmly, "Very good. He is going to self-detonate. Attack. Boom. Boom. Boom." A strong energy burst forth from the center of the battlefield. The red clouds in the sky churned continuously, forming a scarlet whirlpool. A strong wind blew from the whirlpool, making it hard for the crowd to keep their eyes open. An overwhelming baleful aura was hidden in the wind. It was like an evil spirit lingering around the crowd. Those who were not mentally strong would collapse on the spot. That blood demon is going to self-detonate. Sensing the monstrous energy, the crowd started to get excited. It was finally over. No matter what the result was, the group of half-step martial monarchs would be exhausted. At that time they would not be able to block so many people. Chi. However, just as the energy was about to reach its peak, 10 resplendent lights of various colors lit up below the whirlpool. When the lights faded, the whirlpool above them vanished without a trace. The battle was over. The strong wind that had been sweeping the battlefield for a long time finally stopped, and the dust settled. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, the self-detonation was stopped. It looks like this group of half-step martial monarchs came prepared. Boom! Just at this moment, when the dust settled completely, the blood demons suddenly shot out beams of dazzling lights. They were all sorts of secret treasures flying through the air. Xiao Chen counted them roughly. There were at least 100 secret treasures. 2 or 3 of them were rare medial-grade secret treasures. Secret treasures could only be used by humans. Fiendish demons collected secret treasures to attract the attention of humans and kill them. If they wanted to attract more humans and consume their hearts to increase their strength, they needed a sufficient number of secret treasures. Normally, the strong blood demons would hide a horrifying number of secret treasures. It's a secret treasure. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak high-rank blood demon. He actually collected so many secret treasures. Haha. Indeed, we did not wait in vain. With so many secret treasures, everything is worth it. Quickly, attack. The blood demon is already dead. If we do not attack now, there will be no more opportunities. The surrounding cultivators, who had been preparing for a long time, naturally did not want to miss this rare opportunity. If the group of half-step martial monarchs reacted, it would be too late. Shill, shill, shill. Countless figures rushed towards the center of the battlefield. All the cultivators had excited expressions on their faces as if they could obtain secret treasures with a wave of their hands. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air charged towards the ground. Relying on their geographical advantage, they were ahead of everyone else. As Xiao Chen stood on the eagle, his expression remained calm. He did not rush forward with the crowd. Bai Lishi was already infected by the atmosphere of the crowd. Just as he was about to rush forward, he saw the stunned Xiao Chen. So he stopped as well. Bai Lishi, let's go quickly. If we are any slower, we will not be able to snatch anything. Indeed. Although there are many secret treasures, there are even more cultivators. If we are late, we will not even be able to snatch the lowest-ranked secret treasure. Bai Lishi had a resolute gaze as he said, there is no need. You all go first. Be careful. Those half-step martial monarchs are not to be trifled with. Bai Lishi, you are too timid. Half-step martial monarchs are indeed scary. Let's see how capable these half-step martial monarchs are. How can they block so many of us? Haha. In that case we will go first. You can wait on your own. When the time comes and you do not obtain anything, don't get jealous. The group laughed loudly and quickly flew forward. They did not take Bai Lishi's words to heart. Bai Lishi smiled bitterly and did not say anything. After all, he trusted his intuition. Since Xiao Chen had not made a move, he must have his reasons. So. Just as the crowd was about a kilometer away, 6 old men suddenly appeared. These people were expressionless, and their clothes fluttered without any wind. Their auras were terrifyingly strong. They did not seem like cultivators who had been exhausted for a long time. It seemed like they had been conserving their energy, and had not exhausted themselves at all. When their auras merged, it was like a tall mountain blocking the path, suppressing everyone until they could not breathe. Oh no! These are peak half-step martial monarchs. When the peak superior grade martial kings felt the auras of the 6 people, they did not hesitate to retreat. Strong wind, lightning, cold ice, raging flame, earth wall, white fog. 6 different states spread out wildly from the 6 half-step martial monarchs. In the blink of an eye, the energy storm that had already stopped raging once again. All kinds of energy burned together, and even the air became a killing weapon, exploding non-stop. Hundreds of cultivators could not retreat in time and bore the brunt of the attack. The berserk energy immediately tore them to shreds. The few cultivators who managed to escape were severely injured as well. Their flesh split open and they fell to the ground. Only a few cultivators with peak inferior grade defensive secret treasures managed to escape unscathed. However, those secret treasures were completely shattered. They no longer had any value to use. This was a heart-wrenching sight. Because Bai Lishi's companions had arrived rather late, they did not notice the situation in front of them. By the time they arrived, they happened to run into the first wave of the strongest attacks. They did not even have a chance to retreat before they were blasted into smithereens. They could not be any more dead. Half-step martial monarch. What was a half-step martial monarch? It was someone who had been a martial king for a long time. Their state and essence had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. Chapter 4:15. As long as one's mental energy was sufficient to open their sea of consciousness, they could immediately advance to martial monarch. They would be considered one of the top experts in the entire continent. Experts of such cultivation would raise their states and cultivation to their limits. Unless they were martial monarchs, no one would be a match for them. Killing medial-grade martial kings and superior-grade martial kings would be as easy as killing pigs or dogs. At this moment, the only thing they feared was the peak superior-grade martial kings in the air. As for the others, it was not a matter of quantity but quality. No matter how many came, it would be useless. Boom! 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 The 6 old men moved forward 100 meters and attacked again. With all sorts of peak states, their normally simple martial techniques became fatal moves. Several cultivators died on the spot. The old man in the middle immediately stopped. When he saw the peak superior grade martial kings in the air whose auras were raised to their limits, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Everyone, just go back to where you came from. Things that are not yours, so don't think about reaping without sowing. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences." The 100 peak martial kings in the air were expressionless as they looked at the secret treasures flying around. Clearly, they did not want to leave. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, there are still 6 of you who have not made a move yet. No wonder a newly advanced peak high-rank blood demon could kill 3 of you. However, if the 6 of you want to monopolize all these secret treasures, it is not enough. That's right. At worst, we will fight to the death. No one will obtain them. The baleful aura of a peak superior grade blood demon's demon core is overwhelming. Without strong willpower, it would be difficult to extract it. If you do not let us take the secret treasures, we will not let you take the demon core." "That's right. You can just take the demon core. If you want us not to take the secret treasures, that is impossible. It is impossible to return empty-handed." The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air withdrew their auras and argued with each other. Immediately, both sides entered a stalemate. If no one gave way, an even more intense battle would ensue. The medial grade martial kings and ordinary superior grade martial kings had already been frightened out of their wits, so they retreated 2 kilometers. When these peak superior grade martial kings saw the 100 peak superior grade martial kings, their thoughts started to stir. As they looked at the secret treasures flying around, their eyes revealed a desire. When Bai Lishi saw the earlier situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. He cultivated his physical body. Before he reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be difficult for him to match up to other martial artists in terms of speed. If he really charged in, even if he could retreat, he would be left with a body full of injuries. Xiao Chen looked at the secret treasures flying through the air, focusing on the 3 medial grade secret treasures. The other inferior grade secret treasures were no longer worth his attention. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been lingering in the middle of that group of people. When old Qin opened his mouth to let the 6 of them pay attention, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense immediately sensed the state of these 6 people. His goal was to prevent the current situation. It could only be said that this person called Old Qin was very decisive. Even if some people died, he still wanted to preserve the strength of the 6 people. Presumably, the power behind him must be very strong. Otherwise, if they could not suppress these 6 people, they would be in big trouble. Looking at the 3 medial grade secret treasures in the air, then looking at the group of people negotiating anxiously, Xiao Chen took out a sculpture from his universe ring. A plan formed in his mind. There was a deep red demon core in the middle of the blood demon's corpse. It gave off a strange red light, dyeing the surroundings scarlet. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible barrier that entangled in the void. 100 meters away from the demon core, Old Qin and the other 10 people all had some bloody wounds on their bodies. However, their eyes revealed a fiery glow on their fatigued faces. They were clearly very excited. However, they still retained their rationality. They did not let their desires get to their heads. One of them said worriedly, "Old Qin, you exhausted most of your essence. Furthermore, you are injured. Can you withstand the impact of the baleful aura?" This blood demon died with a lot of resentment. "I think the impact of the baleful aura from his demon core is even stronger than that of a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core," another person said. Old Qin snorted coldly. "If you think your mental energy is stronger than mine, you can go and take it yourself." There is no need to speak nonsense with me. When the others heard this, they quickly said, Old Chin, that is not what we meant. Naturally, your mental energy is the strongest among us. We are just a little worried. When Old Chin heard this, he smiled coldly and said, This old man's mental energy is only one step away from opening the sea of consciousness. I should be able to do it if I put in some effort. Just as Xiao Chen was about to step into the red light, Old Chin heard the conversation between the group of peak superior grade martial kings and Old Gu. His expression turned somewhat hostile. Tell Old Gu to just take the 3 medial grade secret treasures. Leave the rest to them. After we deal with the matter here, we will make them spit it out 100-fold. For now, we will let them off easy. After Old Chin spoke, he stepped into the red light without looking back. The moment he entered, countless illusions appeared before his eyes. All sorts of horrifying scenes appeared before Old Chin's eyes like an azure hell. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. It felt like he would be swallowed up by evil spirits in the next moment. Old Chin's expression remained calm. His eyes were calm. He turned his mental energy into a sharp blade and chopped down all the illusions. However, that baleful aura was very difficult to deal with. Old Chin's mental energy could not completely destroy it. Evil spirits, Azura, and vengeful spirits continued to appear. Even though Old Chin was only 100 meters away, he had to take each step with great difficulty. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. Clearly, Old Chin was not having an easy time. The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air stared at the 6 grave and stern old men on the ground. The old men withdrew their auras and grasped their saber hilts tightly to prevent the 6 from suddenly attacking. No matter what, the other party was a half-step martial monarch expert. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last more than 100 moves against the old men. It would even be difficult for them to escape unscathed. The only thing they could rely on was their advantage in numbers. As for the cultivators on the ground who had retreated far away, they were not strong enough to last more than 100 moves against the old men. Before a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chen's strength was insufficient. He did not even have the capital to negotiate. In reality, these people had not expected that there would be 6 half-step martial monarchs who were not exhausted at all. Otherwise, they would not have charged forward so recklessly. Hurry up and make your decision. Give us the secret treasures and the demon cores. Stop delaying, a peak martial king in the air said impatiently. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. If they obtained the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, they would have nothing to fear. There would be nothing that could threaten the other party. Hurry up and make your decision. Stop dilly-dallying. Stop delaying. At worst, we will just break up. No one will benefit. You can forget about advancing to martial monarch in this lifetime. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air slowly lost their patience. If they continued waiting, they would not be able to obtain anything. Scram quickly. If you take another step forward, we will kill you without mercy. The 6 old men wore cold expressions as they faced the pressure from these people. They had no intention of retreating. More than 100 secret treasures would be a great fortune. How could they just give them up like that? Furthermore, there were 3 medial grade secret treasures. Even these half-step martial monarchs did not have medial grade secret treasures. All the more they could not give them up. The smell of gunpowder in the air started to build. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere seemed like it would go out of control at any moment. Just at this moment, an old man quickly rushed over and whispered something into the ears of the old man with the family name Gu. Old Ge's expression changed slightly. He muttered to himself for a while before saying to the people in the air, Aside from the 3 medial grade secret treasures, the rest are yours. You are too naive. 1 medial grade secret treasure is equivalent to dozens of inferior grade secret treasures. Do you think we are fools? You really want to take all the benefits for yourselves, treating us like monkeys. The crowd could not take this lying down. A few cultivators with fiery tempers could not resist making a move. Old Ge's expression turned grave. He said coldly, What are you thinking of doing? Don't be reckless. Chi-chi. Just at this moment, the cry of an eagle came from the sky. It sounded very loud, as if it was trying to attract everyone's attention. All the cultivators, including the 7 half-step martial monarchs, could not help but look up. They only saw an eagle spreading its wings and casting a large shadow. It quickly flew towards the secret treasures in the air. It's that white-robed brat. He is going to snatch the secret treasures. Is he crazy? Someone below exclaimed. Old GE's expression changed drastically. Killing chi surged from his entire body, and the surrounding air stirred up. Strong winds blew as he said coldly, "You are seeking death." Old Gu waved his hand, and an extremely dense energy shot out. Boom! Boom! The remaining 6 half-step martial monarchs made their move almost at the same time as Old Gu. Sharp attacks rained down like a torrential storm. At the same time, the peak superior grade martial kings in the air started cursing. This brat is too dishonest. Unexpectedly, he dares to snatch the secret treasures alone before everyone else. All sorts of killing moves were unleashed at the same time. Hundreds and thousands of condensed attacks surged toward Song Ying in an instant. Ice, flames, saber chi, sword chi, fist winds, sword lights. All sorts of killing moves were launched. Even if a true half-step martial monarch arrived, he would have to dodge and not clash head-on with such a large number of attacks. This was the principle of ants biting an elephant to death. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not an elephant. Hence, in the crowd's opinion, unless Xiao Chen was crazy, he would not do something that attracted all the attacks. The goshawk, which was carved from stone, was instantly smashed into stone chips by countless fierce attacks. Then, it turned from stone chips into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. However, there was no one on the eagle. There were only 3 incredibly nimble wooden sculptures. The instant the eagle shattered, the chaotic and strong energy tossed them high into the air. The thumb-sized wooden sculpture was almost weightless. The shock wave from the explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent the 3 wooden sculptures flying several kilometers into the sky, far away from the horrifying energy attack. Is he dead? With so many attacks, not even dregs are left of this brat.